Chapter 1. Rough Beginnings. A doorway opened into an alley, spilling light into the darkness and making the shadows seem all the darker. A boy's silhouette could be seen holding a large bag in one hand, his head turned over his shoulder. A muffled voice could be heard from inside the building, to which the boy responded. "Yeah, Mom. I'm taking it out right now." "Sheesh, you'd think I've never taken out the trash before." Hefting the bag, he walked over to the nearby trash bin and tossed the bag in before returning to the safety of the building. A short way down the alley, a shadow moved towards the bin and, careful to not make too much noise, sorted through the contents. Shifting aside a few old ragged clothes and scraps of paper, he spotted something that instantly got him excited. It seemed someone was cleaning out old supplies, as there in the bin he found some scrolls and books. Just what he was looking for. After grabbing the items and stuffing them in his satchel, he did one more quick sift through before rushing off down the alley and into the night. A moment later, the same boy peeked out again from the doorway as the muffled voice from before came once again. "No, Mom, there isn't anything out there. It must have been a cat or something." Across town a bit later, a figure could be seen slinking through the streets, sticking to the shadows as much as possible. When it separated from them long enough to distinguish itself as human, it merely seemed to be a standing shadow from all the dark clothes it wore. Rushing into a nearby park, it instantly jumped into some bushes as some civilians walked by, unaware that he was only a few feet away, glaring as they passed by. After they were a comfortable distance away, soft sounds of movement were heard again as the figure moved towards the back of the park. In a section that was covered with various shrubs, it lifted a hidden doorway and slipped beneath the surface of the village. It was dark, but he knew his way by now. He had visited this place since he was very young, when he had found it completely by accident while running from a mob. After that, it became one of his greatest safe havens in the village. It was here that he would escape to when the glares became too harsh, or when certain celebrations were held that would cause him to need to flee from crowded areas when he was able to. This was also the place he kept his most precious possessions. He had found the area many years ago, and foolhardy as he was at the time, he cleaned out many items that would probably been very valuable to him in the coming years, but that was fine. He still ended up with far more than he started with. Rounding another corner, he came to a stop in front of a door. Taking a moment, he pricked his finger before swiping it over a small tile near the door. He heard a click that let him know the door was now unlocked. Upon entering, he was greeted with the all too familiar smell of old paper and the sight of numerous racks of scrolls, books, weapons and other items he had collected over the years. For now, though, he took a quick look through the items he had just found and took the ones he didn't want to look through at the moment to the shelves, and after cataloging them in a thick ledger, he placed them in their respective spots. Taking a glance at the clock nearby, he realized he had little time left before sunrise. Quickly grabbing a blank scroll, he sealed up his new possessions before opening a nearby closet. In a flash of dull dark and blinding orange, he had transformed into his public mask. The stealthy, cool-headed Night Stalker now became the loud-mouthed, blonde-topped Academy Dobe. Grabbing a quick bite to eat, he locked the door to his secret reprieve from reality and headed back towards the exit. Letting out a sigh, he climbed back up into the twilight of early morning and crept back to his apartment to start the morning ritual that everyone was used to seeing from him. Soon he could drop this mask, though. Soon he would show them all just what their ignorance could have cost them. Irika sighed as he walked down the hall. This would be the last day for many of his students as ninja in training. Today they would take their test for advancement into the ninja ranks. Many of them were ready and had proven it on a number of occasions. One, however, worried him far more than the others. That one being Uzumaki Naruto. He had nothing against the boy. In fact, he had often seen the boy go through hell in the village just to get meager scraps to repair damage to his apartment that had been done, probably by the same people he was buying the materials from. It was humbling in a way, and had there been any way to prove what was going on, he would have helped the boy with his plight. However, anytime anyone tried to turn in those guilty, the civilian council would rule any evidence as inconclusive, or just make it disappear altogether. Though he didn't really find anything wrong with the boy, even though he knew what was held in him, he was always a bit unsettled around him. He had often seen the boy act more mature than most of the adults that berated him, but most of the time he was just the blonde idiot that played pranks. To Irika, Naruto was an enigma, a puzzle that was missing far too many pieces to figure out what the real picture had been. In class, though, it was almost glaringly obvious. He was the dead last. A student who had failed twice already and was in danger of doing so again. That wasn't to say that Irika would go easy on him in order to let him pass, but he did feel sorry for him. Nearing the door to his classroom, he was about to enter when he felt a presence behind him. Turning around quickly, he saw nothing until he looked down a bit and noticed the blonde mop of just the student he was thinking about a moment ago. Naruto? You know it's the day of the exam. Don't you think you're cutting it a little close? Hihi. Irika-sensei, I'm fine. Besides, I need to pass soon if I'm ever going to be Hokage, right? The boy grinned with his hands locked behind his head. Irika couldn't help but snort a little. Nah, what's so funny? The boy glared at him, apparently a little angry that Irika would laugh at his announcement. Sorry. Just thinking about how often you say that. It brings back a lot of memories. Anyhow, let's get inside. We wouldn't want to make everyone wait too long, right? With a nod, he opened the door and walked into the classroom, each going to their respective desk, though not without Irika noticing the scowl Mizuki threw at Naruto. Quiet down, everyone. Today we are taking the graduation test to see if you are ready to become Genin Ninja of the village. When your name is called, you will come up to the front of the class and perform what we tell you. After you are deemed worthy of passing, you will be presented with one of these hideaway to show you are now a true ninja. One by one, the class was called down to prove their skills. Something seemed off, though, to Irika. Mizuki seemed to go off in a daze a few times, and as such Irika ended up going through a few more students than the other teacher. Looking down his list, he called out the name of his next student to test as he noticed Mizuki just finishing his last student. Uchiha Sasuke. The spike-haired brooder of the class made his way to the floor as almost all the female eyes were on him. Meanwhile, Mizuki was looking at his sheet as he smirked at the next name before calling it out. Uzumaki Naruto. The boldly dressed class clown made his way confidently to the front of the room before taking his place in front of the teacher. He instantly felt something wrong as he waited for his instruction. He got slightly distracted as he heard numerous squeals from behind him signifying the Uchiha, in all his perfection, did another flawless jutsu. Scowling slightly, he barely registered that Mizuki asked him to do a bunshin. Again he felt the disturbance as he gathered his chakra and made the seal for the simple jutsu. What he planned on doing was form 3 clones of himself. What he ended up was one copy that looked like a deflated blow-up doll in an orange jumpsuit. Instantly he knew what happened. Mizuki had screwed with his chakra flow. Scowling at the man, he sighed. He knew what was coming. I'm sorry, Naruto, but if you can't do the basic jutsu, we have to fail you, Mizuki said with a huge mental smile. His plans were going just as he planned. No one would believe the demon over him. He glanced at Irika, who was looking between Naruto and his attempted clone, and just shook his head. Laughing inside his head, he watched as Naruto slowly returned to his seat while Irika announced when they would need to gather for team assignments and a brief speech about what it means to be a ninja of Konoha before dismissing the students so they could meet their parents and announce their results to their parents, who were no doubt waiting outside anxiously. As they made their way outside, Mizuki slipped out with them to begin the next stage of his plan. After sneaking through the Hokage tower and running to the area Mizuki told him to meet up, Naruto knew he was ahead of schedule, so he decided to read up on what he found for a bit. Opening the scroll, he found the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. This doesn't look too tough. Well, I never learned anything just sitting around. Going over the technique, he was soon absorbed in practicing the new jutsu. He knew that this wasn't really a substitute graduation. No such thing existed in all the rule or law books. He was made to read either by choice or from a punishment. It was such an obvious lie, but that didn't matter to him. He just wanted to get back at the bastard for rigging his test and failing him. What better way then to bet him at his own game? Well, that's one down. There looks to be quite a few jutsu in here. Oh well, I'll copy down as many as I can before the team gets here. No reason not to add a few to my personal library. With that, he whipped out a blank scroll and began the process of transferring the jutsu to the new scroll. Had he not had so much practice in doing so, this may have taken a while, but when you dig used scrolls out of garbage for an education, you learn to write fast to get the more fragrant of them copied and tossed before they could spread their scent too far. A few hours later, he heard sounds crashing through the forest and quickly wrapped the scrolls up before stowing his copy and swinging the larger, full version onto his back. What approached, though, was not what he was expecting. Naruto, what do you think you're doing taking that scroll? An irate Irika stood at the edge of the clearing, breathing heavy and scowling at Naruto. Heh. I did it, Irika-sensei. I learned a technique from the scroll, so I passed right? But where is Mizuki-sensei? He said he was going to meet me here. Did he have something else to do and sent you instead? It was the easiest way he could warn Irika without blowing his self-made cover. He just hoped the light bulbs clicked on before the team got there. As if on cue, Mizuki appeared on a branch overhead and started yelling about how Irika was trying to steal the scroll and run. A brief exchange later found Irika crouched over Naruto with a giant shuriken sticking out of his back. Took a moment for Naruto's mind to click from what he was just told. He may have been more intelligent than he let on, but to learn that there was a demon inside you wasn't something you easily believed. Suddenly the glares, the abuse, the treatment he was given in the village all these years made sense. For a second he stared up at the face of the man who just protected him, barely registering what he was saying before he shuffled out from under him and bolted into the woods with Mizuki hot on his heels. While running, he tapped some chakra into the bands around his wrists and waist to reduce his weight a bit, allowing him to put some distance between himself and the Chunin behind him. Once the man was out of sight, Naruto dropped down and hid to give himself a little time to process what he was just told. Again he was caught off guard when Mizuki and an injured Irika dropped into the clearing right near him. He was able to hear their argument about how Mizuki said he was a demon and Irika was defending him. He could see Irika was in no shape to fight his peer with the wounds he sustained while protecting him. Mizuki obviously saw this too and was preparing to take out the other man as he reached for the other shuriken he had on his back. Forget worrying about demons and villagers. Right now he needed to focus. Someone was finally willing to defend him both physically and mentally. He wasn't about to let him die in cold blood. Pushing his thoughts aside, he pushed off and landed a kick to Mizuki's temple, landing between the two Chunin. Mizuki team, if you lay one finger on Irika-sensei, I will break off each of your fingers and feed them to you digit by digit. Both men were taken slightly aback by the threat before Mizuki began to laugh. What do you think you could possibly do to me, demon brat? I am a Chunin while you couldn't even make genin. I will tear you apart, then Irika. Prepare yourself, boy, because this is the last moment of your life. Mizuki was off like a bolt of lightning, aiming to kill the boy quickly. He had to finish this and get out of here before ANBU had time to figure out where they were. Unfortunately, he realized too late how wrong he was. Right before his kunai had a chance to pierce the boy's jacket, his target simply disappeared. A little unsettled, he looked around the clearing before seeing a flash of orange in the trees above him. Mizuki team, for hurting a person who acknowledged me, I will invite upon you the same pain 1,000 times. Mizuki was about to retort when he saw Naruto form an unfamiliar seal. You wanted this scroll so bad. I will show you one of its secrets. Now you may know the horror of what you could have been. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, the clearing was filled with orange. The ground, trees, everywhere Mizuki looked, all he saw was orange. Goodbye, Mizuki team. With that, only screams could be heard as one gray-haired Chunin was beaten within an inch of his life. Heh, I think I overdid it a little. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he made his way over to check on Irika. Seeing the man alive and only slightly injured, he was only slightly surprised when Irika told him to close his eyes. After doing so, he felt pressure on his head. Again Irika spoke, telling him to open his eyes and congratulating him on his graduation. At this point though, Naruto could care less about graduation and instead hugged Irika for finally accepting him as a person. The sun was beginning to show itself by the time Irika and Naruto made it to the Hokage tower with a couple clones carrying the restrained, bruised and bloody Mizuki. Making their way to the Hokage's office and finding him already present, they entered to give their report. What met them was not just the Hokage, but also his two civilian council advisors Hamura and Koharu. As soon as the two advisors saw the orange-clad boy, they immediately stiffened and glared at him, fighting off the urge to yell at the demon. They knew all too well what would happen if they broke Sarutobi's law while the man was sitting not 5 feet from them. Trained as they were in showing no emotions, Naruto could see the hate in their eyes all too well, but it wasn't them he cared about. No, it was the old man behind the desk that he was more concerned about. After all, it was that man that he had used his perverted jutsu on to get the scroll in the first place. He could only pray the Hokage wouldn't hold that against him. Well, hello Irika-kun, Naruto-kun. I believe you have something that belongs to me, Naruto. He held out his hand and motioned Naruto forward. The boy had the decency to look at least a little ashamed as he placed the scroll in the Hokage's arm. First off, I would like to thank you both for your part in apprehending the traitor Mizuki and protecting the secrets of our village. Naruto, I especially want to thank you for playing the fool in order to expose this threat. Naruto was taken aback a bit before he saw the man wink at him. Second, I will be granting you both a B-ranked mission success with the pay to go along with it. But Hokage-sama, the boy is not even a ninja of this village. How could he work on, let alone complete a mission, let alone a B-ranked mission? Sarutobi glanced at Hamura before speaking. I see he has a hideaway on his head, thus signifying him as a shinobi of this village. Isn't that correct, Irika? Hi, Hokage-sama. While Naruto did not successfully complete the test in school, it was later found out that he had been sabotaged by Mizuki, who purposely failed him for the reason of offering him this second graduation test. During our encounter with Mizuki in the forest, he showed he was more than capable of succeeding in his previous test in a combat environment by defeating the Chunin-level shinobi Mizuki, and as such is more than ready for his life as a shinobi. Irika stood at attention, and the three high-ranking officials could see the pride flowing off the man. Very well, then there are no problems there. Now, Naruto, I will allow you to keep the item you acquired during this event, provided you use it with caution and protect it, as it is a very precious item. It would be very bad if it fell into the hands of anyone else, even someone of this village. He sent a glance to his advisors, letting them know to not press the matter. Now, Naruto, I would ask you to please leave, as I have some discussions to go over with Irika, and don't forget to go to the team assignment later. Have a nice day. Dismissed. Watching Naruto leave, he smiled as the boy nearly hopped out of the room and closed the door before running out of the building. His cheers could be heard through the closed window. Grimacing slightly, Hiruzen turned back to the remaining people in his office. Well, Irika-kun, this presents us with a small problem. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I don't quite follow. Adding Naruto to the roster will unbalance the numbers. As you know, we make the teams in threes, which are balanced. Well, with Naruto now passing, the numbers have been thrown off by one. Now, normally we would simply put him with a team the next time around. The two advisors looked rather excited about making the boy wait longer to join the ninja ranks, as the longer he was not an official ninja, the longer he was technically under their control. However, I don't believe we should have him wait any longer. He's already been kept back twice, and I am certain he is more than ready for missions. What are you suggesting, Hokage-sama? This time it was Koharu who spoke up, now curious as to the Hokage's plan. Though the idea of a four-man cell had been brought up a few times in the past, most notably by Senju Tsunade, the idea never gained popular favor. I believe for now that with Naruto's unique abilities, his newfound technique, and his performance against the Chunin Mizuki, I am instating Naruto as a one-man cell. It was so quiet in the room that Sarutobi could have sworn he could hear the beetle that was crawling up the wall outside his window. Then all of a sudden the room was filled with noise once again. Both of the advisors said almost in unison, "What a wonderful idea, Hokage-sama," while thinking, what better way to get rid of the beast than send him out on his own? While Irika was horrified. A lone genin on his own team? You can't really be considering this, Hokage-sama. He may have beaten Mizuki, but being sent on real missions. And who would be his sensei? When I last looked, we were short-handed as is. He was my student, and I cannot consent in this. To answer your question, yes, we are short on Jonin sensei. That is why he will not have one. He will be sent on missions which will be deemed capable of him to handle, or he will be placed with a team whose mission requires backup, but not so much that would merit sending a full team. The advisors were ecstatic at this news. It was like Christmas to them. Leaving the demon brat to fend completely for himself was beyond their wildest dreams. Forget holding him back for the next group of graduates. If things go well, they would be rid of him within a month. Irika, on the other hand, was livid. He trusted the Hokage with his loyalty, but sending a lone genin out into the life of a ninja was unheard of. Even setting that aside, the Hokage, the man hailed as the professor, was allowing a boy to go into the ninja world without even a sensei to guide him. Was he insane? Now I know what you are all thinking, and I assure you that he is more than ready for his trials ahead. Advisors, he will be a bit of a special case and will only be allowed missions that have my approval. Is that clear? After getting a hesitant confirmation that they understood what he meant, he dismissed them, but kept Irika behind. Irika, it may not seem like much at the moment, but I assure you that your former student is more than ready for what he will need to do. He has lived a far more difficult life than any of his classmates and as such was forced to adapt in ways that no one would imagine. You are well aware that I am able to keep my eye on certain areas when I see fit. I will let you know that Naruto is a lot more capable than he lets others believe. He far surpasses any genin, and most likely many chunin in skill and knowledge. How far he's actually come I cannot say for certain, as he occasionally go places I cannot track him or that are out of my range. But believe me when I tell you that all you have seen thus far has been a mask that has been in place for years to hide himself from his peers in order to fit in better, while continuing to advance his skills so he could survive the harsher side of Konoha's streets. Even if you say that Hokage-sama, Naruto is like a little brother to me, I can't help but worry about him. If nothing else, let me be his sensei. I am sorry, Irika, but only jonin are able to be a team sensei, and you are far too valuable as a classroom sensei to be sent out in the field at the moment. We may still be strong, but we are also still recovering from the last war just like every other nation. You have proven yourself as a capable sensei for upcoming genin, so for now that is where you will have to stay. Though if it will ease your mind, I will allow you to cover mission assignments when you are not busy teaching. That way you will at least be able to know where Naruto is going for missions. Sighing, Irika knew Sarutobi was right. They just didn't have the resources to allow Naruto his own sensei, and there was no way Naruto would be safe if he were to be left in the hands of the civilian council. No, this was for the best. At least this way his missions would be controlled, and when one team lost a member in the upcoming Chunin exams, he would be able to join that team. Hi Hokage-sama. If you'll excuse me, I have to begin a schedule for my next class. Bowing, he left the room, his mind still on the blonde and what his future might hold. He couldn't help but have conflicting thoughts about the boy. One side of him wanted to believe Sarutobi and believe that Naruto could overcome the seemingly insurmountable odds. The other side, however, kept flashing how many things could go wrong on a simple mission and what that would mean for a lone genin out in the field. Sighing again, he left the tower and headed home. After all, he still had a lesson plan to work on for the new class he would soon be in charge of. Despite his attachments, he couldn't risk a whole generation of students by worrying about one person, no matter how close he felt towards the boy. The Forbidden Scrolls secrets were now spread out in front of him in fresh scrolls. Separated and categorized, he was now considering which to go over. Seeing as he already had Kage Bunshin down, he decided to delve a little deeper with them. How many uses could a more durable clone have after all? He could make them explode, use them for diversions, or setting up traps while he lead his enemies to them. He remembered from copying the jutsu to that he would learn what they learned, so his already good chakra control would jump again by leaps and bounds, not to mention training his various skills. Yes, Kage Bunshin was definitely the right thing to learn first. The only drawback to the jutsu was that people with low chakra would be in danger if they created too many and spread their chakra too thin, but for someone like him with unnaturally high chakra reserves it was perfect. Once again storing the scrolls he wasn't going to need at the moment, he stored what he would need in a scroll and grabbed a stock supplies pouch and holster from a shelf. Heading to one of his closets, he picked out an outfit for the following day when he would go to the team selection at the academy. It was finally time for him to drop his mask a bit, and what a surprise they all would be in for. Dark green cargo pants with a black skin-tight shirt, fingerless gloves, and black ninja sandals. Then, to finish the look, covered shin and forearm guards and a ninjutsu. Yes, they would definitely be surprised. Making one last check to make sure he wasn't forgetting anything, he threw his chosen gear in a satchel before closing and sealing the door and heading out to his favorite ramen stand to grab some food. After that, he would go to his apartment, in which the ignorant villagers assumed he lived, for a good night's sleep to prepare for the fun that was sure to start tomorrow. Thinking back on all he's shown to everyone of his skill and intelligence so far, he couldn't help but chuckle, causing some passing villagers to glare a little harder at him. He didn't care though. He wasn't here for them. Protecting them didn't matter to him one bit if they weren't willing to believe in him. After finding out just why they hated him, he didn't really blame them too much. The demon he carried did kill their families and destroy their lives, not to mention taking the life of their hero. Even so, couldn't they at least see past that? He wasn't the QB, so why should they hate him? It wasn't like he was the one that went on a murderous rampage, so why did he deserve the abuse? Shaking his head, he concentrated on happier thoughts, once again going to finally casting a portion of his mask aside and showing what he could really do. Arriving at Ichiraku's, he sat down and ordered his usual miso ramen before starting a list of things to take care of tomorrow after the real him came out. Putting the emo Uchiha in his place and dropping his fake affection for the pink-haired banshee were near the top of his list. Not to mention putting the dog breath in his place. The most important though out of everything was going to be returning a certain pale-eyed girl's affections. He had wanted to do it for so long, and she was well worth it from his view, but he never did understand just what she saw in him, the scourge of Konoha. She was after all an heir to a clan. By all rights she should be able to get anyone she wanted. But she chose him. Now it was time for him to show that she chose well. The only problems he knew would arise were from two sources. The first being her clan, especially her father. Again she was the heir, so would he be seen as unworthy? The second was the aforementioned mutt who had an obvious attraction to her. Like most males in his clan, he had already tried numerous times to claim her as his. Unfortunately for him, she was completely disinterested in his advances and always escorted around by branch members to and from the academy. Well, all that could wait until tomorrow. With a slurp, he finished his last bowl of ramen for the night before paying and heading off to his apartment. Sleep would come easy tonight since the action with Mizuki the previous night had kept him from his bed. Not that he really needed to sleep every night. That was another thing that became clearer once he found out from Mizuki about his tenant. He knew he had certain traits that were more advanced than a normal human, and some even more advanced than most ninja, short of having specific bloodlines. His hearing, eyesight, sense of smell, and reaction time were better than an Inuzuka's. His regeneration left the doctors in baffled awe. Then there was his stamina and recuperation, which was borderline freakish even for a ninja. Even his speed and muscle density was different than most. But like every other one of his skills, he didn't showcase anything. As far as his classmates and most of the village knew, he was just a normal human, if not subpar or, in most of the older generation's eyes, a reincarnation of the Kyuubi. Making it to his apartment, he decided to leave the rest of his thoughts until tomorrow and get some decent rest. He wanted to be ready just in case his team got a mission right away. He didn't want a lapse in judgment to cause any mishaps when he was supposed to be proving his true worth. After entering his place, he relocked the door and looked around just to make sure there weren't any surprises from villagers or ignorant ninja laying around anywhere. He learned long ago that he shouldn't move around too much without making sure everything was in order before doing so. Many painful experiences taught him that, but then at the same time he was a little glad they had happened. Aside from the whole unbearable pain thing he got from it, he also got quite a few sets of quality kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and other assorted weapons. Heck, his ninjutsu that he currently had stored with his gear for tomorrow was once set up to behead him when he laid down. That was one that he was happy to find, and glad that whoever set it up didn't pay too much attention to making the trap hidden. All it took was for him to trip the wire and slice. He had a brand new ninjutsu embedded in the rod he tripped the trap with. Double-checking the bed, he got undressed from his kill me orange attire for hopefully the last time and hopped under the covers. His last thoughts before he drifted off were of his pale-eyed princess and the possible future they might have once he gains a little of the respect that has been overdue for him. Oh, wouldn't they be surprised? Eyelids now too heavy in the comfort of his mattress, he drifted off to a peaceful sleep. One of the few he's ever had. Deep within the bowels of the Hokage mountain sat a man behind a desk, his body half hidden by the bandages he wore. This man was Danzo, calm, cool, and calculating. With him sat two others who, to him, were mere shadows of what they had once been. But even with their lax behavior, he could see that there was a storm brewing behind each of their eyes. So what brings the esteemed advisors to my chambers? Surely there is nothing that one so lowly such as I could have that you need. His voice dripped with sarcasm. After all, these two were a key part in his plan to take over the rule of Konoha, and at some point the whole of Hai no Kuni and beyond. We have come from a meeting with the Hokage, and thought it should be brought to your attention that the demon brat graduated yesterday after showing himself capable by defeating the traitor Mizuki and returning the forbidden scroll for the Hokage. Danzo's eyebrow twitched slightly in a rare moment of emotion. His chances at getting his hands on a particularly powerful weapon had just slipped away. However, there is a small ray of hope that comes from this. The Hokage saw fit to place the boy on his own team, without a sensei. We must not waste this opportunity. Though we cannot give him missions ourselves, we can still manipulate the system enough to get him placed on certain choice missions where the risk is higher than it seems. Since we can no longer get him into your root program in order to control him, we have only the option of extermination. This must be carefully planned, Danzo. This absolutely cannot come back on us, or it would cost us dearly. Danzo just sat and stared at the two former ninja through the entire explanation, and for a short time afterward. The two advisors sat and watched him as he went into some deep thought. Well, we have more genin teams than usual, so it shouldn't be too difficult to delay him from getting a mission until all of the D-rank missions are gone. Nor would it be too difficult to assign him to assist a team on a slightly higher risk mission and add in some of my own men to make sure everything goes smoothly. Indeed, if we cannot control this weapon, then it will be of no use to us in the future. We shall take the necessary steps to ensure that the demon does not fall into the wrong hands for the good of Konoha. Nodding in agreement, the advisors delved into possible situations that they would be able to enact their plans. All three agreed that the best method would be to get the boy sent on a mission that had a high potential of raising in difficulty. It would only be a matter of time before one such case came to light. When it did, they would be ready, and then they would be free from the beast once and for all. Danzo, of course, was slightly disheartened at the loss of a possible powerful tool, but he would rather the boy die than be a weapon that could be used against him. That didn't mean he wouldn't try though, but if reports were accurate, the boy was unflinchingly loyal to his opponent, and a demon aiding a Kage in any fight would not end well. Yes, it was best to wait for just the right moment to strike. As he droned out the two gabbing advisors, he proceeded to plan for any possibility. In almost every situation he came up with, he was very happy with the imagined results. An evil smile was growing on his face as he dismissed the advisors in order to give him ample room and concentration to begin planning. Chapter 2. Beginning the Revelation. Naruto awoke well before his alarm, excited as today marked his first real day as a ninja. Finally, he would have a sensei that would teach him how to further his skills. Getting out of bed, he switched off his alarm so it wouldn't ring after he left. He may have no one that would willingly live near him, but that didn't mean he wanted to chance waking someone up. All it would take would be for someone to pass his door and hear the alarm going off to claim he was disturbing the peace and earn him more abuse. Grabbing his gear that he would use for the day, he took a quick shower before dressing in his new equipment and heading to his kitchen for a bowl of cereal. Once that was finished, he grabbed his ninjutsu, slipped out of his apartment, locking the door behind him, and jogged off towards his hideaway. He hadn't planned on getting up so early, but he wasn't about to squander the extra time he now had. Slipping into the tunnel that led to his lair, he was soon staring at the all-too-familiar racks. Crossing his fingers, he created a few kagebunshin and instructed them on what scrolls or books he wanted them to go over, or in a couple clones' cases, what weapons to train with. After all, muscle memory was a mental task, so it should figure in that he could improve his accuracy and reaction time with this method as well. The only things they couldn't give him was physical enhancements and directly increasing his chakra capacity. But control, accuracy, knowledge, and reaction should all be well within his grasp. Nodding his approval, he made his way back out into the streets of the village, which by now were slowly filling. The glares wouldn't keep him from his destination today though, but he did notice with the glares that he was getting some other looks as well. If his attire was different enough to cause the villagers to pause in their glaring, he could only imagine what it will do to his classmates. As he walked, he went over all the people in his class that graduated. One by one, he named them off in his head and weighed their strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't until he was almost done that he realized there would be an odd man out. With this realization came some worry that someone would be made to wait for an opening, and that the odd man out would be him. He didn't know who made up the teams, but he couldn't shake the foreboding feeling that the someone who did was going to try to screw up his future. Well, there was no point in worrying about something he couldn't change, so instead he opted to head to the academy even though it was still a bit early. With any luck, someone would be there to greet him or at least stave off his boredom while they waited. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi was considering his gathered Jonin sensei. Well, all but one, as Kakashi still hadn't shown his face yet, as usual. Sarutobi knew better than to wait. He knew where the man was, but couldn't understand his need to mourn his fallen friends and sensei so much. Honestly, it had been more than a few years. He should move on. Well, he would address that once again when the man showed his masked face later. Meanwhile, he would let the gathered Jonin know their new assignments. Now you all know why you are here. It is time for the Genin team assignments. Some of you have had teams before, others have not. I will leave it to you to train these genin as a show of my trust in your abilities. Try your best to make them into true Konoha ninja. A chorus of "Hi!" resounded through the room from all jonin present. For those of you that have already looked at the graduating class, you may have already made your assumptions about the teams. I will tell you now that we had a late graduate and the numbers were thrown off a bit. My prior arrangements, however, are staying mostly the same. Team 1 will be. Sarutobi continued to name off the teams as their sensei wrote down the names given so they could familiarize themselves with who they were going to teach. Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba. Team 8, Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Mogami Harume. Team 9 is still full. Team 10, Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Team 11, Uzumaki Naruto. All of the jonin looked at the Hokage shocked. Hokage-sama. Isn't Uzumaki still a genin? Yes, Kurenai he is. Then how can you make him a sensei? What makes you think I made him a sensei? Kurenai studied the man, trying to think of how he wouldn't be considered a sensei. Following the pattern for every other team by naming Naruto first, that was declaring him a sensei. Hokage-sama, I assumed that since you named him first, you should know better by now than to assume. If we lived off assumptions, we would have all been dead a long time ago. In a sense, yes, he is a sensei, but not of a team. Had you allowed me to finish, you would understand. I have discussed this with the boys' teacher Yumino Irika and my advisors. Since our numbers are off by 1, we have decided that Naruto will be a team unto himself. Therefore, he will be both sensei and student in a one-man cell. He will be allowed missions that I deem he is capable of, and be allowed to join in on missions that may need just a little extra assistance, but not a full team for backup. At first, the jonin were shocked, but once the information got digested, they could see the benefits of such an arrangement, though opinions of just what that usefulness entailed differed a bit between all those gathered. Now you know your teams, be ready to pick them up around noon today so you may get to know them, and if you have time, test them. Dismissed. The gathering soon dispersed until the door closed, signaling the final person leaving. Kakashi, you can come in now. A shadow shot through the window and landed nonchalantly in front of the desk. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the meeting with my late arrival. Cut the chit-chat, Kakashi. I know your teammates and sensei meant a lot to you, but it's time to move on. I want you to start being on time for meetings, especially with this year's team. You have the last Uchiha and I expect you to train him and help him if he develops his Sharingan. Do not neglect your other students though. After all, a team is nothing without all of its members. Sarutobi locked his eyes on the gray-haired man in front of him. Hi Hokage-sama, but what about Uzumaki? Your speech doesn't seem to fit all situations. Kakashi grinned at catching the Hokage's slip. At least until the older man laughed. You misinterpreted my meaning, Kakashi. As I said, a team is nothing without its members. Since Naruto can create all the members he wants on the fly, he carries his team everywhere he goes. Had you been here on time, you also would have found out my plans on how to handle this, but since you chose to wait until the last minute and apparently only listened to part of the explanation, you'll just have to find that out yourself. You have Team 7. Be at the school at noon, and don't be late. When Naruto first walked into the classroom, he was initially surprised to see that most of the class was already there. They must have been as excited as me to be assigned to a team. A good Hinata is here already. That makes things a bit easier. Plenty of time for us to get acquainted, or at least for her to recover from fainting. Walking across the room towards the girl, he was stopped halfway by a hand grabbing his wrist. Looking down, he found himself staring into the slitted eyes of an Inuzuka. Kiba. What the hell are you doing here, loser? This is only for people that graduated, not failures like you. Kiba barred his fangs as a low growl escaped his mouth. Check the forehead, moron, I did graduate. Now I suggest you let go before you regret what you are starting. Naruto narrowed his eyes and released a little killing intent at the dog user, catching him off guard. Recovering quickly, Kiba already had a retort spilling from his mouth. Ha! Like a dobe, like you could do anything to anyone from a clan like mine. I'd tell you to go crying home to you parents, but that would only work if you had some. They probably died by falling on their own kunai, assuming they were even ninja. Kiba was about to laugh until he felt a new wave of killing intent wash over him. This one much stronger than the last. Naruto could stand many things. He handled beatings, he dealt with verbal abuse of himself, he let the raised prices that he had to pay for nearly everything in the village slide. The one thing he would not stand for though was people badmouthing his parents. Sure, no one may know who they were, but that didn't mean he'd stand for someone belittling them. He had an image of his parents and how they would have lived. For someone to try to stomp that into the ground, that was something he would not let slide. Grabbing the boy's hand, he jerked it free from his wrist before grabbing it and twisting, causing the boy to cry out in pain. Listen well, Mutt. I may not know who my parents were, but neither does anyone else here. Even so, I will not let you sling words about so easily and thrash my image of them into the dirt. If you do so again, you will be off mission duty before you can even start. With another small tug, he caused Kiba to yelp in pain before letting go, ignoring the glare that was boring into his back as he continued walking. He did notice a few of the looks he was getting, and from some of the blushes that a few of the girls were trying to push down, he could tell his choice of attire was having a good effect. On the other side of the room, a lone Uchiha was seething at the look the blonde pulled off so well, and the reactions he was seeing. Attention was being pulled away from him, and that didn't sit well with the Avenger. He was an Uchiha, the elite of the elite. How dare someone try to steal his spotlight? Standing, he made his way over to the blonde moron. Stop, Dobe. Naruto kept walking now, starting up the steps on the far side of the room towards his target. Not one to be ignored, Sasuke rushed up behind the blonde and forcefully stopped him with a hand gripping his shoulder. I told you to stop, Dobe. You will listen to me when I tell you to do something. Uchiha, I would suggest you remove your hand before it finds itself taking a vacation from the rest of your body. Sasuke, like Kiba, was taken aback for a moment by the sheer coldness in his voice before anger flooded his thoughts. How dare you threaten me? Have you forgotten who I am? I am the rookie of year in this class, and as such, along with being an Uchiha, you should respect me as I am your superior. Team, the only thing you are superior to me in is your arrogance and ego. Now remove your hand or I will do it for you. Naruto grabbed a couple of Sasuke's fingers and began to bend them backwards slowly to drive his point home. By the wincing of Sasuke's eyes, he could tell it was having the desired effect. Until Naruto Baka, let Sasuke-kun alone. The dynamic duo enters the scene. The pink-haired banshee and her blonde sidekick, the class slut. How dare you lay your filthy fingers on him? You don't deserve to lick the bottoms of his shoes. Wow, even for Sakura that was a bit harsh. Sakura knew Naruto would be crushed by such an outburst. She knew it so well that when Naruto fixed his gaze on her, she was caught so off guard that she didn't even realize that she was backing away along with Ino. Sakura-san, I would suggest you keep your voice down. Otherwise you will make your precious Sasuke-kun deaf along with half the village. Sasuke, you really should keep your whores in line. Otherwise they might get hurt before you can revive your clan with little shrieking emos. The class wasn't sure whether to laugh, applaud, or be angry. Sasuke, being the Avenger he is, of course chose the later and forcefully turned Naruto around. Reacting faster than they all knew he could, Naruto drew his ninjutsu and had it placed at Sasuke's neck before the boy knew the sword had even been unsheathed. And you, team, should sit back down like a good boy and brood like you normally do. The Uchiha will not make a comeback without anyone to fill a family dossier. Sasuke was at least smart enough to realize the danger he was in with a blade to his throat. Finally, he released his hold on Naruto's shoulder. Good boy. Now run along, I have better things to do than play with you. Making a shooing motion as he turned around and sheathed his blade, Naruto continued up the stairs while Sasuke made his way back to his seat to resume his brooding while glaring at the blonde, or at least as much as he could with the two bimbos arguing over him in his ear over what he would have done to the dobe if he hadn't been caught off guard. Naruto finally made it to his destination. To the girl whose eyes hadn't left him since he entered the room. He could see her blush after his confrontation with Kiba, and it seemed to have deepened after his most recent one with Sasuke and the bimbos. Taking the seat next to her, he caught Kiba eyeing him from the front of the room with a scowl on his face. Shoving that to the back of his mind, he again turned his focus to the girl next to him. Hey Hinata-chan, what's up? The girl let out a slight eep at his question. Her crush was actually sitting next to her and actually talking to her. She couldn't believe her luck lately. First, graduating from the academy, and now the boy she dreamed about for so long was acknowledging her. "Na Naruto-kun, I'm fine." She finally managed to get out. It sounded weak and pathetic to her, but he didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he was smiling at her a little different than he normally smiled at anything. "That's good to hear. Hey, I was wondering, later tonight after our team meetings, do you want to meet me for something to eat?" There it was, the telltale, slow rising, deep crimson blush that rose from her neck to her forehead before he had to catch her to keep her from falling to the floor as she fainted. He propped her up in her seat just in time to block a fist that was aimed for the side of his head. Without looking, he addressed his assaulter. "What do you want now, mutt? You stay away from Hinata. She isn't yours," the irate boy shouted. "Really? Tell me, how many times has she asked you out?" "None? Okay, how many times has she agreed to go out with you when you asked her?" "Nothing again, huh? Well, it would seem to me then that she doesn't belong to you either. Not that she would, even if she did agree to go out with you." Naruto added a bit of pressure to the captured fist, listening as bones popped slightly out of place. "Remember this well, Inuzuka, because it could be invaluable later in your life. Women, no, people are not possessions. People are free and have free will. If I ever see you trying to force someone to do something, especially if that person is precious to me, I will be sending your remains to your clan in separate boxes. Do I make myself clear?" A few more bones popping and a little killing intent forced the Inuzuka to nod his head before Naruto released him, and like Sasuke, shooed him away. Turning back to his charge, he was pleased to see Hinata was coming around. "Welcome back, Hinata-chan. Did you have a nice dream?" Hinata, in her sleepy days, answered without realizing it. "Hi, I dreamed that Naruto-kun asked me to dinner. What a wonderful dream, but it stopped before I could accept." Slowly opening her eyes, they got wider and wider as she realized what she had just said and who she had said it to. She was instantly red again and dangerously close to fainting. Head turned, fingers poking together and biting her lower lip. She hoped that her revelation wouldn't make him go away. She prayed that he would stay near, and hoped beyond hope that maybe, just maybe, he would get a little closer. "Heh, Hinata, that wasn't a dream. But if that is your answer, then I'll meet you at Ichiraka's around 6, okay?" Hinata's head snapped around as she stared wide-eyed before nodding dumbly at the boy next to her, expecting to wake up any minute. Before she could respond, though, the door to the classroom opened and the remainder of the class walked in along with Irika, who walked behind his desk before looking over the gathered former students, taking note of Naruto's development as displayed through his clothing. He got rid of the orange. Maybe he's finally taking this seriously. "Okay, everyone listen up. I am going to call out your teams, and I would like you to sit according to them after I am finished. Team 1. Like the Hokage the day before, Irika went through the list, naming off each group and noting the reactions. Sakura, of course, was thrilled to be on the same team as Sasuke, though slightly disgruntled that Kiba would be there too. At least she could handle him better than Naruto. Hinata, Shino, and Harume were mostly indifferent, though Hinata's head drooped a bit since Naruto wouldn't be on her team. Shikamaru was asleep and Choji sat eating a bag of chips while Ino ranted about having to be on their team. Then he got to the last team, but despite what the Hokage told him, he wanted to make sure the decision was okay with Naruto. "Uzumaki, Naruto, would you follow me for a moment?" Naruto was confused a bit but followed the Chunin out the door, stopping only once to glare at Kiba when he heard the dog boy call out to the rest of the class. "Ha! I knew he didn't really pass." Clenching his fists, he stepped outside the door as Irika pushed it shut. "Naruto, I'm not supposed to do this, but I think it is only fair. As you probably realized, you are the odd man out. This doesn't usually happen, but when it does, we usually hold the extra person until the next set of graduates. We cannot add you to a current team as that would unbalance the whole system we use dealing with 3-person cells. So basically, I'm going to have to wait until the next class is out before I can go on missions even though I graduated," Naruto said through clenched teeth. Irika could only sigh. He knew he had to tell the boy the Hokage's plans, but that didn't mean he liked the idea. "Naruto, the Hokage decided to give you a unique chance. This has never been done before, so let me explain everything before you make a decision." Receiving a nod, he continued. "The Hokage has decided to make you a team in and of itself. That means you will have no teammates, but also because of the low number of active Jonin sensei, you will not have a sensei either. Any missions you do will be approved as fitting for your situation based on what the Hokage believes you are capable of. You will also be able to go with a team as backup on a difficult mission should he decide such a thing would be beneficial. Naruto, I can't stress how unique this situation is and that it is completely untested. I am offering you a chance to back out and wait for a full team with a sensei. He watched as emotions played across the blonde's face, making him unreadable in the situation. After a few minutes to consider his options, Naruto looked up at Iruka and gave off his biggest smile. Sensei, I have only one favor to ask. Announce it to the class that I accept this privilege, but on one condition. I don't want an assigned sensei. Ever. If someone comes along and wants to teach me something, then so be it. But aside from that, I don't want anyone forced into that position. It would only be detrimental to the system. Iruka could tell by the mischief in the boy's eyes that he would not be swayed on the matter. So, resigning himself to his fate, he nodded before re-entering the room. The students looked on in confusion as Naruto made his way back up to where Hinata was and leaned on the wall behind her, as his previous seat was now occupied by one of her new teammates. Looking through the class, Iruka suddenly got rather nervous at what he was about to do. The Hokage was making him place a new marker in history with this simple action. Never before had there been a one-man ninja cell, and especially not one without a sensei. Sighing again, he addressed the class. For those of you that are wondering, Naruto has indeed graduated, but in doing so he has thrown off the numbers a bit. Normally we would hold the odd man out back to wait for a full team, but the Hokage has decided to offer Naruto a unique privilege. One that he has already agreed to. Naruto is now formally Team 11 and will have no Jonin sensei. He waited as the information registered through the room. Shock, awe, humor and rage were all present. It was Uchiha Sasuke that was the first to recover though. How come the dobe gets such an offer and not an Uchiha? He'll get himself killed walking out of the mission hall. Naruto just shook his head while Ino supported Sasuke's reasoning. Sakura did not support it though, as she wanted to stay on his team. Kiba followed Sasuke's lead next. He probably got put by himself because Hokage-sama knew that no one would want to group with the loser. Some people openly laughed at that, but Naruto just let the insults roll over him as he leaned against the wall, not really caring what anyone said. That is enough, Iruka shouted in response to their remarks. I will not have anyone talking down to their allies, and since he may at some point be assigned to work with you, you should show some respect since he may save your life one day. HN. The dobe couldn't save a cat from drowning in a dried-up well. Another round of laughter and Iruka was irate. Uchiha Sasuke, as your superior you will listen to me when I tell you to remain silent. PFT, you are not my superior. I am the last Uchiha, and as such you should show your respect and listen to what I say. Before Iruka could move to scold the boy, there was a brief breeze and a glint of light before Sasuke once again felt cold steel pressing against his throat. Iruka, having not seen the previous actions by Naruto, was shocked at the raw speed he moved with. Oh Sasuke-chan, Naruto said in a sing-song voice. I would suggest you apologize to Iruka-sensei, as you have yet to actually be accepted by your Jonin-sensei. He still has the right to send you back to the academy until you are picked up by Kakashi-san. HN. Dobe, you probably aren't even holding the right edge of the blade to my neck, and yet you dare to threaten me? An Uchiha? Just wait until I gain my Sharingan, and I will show you just how fragile you really are. But you don't have your Sharingan yet, Uchiha-chan, and there is no guarantee that you ever will. For all we know, you could simply only be worthy of passing on your genes to a new generation while the rest of us lowly citizens take care of all the hard work. Then leaning in so only Sasuke could hear, he added in. Besides, you don't want to risk dying before you can kill him, do you? That did it for Sasuke. Swinging a kunai out, he pushed the sword away from his throat as he sidestepped to get around Naruto's defenses. Stabbing out with the same kunai, he stabbed it into Naruto's chest, causing the boy to fall backwards to the ground, spinning slightly as he did so and landing face down. His nearby classmates were leaning back horrified at his actions while Sasuke stood above the blonde, breathing slightly heavily. Shaking his shock off, Iruka rushed over to check the boy's vitals while Sasuke began to smirk. HN. I told you you were worthless. I just didn't know you were that bad. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone's head turned at the sound of hand meeting hand, only to be met with a blank wall. Not bad, Sasuke-chan, but not good either. A form melded out of the wall before taking the shape of Naruto, who was staring at the Uchiha with his hands still together from his last clap. Maybe next time you will be good enough to tell if it is really me attacking you. As he said that, the Naruto on the floor burst into smoke. A bunshin. Irika looked shocked at first, then smiled, then frowned as he turned to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, you attacked and attempted to murder a fellow Leaf Shinobi. PSH, I was only trying to scare him. How could I know that his reaction time sucks that bad that he couldn't dodge such a slow strike? Regardless, you attacked him. As such, this will be brought up to the council to decide a fitting punishment. Sasuke just smirked. He knew that the council would do nothing more than giving him a slap on the wrist, if that. Before he could retort, though, Naruto cut him off. Don't worry about it, Irika-sensei, it was only a bunshin after all, and a low-powered one at that. HN. See, the dobe knows his. Besides, it's not like Sasuke-chan can hurt me anyway, at least not with that pathetically slow movement. Now, since I don't have a sensei to wait for, I'll thank you for excusing me. With that, he walked to the door and left the classroom. Turning to glare at the Uchiha once more, despite his astonishment at how Naruto just waved off the situation, Irika gave him one last warning. Naruto is a bit of a special case. Had you done that to anyone else here, they would have died and their blood would have been on your hands. This is the only warning I will give you. Do not even think of attacking a Konoha ninja again. Turning around and sitting at his desk once more, Irika addressed the class. Before I leave, I would just like to let everyone know that it has been a pleasure to know the majority of you during this class, and I wish you all a safe and productive ninja career. With that, he left them with a shunshin. In the classroom, silence reigned as everyone took in everything they had seen and heard that day. It was this silence that welcomed the first of the Jonin as they entered the room. Team 8, follow me please. Team 10, let's go. As people started to leave with their sensei, Kiba made one more attempt at Hinata on her way out with a slap to her ass. However, his hand never made it to its target as a small cloud of bugs blocked its path. Looking up, he found the glasses of the ever-stoic Shino facing him. I would suggest that you leave her be, Kiba-san. She does not wish for you advances, and angering Naruto-san is inadvisable. Kiba could only stare in shock at the boy as he'd always thought Shino was mute. As Shino caught up with his team, Hinata turned his way. Thank you, Shino-san. Do not worry about it. I merely did not wish to see Kiba-san endanger his life while Naruto-san was near. Startled, Hinata took a last glance through the room only to catch a glimpse of a blur out the window. She could only assume it was Naruto, and sent him a silent thanks for looking out for her. A click of the hand hitting the knob of the door was all the warning the Hokage got as Naruto barreled into the office. Hey Aji-san, what's the deal with putting me alone, huh? I mean, you didn't even give me a sensei. Naruto-kun, I'm happy to see you. I knew you would be by soon for this discussion. Well, to answer you, I need to ask you a question myself, and I expect a straight answer. Suddenly, the man behind the desk was not the cheerful Hokage, but the deadly serious leader of a ninja village. Who trained you and how powerful are you? Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled, showing no reaction to Sarutobi's personality change, nor the killing intent that was aimed at him. Hey, I don't know what you mean, but I'll try to answer as best I can. No one trained me, and I'm more powerful than I let show in the academy. I can't tell you exactly how powerful I am, because I honestly don't know, since I don't really have anything to gauge myself against, at least not without revealing my strengths. Okay then, how about this question? Why did you hide your strength in the academy? Now it was Naruto's turn to get serious. Well, I really didn't want to draw attention to myself. You already know about the abuse I have had on me since I was little. What do you think they would have done if they knew the demon child of Konoha had any kind of power at his disposal? Now that I know what is in me, I am proud of my decision even more. People would probably have thought it was the demon getting stronger, and they would have done away with me long ago. Now that I'm a shinobi, though, they can't touch me. The old man could see the wisdom in his words and couldn't help but agree with Naruto. He had thought he knew the boy, but with recent events it seemed more questions were opening with every new answer he got. Well then, where did your knowledge come from? You obviously know a lot more than a normal academy student should. Add to that the fact that you took out a chunin, even if it was with a forbidden technique, and I can't help but think that you are keeping out more than you are telling me. The skills you have shown are not something that one just picks up. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at that, making the Hokage rather confused. Actually, Aji-san, that is exactly what happened. Since I was young, starting in my orphanage years, I have been neglected. Since I was never given enough food to really live off of, and never given new clothes or other necessities, I decided to take it into my own hands and began to rummage through trash to see what I could find. Often I would find discarded weapons and scrolls which I would stash in different places around the village for safekeeping. I knew not to keep them in the orphanage since someone would just confiscated them claiming I stole them. Once I was thrown out though, it became even more of a necessity to fend for myself. I was able to sell some of the items I found and buy food, though I knew the prices were shifted. I didn't care though. At least I was alive. While I was running from a group of villagers one night, I stumbled upon a hidden place. It was well hidden and rather spacious considering its location. After cleaning it out of all the stuff that would be worthless to me, I began collecting my stashes and storing them there. It wasn't long after that, only a year or two, when I learned to read and later given my apartment. Once I was able to do that, I began to study everything I had collected. Learning about chakra control was the hardest, but I got it down and kept practicing until I was good at it. It was while I was reading one of the books I collected, an old history of Konoha book, that I learned about the Yodame and what he did. He became my idol and I decided to become a ninja. Once I decided that, I poured myself into my collection and resumed my rummaging to find anything I could. After a while, I started testing myself. I would watch other ninja train to get an idea of what to do when I got stuck. But other than that, it was mostly reading and practicing on my own. I did pranks around the village to see my limitations. When I found out what they were, I would train more to surpass them. The only problem I had at that time was getting the materials for my pranks, but that was solved with some trips to a few select training grounds and some rather ambitious villagers. I would gather forgotten weapons and scrolls from training grounds or study the way the ninja trained, taking notes to review later. I was able to get most of the tools for my pranks from traps though. It seems certain people decided they should conduct a small crusade against me by rigging my apartment with traps. By that point, though, I had been pranking so much that I was able to figure out how the traps worked and dismantle them. I again took notes and worked the traps into my pranks, though on a less lethal scale. The ninjutsu I carry was from one rather elaborate trap, and is one of my more prized possessions. The rest was rather fun getting. Ever notice how there aren't many weapons and supplies left behind in Training Ground 44 after previous Chunin exams? That's right. Nothing got wasted. A huge smile creased his face as he finished. The Hokage was at first shocked, then angry. Are you insane? Do you know how dangerous that forest is? You could have been killed from any number of things. Oh, calm down, Gigi-san. I'm still here. Besides, I like that forest. Since no one ever goes there, it's kind of peaceful. A great place for jutsu scrolls and other supplies too, I might add. As far as danger goes, it's proven less lethal than the village. At least for me. The Sandame couldn't believe it. Here was a freshly graduated genin telling him that the Forest of Death was peaceful, and that he had people break in and set traps in his apartment to try and at least harm him if not kill him. Yet, he seemed completely unfazed by all of it. Even Itachi, the prodigal Uchiha, didn't like going into that forest alone when he started in ANBU, and yet here is a boy without even a team or sensei telling him that he basically went there to see what he could collect after Chunin hopefuls had been through the area. Speaking of which, Naruto, if you collected items after the Chunin exams, have you seen dead people in there as well? Well, sure I have. It would be kind of hard to get weapons off of live people. Didn't it bother you at all? I mean, I have seen many such exams and some of them can get rather messy. Sure, I was bothered by it at first, but then my survival side kicked in and I figured, hey, they're dead, so it would be a waste to just let stuff rot and rust out there when it was perfectly good to use. Again, he couldn't believe the simplicity of Naruto's thought process, and yet he could see behind it a massive intelligence. He had never heard of any ninja before even attempting to train themselves with no help. Heck, he didn't even know it was possible to figure out how to control chakra without aid. He couldn't help but wonder with a little regret at just how far Naruto would have gotten had he had guidance. He was brought out of his thoughts as he registered someone speaking to him. Sorry, what was that, Naruto? I said, when am I starting missions? Since I don't have a sensei, I can't really wait to be ordered to do something right. Right. Well, since it is team selection day and missions won't be handed out to most teams until after they are tested, which means about 2 days, I will leave that up to you. Tested? Tested for what? We're already genin. That is true, but that was only to see if you were mentally capable of being genin. The real test will be held tomorrow morning and focuses on the true aspects of what it means to be in a ninja cell. You mean like teamwork and safety, right? Sarutobi smiled, overjoyed that Naruto had found out the secret behind the test, without even having a description of the test. Yes, Naruto, and you have just proven that you are indeed capable of becoming a genin. There are those that believe they are better than others, or those that believe that they don't need help to achieve their goals. They will not work well in a cell, and since we operate, with one exception, in cells they would not work well in this environment and will be sent back to the academy repeatedly until they realize that. I see. It only makes sense. I mean, if you don't watch your teammates back, why should they watch yours, right? At that point everyone is just fighting for themselves, and a battle would quickly become a massacre if the opposing side works together. With every word he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew more and more proud of the boy in front of him. If only all of the students came out with his outlook, but that would be a fairy tale wish he knew. Very good, Naruto. You are proving yourself the better of many of your peers already. So, getting back to your question, I believe you can start missions as soon as you're ready. Well then, I'll start now if you'll let me. If that is what you want, you can head down to the mission hall and hand them this scroll. They will know what to give you after they've read through it. Thank you, Aji-san. I'll make you proud. Bowing, Naruto left the old man to his work. You already have, Naruto-kun. You already have. Sighing, he dove back into his paperwork, thoughts straying every now and then to the boy that had come and the man that had left. Already he was well on his way to his dream. If that was still his dream. He could no longer be sure of anything about the boy save one bit: the boy would be great. Down in the mission room, Naruto walked in to see a bored Chunin sitting behind a table laden with scrolls and documents. All official missions for Konoha and separated by rank. Walking up to the table, he handed the scroll to the Chunin who, without looking up, grabbed the scroll and read it. Almost mechanically, he grabbed a mission scroll from the D-rank pile and tossed it to the boy in front of him. Naruto grabbed the scroll out of the air and headed out the door. There had been zero conversation between the two, but it didn't matter to Naruto. He had his first official mission now, and it was to find Tora, the Fire Daimyo's wife's cat. It escaped and was last seen in the woods near Training Ground 3. Well, no time to lose. Mission scroll in hand, he headed off to Training Ground 3. When he arrived, he saw it was just an average training ground with 3 posts and a memorial stone. The only unique thing he saw was a masked man standing in front of the memorial stone just staring at it. He cautiously walked up, making sure to make a bit of noise so he didn't spook the man. Scaring a ninja is never a good thing if you value your life. Oi! Did you know some of them? Without turning, the man answered. Hi, my teammates and my sensei. That was years ago though. I really shouldn't still beat myself up over it, but I just can't seem to let go. I see. I am sorry for your losses, but you should really think about what they would have wanted. I'm sure there are more productive ways to spend your time than staring at a stone all day. It's obvious you're a ninja, so I would say training more so that you can protect those still alive. That way you won't have to stare at more names than you already are. The man's eyes grew wide at the simple revelation, and he turned around to see who had given him such advice only to find no one there. Turning back once more, he glanced at the names again. Is that your way of letting me know it's okay? Fine, I will make you all proud. Obito Rin Sensei. A shunshin later, the man was gone, leaving one unnoticed genin shuffling through the brush, tracking a cat. Naruto had easily gained on his target and soon spotted it playing with a flower in a small clearing. Creating some kage bunshin, he set them up in a perimeter before he himself moved in to confront the feline. Hey there, Tora. I read that you're a ferocious beast, but you don't look that mean to me. What say we get you back so that you can see your owner again? You must miss her. Tora, being the ferocious beast, she was dove away into the brush, only to let out a yowl a few seconds later as a bunshin came walking out, cradling the now purring Tora as he pet her. Handing her over to the real Naruto, who continued the petting, he dispersed as Naruto turned and left the clearing on his way back to the mission hall. Tora fell asleep halfway there from the attention she was getting. However, she was rather rudely awakened when they got to the mission hall, as she was immediately grabbed and crushed in a tight hug by the daimyo's wife. Naruto instantly pitted it as he walked towards the Chunin again to hand in the mission scroll. Again, without looking up, the Chunin took the scroll and read over the report, then looked up astonished to see Naruto. You beat the old record. No, shattered, destroyed, obliterated it. How? What are you talking about? Checking to make sure the woman had left, he addressed Naruto again. That cat is the bane of Konoha's genin teams. It runs off so often that it has been somewhat of a competition and standard in skill level. I guess you can't really blame the cat though. I mean, you saw how it's treated. Anyhow, you took less than a half hour to successfully retrieve the thing, beating the old record by over 2 hours. Not to mention doing it solo. Teams have spent days doing this mission before. This one is definitely going in the books. Well, you're dismissed, excellent job. What? That's it? One mission and I'm off duty? Isn't that a little light? Naruto asked, a bit confused. It wasn't anywhere near a time that would give him something to do. Namely his dinner with Hinata, provided the girl remembers. Well, I suppose you could take another mission. We don't normally have people complete them quite so quick, and most genin aren't really that eager to do D ranks. I don't think I qualify as most genin. I believe in making the most of what you're given. Right now I have time on my hands, so I might as well do some more missions. Right? Sure, I guess. Well, I have fence painting, weeding a garden, cleaning out gutters, helping with a house move, picking apples. He was cut off by Naruto. Just give me 10 or so and I'll be on my way. Slightly confused still, the Chunin picked out 10 various missions and handed them to Naruto. I guess I'll see you in a few days. Naruto just gave him a smirk before walking out the door, making the Chunin slightly unsettled. When he made it outside the mission building, Naruto formed his familiar cross, and in a cloud of smoke there was now a small battalion of Narutos looking back at him. All right guys, form up in 10 lines. As he waited for the clones to follow his orders, he looked through the scrolls he was given. They were all menial tasks, but he knew he couldn't expect much as a fresh genin. Stealing his resolve, he handed a scroll to the first clone in each line. Okay guys, you have your missions. Now go get 'em done. A resounding yosh was his answer before a blur of blonde, black and green was shooting to their specified destinations around the village. As the clones made their way to their destinations, Naruto took a seat on a nearby bench and pulled out a scroll he had stored earlier. There was no point in wasting time by just sitting there. Over the course of the next few hours, clones reported in and dispersed, allowing him to write mission reports from the memories they gave him. In between reports, he had plenty of time to go through his current scroll on basic kenjutsu forms. He already knew basic kenjutsu, but why not go more in depth? With Kage Bunshin at his disposal, there was no reason to just sit and study as they got the missions done. This way he could earn money to live with and further his skills at the same time. As the last of his clones came in, it was already mid-afternoon and he had picked up a quick lunch between clone reports, so he decided to pack up his belongings and hand in his reports. Entering the mission hall once again, he found the same Chunin sitting there looking just as bored as before, if not more so. Giving a slight cough to alert the man of his presence, he laid the mission scrolls on the table as the other man lifted his head. All finished. You can verify if you like, but if you don't mind, I have things to do this afternoon, so I'll take my leave. Bowing to the man, Naruto walked out of the room to his next destination. Back in the exam room, the Chunin could only stare at the boy's back as he left. Finally realizing what was said, his eyes widened as he picked up the first scroll. Opening it, he checked over the report, scanning the usual lackluster information that could only come from a D-rank report. When he got to the end, he found the required signature proving the mission was completed successfully. Not only that, but he found a note stating how well the genin performed the task. Quickly sifting through the rest of the missions, he saw that each one was similar, with many having notes in admiration of the boy's eagerness to do the best job he could. Honestly, he didn't think someone could give a rave review about painting a fence or walking some dogs. But there it was. What he couldn't figure out was how a lone genin could accomplish so much in a week, let alone half a day. Naruto had completed all the missions given in half the time a lone jonin could. Hell, he had seen genin teams with over-eager jonin sensei take longer. There was something slightly off here and he couldn't put his finger on it. He would take it up with the Hokage as soon as his replacement came. Speaking of which, The door opened and in walked another Chunin looking a little sheepish. Sorry. I had a little trouble at home, so it took me a little longer than I thought to get here. Don't worry about it. Because you were late, I got to see something extraordinary, so we'll call it even. If you'll excuse me, I need to go see the Hokage about a certain matter from today's missions. With that, he walked out and headed to the Hokage tower. Signing in at the secretary and being given the okay to enter, he found himself in front of the leader of the village. Hokage-sama, I have some information that I believe you would be interested in. It concerns a certain whiskered individual. Waiting for the sign to continue, he took in the man sitting behind the desk. The god of shinobi in his prime, he felt a little ashamed that such a legendary figure was out of his prime and stuck doing paperwork. His thoughts were cut short when Sarutobi turned his head to face the new arrival. Showing his attention was now on the Chunin. Sir, one Uzumaki Naruto came in for missions today. I was unaware that we had a one-man cell, so I was a bit skeptical but gave him a D-rank mission anyhow. He completed catching Tora in about 24 minutes. The old record was 2 hours 47 minutes. He completely obliterated it. Sarutobi was shocked. Normally catching a stray pet wouldn't warrant such a reaction, but this was Tora, the cat that many claimed was possessed by a demon. Furthermore, he asked for more missions. There was nothing to say he couldn't do more than the required amount, but when he asked for multiple at once, I reluctantly gave them to him and sent him on his way. I don't have times on each being as he did them back to back, I'm guessing. Regardless, he once again threw reason out the window as he completed them all just a short while before I came here. Normally, I would be happy that a team would be willing to do multiple missions, but to do 11 in half a day, not to mention solo. Sir, I don't know how to continue with this. We've never had an issue like this come up. Issue? I don't see any issue here. If anything, it's a blessing. D-rank and low C-rank missions have been piling up as of late. It would seem some people are getting a bit too comfortable, but there isn't much we can do about that. To have anyone willing to do multiple missions in that range of difficulty is not something we should turn from. Please relay this to the other mission distributors. Uzumaki is to be given as many D-rank and any low C-ranks that allow him to stay inside the village. If any issues do arise, then you may contact me to sort them out. Otherwise, just keep going as normal. With any luck, he'll do enough to lessen the repeat requests that end up on my desk every day. Dismissed. The Chunin was hesitant, but bowed and left the office, stopping by the mission hall to relay the Sandame's orders to the new man behind the desk, who in turn was equally as dumbstruck. This news would spread to all who worked in the mission hall through word of mouth and later through a posted memo in the hall itself. Though the note didn't show a name, they all would know who it was, as Naruto would be the only one to ask for multiple missions at a time. Heading to his apartment, Naruto went over his day's events in his head. He asked Hinata out to dinner. He had been assigned as a one-man team and would get to do missions alone unless another team needed some help. He had a couple of morons try to persuade him to their views, one even going so far as to think they had killed him. He talked to Hokage and had to describe his actions. Then he took on 11 D-rank missions when all of the other genin wouldn't be doing their first mission for another day at least. Now, after visiting his apartment to shower, change and make a quick stop on the way, he was headed to Ichiraku's to meet Hinata. So far, it was a very productive day and very fulfilling. Turning the last corner, he saw a scene that put him instantly on edge. There in front of Ichiraku's was Hinata with her back to one of the lamp posts and her hands on the chest of someone else who was obviously making unwanted advances. Picking up his pace, he was able to get close enough to stop the male when he made a last push on the frightened Hinata, as her strength was obviously failing. Instead of the boy's mouth clamping on hers, he found it connecting with a fist. Usually kissing a fist wouldn't be that bad of an ordeal, but when said fist was traveling at a heightened speed towards your face, it made for a rather painful experience. One that sent the boy flying back a few yards as he held his now bleeding jaw. I would suggest you not try that again, dog breath. I warned you this morning not to force yourself on anyone, yet you still see fit to try. Even going so far as to try kissing my date while she was waiting for me. Now scamper home before I neuter you. This of course would have worked if someone was known to be strong, but Naruto was known for being on the level of a village idiot, recent actions aside. Kiba knew for a fact that he had beaten Naruto in numerous academy spars, so he chalked today up as luck and surprise. Well, now he no longer had the element of surprise. Hey, you may have gotten a lucky shot off there, But if I beat you down now, then Hinata will have to recognize me as the alpha while you scamper home. So why don't you just submit now and let me have Hinata like you should? I can't let you have Hinata-chan. So you're stupid enough to fight me head on out in the open? You're even dumber than I gave you credit for. By now, a small crowd was forming due to Kiba's shouting. They were egging the boy as they told him to teach the demon his place. No, you imbecile. I can't let you have her because she is not mine to give. She is no one's to give. Like I already told you this morning, people are not possessions. That fact obviously didn't get through to you the first time, so I can only hope your limited brain capacity can wrap around it now. Hinata is free to choose who she wants to be with. Whether that is me, you, or anyone else is completely up to her. The whole alpha male thing may be how your clan runs things internally, but this is the real world, Scruffy. Out here there are other rules to follow, and if you don't follow them there will be consequences. One such rule is not making unwanted advances on the opposite sex. No means no, and from what I saw earlier you went far past the point of no. Naruto could see the hate in the other boy's eyes even while his own was showing in the tight clenching of his fists. Out of instinct he slowly moved between Kiba and Hinata, shifting his feet to get a better kickoff should the boy decide to try something. He wouldn't have to wait long. Crouching to the ground, Kiba let out a low growl. Akamaru was at home sleeping off his recent cold, but that didn't matter, he wouldn't need help to finish this quick, and it seemed the onlookers agreed. Every few seconds he could hear them saying, "Looks like we get to see the demon bleed again." Or, "Hey, maybe he'll actually cry this time." Kiba's ego was being boosted to new heights as his sensitive ears picked up each remark, though they confused him at the same time. Then, without any warning, he was off, closing the distance between himself and his target in only a couple seconds. One of his benefits of belonging to a clan like his was that running was no stranger to him. He had to run around his clan's compound multiple times before he even left for the academy in the morning. Not that he minded though, it was just Akamaru's morning walk. He was now far too fast for any normal academy graduate to follow, let alone react to. Naruto, however, was no simple fresh-off-the-press academy graduate. Before Kiba was even a foot from his starting point, the blonde had already drawn his ninjutsu for the third time that day. Kiba, having far too much momentum, could only widen his eyes as he saw the blade draw out of its sheath. The crowd's eyes widened as they saw the flash of metal as the blade was drawn. There was no time for them to act as Naruto shifted into a crouch and the hand holding the sword flashed out then back quicker than anyone could register. Time seemed to slow as Naruto stood up and walked back towards Hinata. He could see the shock in the girl's eyes and knew what she was thinking. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I only hit him with the pommel. He just had the wind knocked out of him. He should be able to move again soon enough. Now, let's get going or we're going to be late." Hinata took a glance back at Kiba. She could see the slight shuddering in his shoulders, showing that he was indeed still alive and, by the looks of it, trying to catch his breath as his mouth was open and saliva was starting to drip out. She was brought out of her observations, though, when her current companion motioned her to follow him. Still a little shocked at the blonde's actions through the day, she found herself in a bit of a daze as she fell into step with him, never realizing they were headed away from their meeting point. As they turned a corner, Kiba was finally able to catch his breath. Glancing around, he found no trace of the dobe or his desired mate anywhere, but what he did see all too well were the shocked and slightly depressed looks of the villagers that had gathered. Why were they depressed? He was the one that got humiliated. It was then that it hit him. He was just soundly beaten by the dead last in the middle of the street. Grinding his teeth, he stomped off towards his clan's compound. He would demand his mom up his training. No dead last was going to beat him. Chapter 3. An unpleasant day. As Naruto walked down the hall to his little retreat, he once again found himself recalling the afternoon's events. Aside from the event with Kiba outside of Ichiraku's, the day went great. Hinata was slightly surprised that Naruto had taken her to an actual restaurant, and though they were a little underdressed for the place, it didn't really matter. After all, this was a ninja village, so while it was rare to see people dress as ninja in such a restaurant, it wasn't unheard of. Thankfully, it had been a newer place that had little to no knowledge of his reputation. They got a seat in a booth that was out of sight of most of the floor, and Naruto took the seat that was the least visible. It wasn't that he was embarrassed to be seen on a date, quite the opposite, but he didn't want to subject Hinata to the discrimination that he was so used to getting. The meal was perfect and they ate in silence. Hinata showed her well-practiced manners while she ate with grace and perfection. Naruto showed that he was capable of at least above-average table etiquette, slightly surprising Hinata as thoughts of him eating with her and her family became more of a possibility. Well, at least a little more than just a dream anyhow. After dinner, which he paid for after letting her know that he had already taken on some missions so he had a little money to spend, they went through a walk through the darkening streets of Konoha. He was sure to keep an eye out for unfavorable reactions as they went so he could avoid confrontations if possible. His actions proved unnecessary though as he only saw some glares but no hostile actions. At least for now. Most likely they would wait until he didn't have a member of such a prestigious clan with him. That was fine though. He was an official ninja now, and there were more laws that came into the light once he officially graduated. Specifically ones that kept villagers from attacking shinobi. Which meant he could retaliate and, while it wouldn't allow him to kill them, he was allowed to detain them and turn them in. Sure, it wouldn't mean much right away, but eventually they would come to realize that there were now consequences. He wasn't stupid enough to expect more than a night in custody at most, but anything was better than the nod of approval they got from the civilian council as they did in the past. Opening the door to his own personal vault, he saw his clones still hard at work. He was pleased to notice that the ones he gave reading material to now were looking through more scrolls than what he had given them. One close by was just finishing a scroll on one-handed seals. Before it got up to grab another scroll, Naruto had it dispel. The effect was not immediate as he had believed it would be, but the knowledge did come. Not only that, but it seemed it spread to the other clones as well when he noticed some of the clones practicing jutsu were incorporating the one-handed seals in their training as the knowledge came. Smiling at the progress, he began dispelling clones as they finished up their current projects, getting a slight headache when he dispelled multiple clones at once. After soaking up their knowledge, he practiced a few of the jutsu himself using both one- and two-handed seals. He soon found that two-handed seals gave a little more power to any jutsu that he chose, but could easily see where one-handed seals could be useful should one of his hands be injured or occupied, say by his sword. Oddly enough, the scroll that had listed the one-handed seals was the only one he'd found and it had still been in the packaging. He wasn't sure why someone would toss out something so useful, but he wasn't about to complain. He did a few more tests to see just how many of his theories on clone usage worked. Knowledge was an obvious gain as he was steadily gaining the experiences of his clones. He learned that earlier as they were dispelling after completing their missions. A few kunai tosses didn't really produce much, but that wasn't all his clones had practiced throwing. So setting the kunai aside, he pulled out one of his less proficient weapons, a hand axe. It wasn't really a ninja weapon, especially this one which had a previous life as a wood-chopping hatchet. He made a new handle for it though, and it was at least passable for its former job. Now though he was using it for throwing practice. Drawing his arm back, he threw the axe at one of his targets, hitting it a bit low and to the right. Not enough to be considered accurate, but after a few more throws he found he was consistent. Definitely more so than he had been on previous attempts, as the gouges in the floor and wall could attest to. Next he did a quick lap around the ceiling to check his control. Again, like the kunai practice, there wasn't much to see, but he would keep it up regardless as it couldn't hurt and may show its results over time. After all, it isn't like his chakra control was horrid, and there is only so far you can improve before it is no longer in leaps and bounds. His last remaining test was reaction. He already had a fast reaction time as it was. This was born from many years of trying to avoid being beaten and stabbed. It was a required trait to have as many times it was drunks that assaulted him. With their inebriated senses, their aim was often very poor. As such, he would have to maneuver himself to make their weapons hit non-vital areas. However, it never hurt to make even one's best skills even better, so he made a clone and had it start throwing some rubber balls at him, which he tried his best to avoid. He had never really had anyone to practice this with, and had he suddenly started dodging things the villagers threw at him before he had extra backing, it would have made things worse for him over time. Now though, he would use this dodging practice as a starting point and judge over the next few weeks on whether or not his reflexes are getting better. After a half hour of dodging the balls thrown at random speeds in inconsistent patterns, he had a general idea of his abilities there. While far from superhuman, they were at least good enough that he could make several clones and have them practice with more dangerous objects. Dismissing the clone, he set out some new materials for when he set up his clones tomorrow before heading to his apartment for a full night of rest. Yes, only rest. Another trait that he'd acquired over the years. After numerous break-ins at his apartment, he was able to go into a sleep-like state while keeping his senses alert. This allowed him to hear when something was happening near him and take appropriate action. If a gas bomb was thrown through his window, he could hold his breath and turn on the fan in his room to disperse the gas before it could do any harm. If someone broke in his door, he could hide or leave before they got to his bedroom. Sure, they would tear apart his place and set up traps, but that just gave him more supplies to work with normally. In most cases, he would just sell the trap parts and use the money he got for them to replace anything that had been destroyed beyond repair. Since he didn't keep much in his apartment, he never really had to replace much, though it would still cost him quite a lot. Taking up a meditative position in the center of his bed, he slowly drifted off into semi-consciousness as he waited for a new day to come. Across the village, in a compound far too large for one person, sat a lone boy in a dead house on a vacant street. Uchiha Sasuke was fuming at what the dead last did to him this morning in the classroom. Not only had he taken his rightful attention away and ignored him, the boy also had the nerve to think he could outwit and defeat an Uchiha. Torture would be too kind for someone with such gall. No, he would be sure that something much worse was brought upon the insignificant worm that humiliated him today. No one humiliates an Uchiha and gets away with it, no one. Finishing his meal, he went out to his training area and threw himself at the posts once again. It was the only thing he had to do anyway around here, but this night he seemed to have a renewed vigor. He wasn't going to chance having a weak moment ever again. No, the dobe would not catch him off guard when next they met, he would make sure of that. The only desire he had was to awaken his Sharingan. Having that would ensure his victory over the blonde. Now all he had to do was pass some stupid test tomorrow. He hoped it would be a skills test so he wouldn't need to worry about his teammates. Hell, why did he even have a team anyway? The dobe didn't have one yet. He, an Uchiha, was given a team and a sensei. At least he could agree with his sensei though. The famed Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja, a man said to know over 1,000 jutsu. Yes, this man could help him go far. Dreaming of throwing high-rank jutsu at his helpless brother was more than satisfying. Sure, it was all in his head, but it made him feel a little better at the time watching his imaginary battle with his brother while his brother begged for mercy and he gave the man none. It was these dreams that allowed him to fall asleep with an evil smile on his face. In another section of Konoha, another boy was seething. Inuzuka Kiba sat at his family's diner table with bloodlust in his eyes. Not only did the dead last have the nerve to hurt him in front of the whole class, but he also took a girl that should only belong to the alpha male, something he had proven over the years at the academy that Naruto was definitely not. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the blonde attacked him right when he was about to make his claim on Hinata. Right in front of a crowd of villagers, he had been humiliated yet again, yet couldn't do a thing to retaliate as the air left his lungs. His mood was clearly evident in his face, and anyone could have read him like a book as he stabbed his food with malice. What's wrong, mutt? Someone step on your tail? Or catch you chasing it maybe? Hana couldn't help but poke fun at her little brother. It was one of her favorite pastimes when she had nothing else to do. Maybe we should get you a new chew toy to take your frustrations out on. Sum, for her part, was trying not to laugh as Hana poked the wasp's nest that was her brother. She knew he had a hot head and like Hana couldn't resist the urge to rouse him every now and then. This time, though, it seemed to have been something extraordinarily bad as he actually growled and glared at his sister. Something an underdog shouldn't ever be doing to his superiors. Careful, mutt. Those eyes are going to get you hurt one day. Hana narrowed her own eyes at him, daring him to backtalk her so she could remind him that he wasn't anywhere near being top dog. Not wanting her dining room to be torn to shreds. Again, Sum stepped in. Both of you settle down. Now, Kiba, what got you so pissed? Your answer better be good because I won't tolerate insolence nor ignorance in this house. He couldn't hold it in anymore and turned his glare to his mother and shouted a bit louder than he should have. It was that damn Uzumaki bastard. He took my mate from me and humiliated me in front of the class, then did it again in a public street. I swear I will make him pay for his actions. I won't allow someone to steal a mate from me and get away with it. Taking in Inuzuka's mate was something serious, but his words didn't sit right with either of them. They both knew Kiba was rash, easily provoked, and usually was the first to throw a punch. Sum was the first to reply. Tell me, Kiba, who was your mate? It was a simple question to answer, but she suddenly saw her son stiffen and knew that he'd acted before he thought today. Hyuga Hinata. Was one of my classmates. I want her and I will have her. He started off a bit reserved but finished with renewed fury when he recalled how close he had been to accomplishing his goal this afternoon. It had been so easy to corner her in front of that ramen stand. It was like she was inviting him to take her. Hyuga Hinata? As in the heiress of the Hyuga clan? Are you insane or just stupid? How could you even consider that she could be your mate? The heir of a clan is going to be wed to someone of their choosing, not some fresh out of the academy mutt. I have seen this Hinata around town and I can tell that she is not one to make the first move. I could smell the fear and anxiety rolling off her whenever she saw someone looking at her. Tell me, little brother, just how many of your advances has she accepted? Willingly. Busted. I was still getting her to warm up to me, but she was so close today I could feel it. I tried to kiss her, but that damn Uzumaki got in the way and even had the nerve to call her his date. Did she allow you to try to kiss her, or did she try to push you away? Sum narrowed her eyes again at her son. She was allowing me to. After a few minutes. You stupid mutt. She isn't that strong and you know it. She was probably letting you close because she was losing her strength. I swear to Kami, if you ever try that with any woman while I am near, I will neuter you myself. Hannah was furious. Her brother, her own flesh and blood, tried to force himself on someone. She felt ashamed to know him. Sum, though, was far too angry with her son. She spoke in a voice that was dangerously even and thick with malice as she closed her eyes, refusing to even look at her son. Kiba, you have shamed our clan by your actions this day. First, you tell us that someone stole your mate when she had no desire to be with you in the first place. Then you tell us that you tried to force yourself on her. Not only that, but you apparently got into a fight with the Uzumaki boy not once but twice, and lost both times. You've taken our name and rubbed it into the dirt. Go to your den, and I don't want to see your face until I decide a fitting punishment. Kiba shivered as he heard the dangerous undertone of his mother's voice. He couldn't see what he did wrong. Sure, he could see how he may have gone a little overboard when he pushed Hinata, but why be angry at the fights? He was a ninja after all, and ninjas are supposed to fight, especially when the one they were fighting deserved to be slammed into the ground. He knew all of this instinctively, but he wasn't about to go against his mother when she was like this. Slowly, making sure not to make any aggressive movements, he stood and walked out of the room. This made the third time that day that he'd been humiliated because of Naruto. First in the class, then in the street, now in his own home. He would have to pay. It was just a matter of how. Sitting in her room, Hyuga Hinata was still in a daze. Her day had been amazing. Sure, she didn't get put on a team with her Naruto-kun, but what did that matter anymore? He asked her out this morning and defended her twice before they even started their date. Sure, she had to deal with Kiba's advances while she was waiting, but seeing how furious Naruto was when he found out what Kiba was attempting was worth it. After that, he had taken her to a real restaurant. She thought they were just going to eat at Ichiraku's since Naruto seemed addicted to the place. She didn't mind that he'd chosen a booth near the back. She would have been far too nervous had the whole restaurant been able to see them. It made for a more romantic setting anyway, and she was more than content with that. The meal itself was fine. Nothing too impressive, but it also wasn't the highest quality restaurant. Not that she expected a 5-star meal on their first real date. There was of course a limit to just how far her dreams could come true. That was fine by her though. Having Naruto acknowledge her was more than enough. She was just happy that she managed to not make a complete fool of herself tonight, or worse, faint. Thinking back to the boy, she couldn't help but smile. It was well past time that he show his true abilities. Yes, she had an idea of how good he was. You don't stalk someone without finding out about one or two of their secrets. Even for as much as he had unintentionally shown her, she was still surprised at a few of his tricks. For one, she hadn't known he could use a sword, nor did she know he could camouflage so well. She knew he was fast, but the speed he showed in class was something she hadn't witnessed. Then there was the clone. She knew it wasn't a normal clone, and her suspicions were proven correct nearly instantaneously when she activated her Byakugan. The clone had a chakra system running through it, something a regular Bunshin did not have. Then there was how long it had taken the clone to disperse, not to mention that it actually took the kunai. An attack on a normal Bunshin would have the kunai pass right through. As the day went on, she had been more and more confused and elated with Naruto's actions. He had finally dropped the mask of idiocy and now everyone was in for the shock of their lives. Just the fact that the Hokage felt he was capable enough to be a solo team with no sensei spoke volumes of his abilities. It was just a shame that no one else seemed to realize that fact. It didn't matter anymore though. She had finally gotten what she wanted and she was going to make sure she kept it. Slipping into her bed, she turned in a bit earlier than normal. Tomorrow was another genin test and she would need to be ready for it. They hadn't been told they had to take another test after graduation, but she was determined not to fail. After all, how could she look weak now that her life seemed to finally be changing? It was time for her to show that she was indeed a Hyuga. The next morning, newly accepted ninja were waking up earlier than normal all around the village. Today was their genin acceptance tests. All of them had been given the same instructions of not eating breakfast and a rather early meeting at their respective training ground. All save one. Naruto had been given the lowdown on the tests as Hinata and he talked over diner the night before. Going over it in his head, plus his conversation with the Hokage the day before, it was easy for him to come to the solution for the test even though he didn't know the specifics. More than likely it would be a test on teamwork, but since it's a ninja test it wouldn't be as cut and dry as that. No, it would have something to at contention, something to force them to not want to work together. Then there was the rule to not eat before the test. That in and of itself was suspicious. When he told Hinata this she reluctantly agreed. Then when he told her that if she planned on not eating breakfast anyway then she should make up for it by eating more tonight. She had blushed rather cutely as he shoveled some of his own food onto her plate, then sat there as she ate all she could. He was sure she wouldn't die from hunger or be distracted too much when it came time for her test. He would feel bad after all if she didn't pass. He already felt bad enough that he didn't have to take a test like that and instead dove right into missions, just like he was going to do today. It was still dark out when he woke up, allowing him to sneak to his hideaway unnoticed. After setting up his army of clones and instructing them on what to do for the day, he made his way to Ichiraku's for a quick breakfast. He didn't have to worry about the time. This being a ninja village, it was well known among the places that sold breakfast that there were customers to be had early in the day and late at night. Most restaurant owners had it easy as they simply hired people who worked in shifts. Others like the Ikarakus had it a little tougher as they only had 2 employees. They managed though by having Tucci get up early and work the breakfast crowd while Iam stayed up late and handled the late night crowd. After a quick bowl of miso ramen, Naruto was off to the mission hall. The sun was just cresting the horizon as he sat on a bench outside the doors waiting for the on-duty shinobi to come and open up. His goal today was not only to do more missions than his first day, but to do the most laborious of them himself. He had just taken his seals up a notch and would need to get used to them. This was best done through hard work, though just walking around when he would adjust them was work in itself. It only took a few minutes for the on-duty shinobi to show, surprising both of them. Naruto was surprised that it was none other than his academy sensei, Irika. Irika, on the other hand, being still half asleep, was just surprised to see anyone at the mission hall this early. Most people waited until the afternoon to pick up missions unless told otherwise, but for anyone to show up before the doors were actually open was a bit overzealous even for the most ambitious of ninja. "Hey Irika-sensei." "Na Naruto? What are you doing here so early?" "Huh? Doesn't the mission hall open this early?" "Well, yeah. But why not wait until later like everyone else?" "If I wait till everyone else gets their missions there might not be any left for me. Besides, people who procrastinate tend to make it a habit and bad habits like that are not a good thing to have for a shinobi." Irika was torn. Here his own student was worried about a lack of D-rank missions, which there was a never-ending pile of. There was a whole closet in the mission room just for them and another for C-ranks. Then looking down on bad habits, well, he couldn't berate the boy on his orange jumpsuit anymore, but he could think of a few ninja that should take up his perspective, particularly a certain masked jonin. Blinking at the boy, he just nodded his head and unlocked the door, letting them both in. "So what kind of mission do you want to do today? Since you are the first here, you pretty much get the pick of the bunch. You could just take a really quick one and then have the rest of the day to yourself. I'm sure there are plenty of them." Naruto looked at his former sensei in confusion. "Na-sensei, I'm doing missions today. I need tough ones too. Definitely something physically demanding. Anything else is fine too, but I need at least one that will give me a good physical workout." "At least one?" Yeah, as in I am going to be doing more than one mission today. Here was the usually lazy boy, and former dead last of the academy being an overachiever. Sure, the Sandame had told Irika that the Naruto he knew was nothing more than an act, but to see it personally was still a bit of a shock. His eagerness to work almost overshadowed his performance in the classroom yesterday. Well, if that's what you want. How many are you planning on doing today exactly? He wasn't too sure about giving one person multiple missions, but it wasn't unheard of, so he'd just go with it. D-ranks were easy enough to do 2 or 3 if given a full day. Well, I guess I'll take a dozen or so for this morning. I'll come back to turn them in and get more after lunch then, unless I finish them sooner. It only took me a few hours to do 11 yesterday, so a dozen in 5 hours should be more than enough time. Irika had just opened the door to the mission hall as Naruto said this. As his hand went limp, the door swung open to bang against the wall. Nah. Irika-sensei? You all right? In a daze, the Chunin made his way through the hall, collecting scrolls and setting them up before sitting down behind the table and staring at the boy. Irika-sensei? Huh. Oh, well, go through the D-ranks until you find what you want and just let me see them before you go. His brain was trying to work in overdrive while at the same time resisting the urge to stall completely. A few missions a day was normally the max for any ninja's patience, especially for D-ranks. Now here was Naruto. Out of all the people Irika knew, this boy had the least patience of them all. The hyperactive blonde could hardly sit still enough in class to listen to a full sentence. Yet here he was saying he was dwarfing the usually number of missions a ninja did during the day. Say, Naruto, I'm not going to tell you that you can't do so many missions, but I would like to know why you want to. Naruto glanced up from the pile of scrolls before turning his attention back. Irika-sensei, I currently am given an allowance by Hokage to live on, as well as a donated apartment. I'm sure you know about my past, and you obviously know what's inside me, so just imagine what happens when angry drunk villagers are given the whereabouts of the main target of their hate. If nothing else, I want to make enough to live in a place of my choosing. Because the apartment is donated, I am not allowed to do any custom modifications to it, but if I get my own place, I can protect it properly. It's not that I care about my possessions being torn up or crushed, but even though they are the cheaper of my possessions, it still gets rather old having to replace them so often. It's hard enough for me to save money without having to buy new furniture all of the time, no matter how cheap. Naruto took a moment to look over a mission before adding it to the growing stack. I want to save as quickly as possible to get out of that dump and into a place where I don't have to worry about break-ins every night. The more missions I do, and the faster I do them, the sooner I will get some peace for myself. Irika lowered his head a bit at the revelation. It wasn't that long ago that he had been one of the people to abuse Naruto. Though he never physically touched the boy, he couldn't say he was the nicest person to him either. He had been part of crowds that had chased him from stores and had helped in 1 or 2 break-ins. He wasn't sure if Naruto knew about those, but it didn't matter because he himself knew he had done it. After Naruto started the academy, though, Irika got a good look at the boy's never-give-up attitude and couldn't help but admire him. Container or not, he resolved to be a bit nicer to the boy. After that, it had all been quite the ride as the years passed, and he soon found himself to actually be warming up the Naruto and vice versa. Though he would still be targeted for some pranks, they were never nearly as bad as other teachers got. Sighing to himself, he was jerked out of his thoughts as Naruto laid out a bunch of scrolls on the desk in front of him. Looking from the scrolls to Naruto, he resigned himself to his duties. Going over each scroll, he was surprised at the variety. There were, as he said, there would be a couple physically demanding missions. Removing rocks from a field and cutting firewood among them. Then there were just day-to-day tasks. Weeding gardens, walking dogs, catching Tora. The only thing they really had in common was that they were all mid to high-paying D-ranks. Some of them could hold off a day or two, so if he couldn't do them all, it wasn't going to be too bad as long as he got the important ones out of the way. After he finished writing them down in the log along with who they were being done by, he looked back up at Naruto. Well, I have everything I need. Good luck, and don't worry too much if you don't finish them right away. The important ones are catching Tora and walking the dogs. The rest can wait a day if needs be. To his surprise, Naruto just scoffed at him as he picked up the pile of scrolls and headed out the door. Outside, Naruto, like yesterday, created a small army of clones. As he handed out assignments, they left to get their respective jobs done. When all but one assignment was left, he called over the remaining clones. This would be his second mission that he himself would be on, and oh what an exciting mission he saved for himself. Clearing a field of rocks. Oh joy! Well, let's get it done. He headed off to the farm, which was just outside the north wall of the village. Arriving in only a few minutes, he saw the farmer already waiting with a variety of tools. Hello, sir. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am here for the mission of clearing out the rocks. Naruto took a glance at the field and immediately realized just how physical of a task he'd chosen for himself. He no longer wondered why this was one of the higher-paying D ranks. Most likely the only thing that kept it from being a low C rank was its close proximity to the village. The farmer was a bit surprised to see a group of identical people walk up to him, but shrugged it off. Ninja had many tricks, so he just chalked it up as one he hadn't seen yet. Hey Sunnies, I just moved in here recently, and while I can farm well enough, clearing out a neglected field is a bit beyond my abilities. Got you picks, shovels, and a couple wheelbarrows for the job. You can just pile them at the edges of the field. If you're feeling really ambitious, you can start the makings of a wall too. Couldn't hurt none for me, that's for sure. Sounds like just what I was after. Don't worry, old man. By lunch, you won't recognize the place. Crossing his fingers, he created more clones, much to the old farmer's surprise, and took to the fields with tools in hand. He wasn't so cocky to think that he'd be able to finish in his time frame without the extra hands. He put all his effort into the job, though, and was soon clearing out barrows full of rocks in no time, while the bunshin carted them away to form a low wall around the slightly overgrown edge of the field. When he noticed the field was being slowly reclaimed by the wilderness, he assigned a few more clones to re-establish the borders before the wall would have a chance to make it more difficult. For his part, the old farmer stayed more or less out of the way, only making himself known when he wanted a space in the wall or to complement the speed that the young ninjas worked at. Seeing him compliment various clones was good for a laugh, since the farmer had no way of knowing which one was the original, and judging by how he talked to each, he probably didn't know that any of them weren't real. Work was progressing quickly as the small army moved from one end of the field to the other. It wasn't until they were nearing the far end of the field that the day started to get interesting. Clang. Both the farmer and Naruto looked at the clone with the pickaxe, who in turn was staring at the ground a bit startled. Boss, I think I found something. Both of them walked over to the clone, who was now joined by a few others with shovels clearing away the dirt. As more and more earth was moved out of the way, a trapdoor was brought into view. The farmer was a bit confused as to why someone would put a door in the middle of a field and just assumed that it was a tornado shelter or an old well. Naruto, on the other hand, knew exactly what it was by the symbols on the door, as well as what they might find in it. The door was of the same design as the one in his own secret shelter, and if that was indeed the case, then what was inside would not be pleasant. Sir, I suggest for your sake you let me go in first. You may not even want to go in at all. The farmer stood by confused as the boy told one of the others to go alert the Hokage of what they found. Had it been a few years ago, he wouldn't have taken that measure, but he was a ninja now, and it was his duty to bring any information of any possible threats to the attention of the proper authorities. Meanwhile, he began the process of breaking the lock on the door. He was lucky in the one he found initially that it had seemed to be abandoned in haste, with the door left unlocked. He had kept the lock out of fascination and tinkered with it when he found a book on lockpicking. If this lock was anything like the others, then he would be able to pick it as well, but it would take a few minutes. After hearing the telltale click of the pins settling in place, he had the farmer step back, as he also kept a distance. Anyone who was willing to hide such a place definitely had secrets to keep. If this was anything like his place had been, they would be rather dark secrets at that. Signaling the clone near the door, who in turn flung the door open and was promptly dispelled as a jet of flame enveloped it. The farmer fell on his ass, completely caught off guard by the trap, while Naruto stood by, gazing at the now open door. Signaling a few more clones to enter the hole, he waited. The only sign that anything was going on inside were the small jerking motions that played on his eyebrows every so often. Whoever hid this here didn't want it to be found. After another half hour of waiting, Naruto was given the okay as the last clone dispelled itself after opening the last door inside. Just as he was walking towards the hole, he felt a presence as the Hokage himself fell into step beside him, holding an arm out, causing Naruto to stop. As 4ANBU settled in around them, Sarutobi gave his warning. Naruto, don't get too close, you can never tell what may be in one of these holes. I know who put this here, and he was nothing if not cautious. Don't worry, Gigi. I already explored it with my clones. They disarmed or triggered the traps already. There wasn't any poison gas, so while you may have to be careful to not step on some senbon stuck in the path, it is pretty much clear. Sarutobi nodded at the boy while lowering his arm to allow him to continue on. Before he did though, Naruto turned back towards the farmer. Old man, you should stay here. I'll leave a few more clones to finish the field, but under here is ninja business. I wouldn't want you to get hurt by accident. Don't worry about me, boy. You had me convinced after opening the door. You just make sure that I'm not going to suddenly be ready for a cannibal's feast when I go to plow my fields. Giving a nod at the farmer and making a few more clones to replace those that were lost, he took point as the Hokage followed him into the darkness while the ANBU, at a signal from their leader, took up positions around the entrance to keep guard. Much like his place in town, it started as a long tunnel. Unlike his though, this one had offshoots and more than a single door. It would seem that whoever made his had a lot more time to form one outside the village without anyone knowing than hiding one under the village itself. Going door to door gave them both a better understanding at what this place was for, and it wasn't the most pleasant of discoveries. As they delved deeper, the contents got more and more disturbing. Glass jars with body parts floating in liquid were lined up on shelves. Metal caskets held preserved bodies. Areas that looked like operating rooms were covered in blood, as were rooms with chains and racks, some with decaying bodies still on them. To the Hokage, this was one of the more disturbing of his old students' laboratories. They had discovered many over the years since he left Konoha, but none nearly as large as this one. And the experiments they saw, things like this should only be seen in wartime if they should be seen at all. It was then that he remembered the boy that was leading him around. Naruto, if you don't feel comfortable with this, I understand, and you may go back outside. This isn't something you would normally have to deal with at your age. Jiji-san, you already know about my trips into Training Ground 44. What I haven't told you is that I stumbled upon a lair like this in the village when I was younger as well. It isn't as large as this one, but it still held some of the items we have seen here. Bodies, jars, blood. I won't lie, it is disturbing, but it's nothing I haven't seen before. At the time, I didn't know that I should have reported what I found, so I just cleaned it out and set up my own storage in there. It is well hidden, and at the moment only I can enter it. I took everything I found that I didn't see a use for and took it far into the woods outside the village and buried it. I know what you're going to ask. No, I didn't keep any of the experimental items. Just weapons and scrolls. I locked away any scrolls dealing with the experiments that I found, and you can have it when we get back from here. You can also enter my place, but I ask that you not take it away from me. It is the only place that me and my possessions are truly safe around the village. Sarutobi was only slightly shocked. He knew Naruto had a hidden place for himself, but to learn that it was one of his students' lairs and that he had cleaned it out and sealed it up himself was a bit of a shock. Now the boy walked next to him, not showing a hint of emotion at what they had seen so far save for his face losing some color. It pained him to know that the boy he'd sworn to protect was subjected to such discrimination for something he couldn't control. His biggest regret was that due to his duties as Hokage, he didn't have time to enforce his own laws regarding the boy. So while he got reports on how the boy was treated, and tried time and time again to get people who made the reports to give names of offenders, those were easily worked around by people then sending the reports anonymously. Then there wasn't a single thing he could do. Again he was brought out of his musings as Naruto addressed him. Jiji-san, if you need to attend to your duties, I will stay and catalog what's here and report back to you when I'm done. Normally he would classify this as an A or S rank mission and put trusted shinobi on it, but Naruto had already seen enough of it, not to mention finding it, opening it, and combing it for traps, which saved them a lot of time. Weighing his resources and the boy's skills, or rather what he knew of the boy's skills, he found himself at a crossroads. On one hand, he could allow Naruto to oversee the investigation of the lair. On the other, he didn't want to subject the boy to more than he needed to experience. Yet he had already experienced his own hideaway and most of this one, and showed more resolve than most of his best ninja would have after seeing such things. He sighed while turning to Naruto. If you believe you can handle this investigation, I will let you do so. Just be sure to catalog everything you find, no matter how insignificant it may seem. I will keep 2 of the ANBU posted outside while you work, and I will see if Anko or Ibiki are available to go over the bodies. If they are too busy, I will send over a few of the medical staff. Leading the way back out, he gave Naruto an apologetic pat on the shoulder while signaling for 2 ANBU to stay. With a last look at the boy and a nod of his head, Sarutobi left him to his orders. Naruto looked at the farmer who had walked back over after seeing the two emerge and the Hokage leave. So what's the damage, boy? My new property isn't going to blow up or sink into the ground anytime soon, is it? No, sir. But we will need some time here before we can allow you to enter the area, if you even want to use it after seeing what we will be taking out of it. Letting the statement hang, he created another small army of clones and sent them off to get the supplies he needed. When he told one group to get body bags from the morgue, the farmer paled and decided he would make himself scarce for the remainder of the operation. Naruto gave a small, dark chuckle at that, which confused the two ANBU guards. What's up, boy? For the job you have ahead of you, I would start questioning my sanity if I started laughing before I did it. I'm just trying to figure out which is more amusing. The fact that I've done this before and didn't consider it important, or that most of the village would have liked to see me pried out of one of those coffins inside. With that grim announcement, he descended back into the dark tunnel, not bothering to look at the horrified reactions of the two guards. It took the better part of 2 hours, but he had finished cataloging the contents of the lair. There were the rooms that he and Sarutobi had seen already, but that was only the tip of the treasures inside. Deeper in, he found living quarters that were pretty bare, a small kitchen, and a library. The biggest stockpile, though, was the large room of weapons at the far end of the complex. It was easily twice as large as any other room in the tunnel system and held racks of all the weapons he could identify as well as many he couldn't. Everything along with their counts were carefully catalogued on scrolls labeled with numbers. Those numbers in represented areas on another scroll, which included a map of the lair, with corresponding numbers showing which scroll matched to which room. As he put the finishing touches on the map scroll and sealed the numbered catalogs in it, 2 thuds were heard at the entrance of the lair. He made his way back to see Konoha's 2 top interrogators looking around at the various doors they could see, looking as though they were trying to decide where to start. As the sound of his feet hitting the floor reached their ears, 2 heads snapped to his direction. Stop! Who are you and what business do you have down here? Was Anko's reply as she took a battle stance when she noticed he didn't stop. Oh, for crying out loud. Didn't anyone tell you I'd be down here already? He watched their eyes grow wide as he stepped into the light that spilled through the doorway. What business does a genin have down here? This area is off limits to anyone other than the interrogation squad, medical teams, ANBU, and the Hokage himself. Leave now or we will be forced to take you into custody. Ibiki was an imposing figure to most people in the village alone, but with Anko beside him the intimidation factor rose exponentially. Apparently the most that they intimidated did not include the boy before them as he stood there waiting for his turn to talk. If you are done screwing around, we have work to do. This is my mission just as much as it is yours. And if I might add, it took you long enough to get here. I mean, come on, 2 hours? I had enough time to map this place out, catalog the contents, and seal my findings plus certain items of importance in my scroll here before you two even showed up. What kind of special squad reacts so slow? Now come on, we'll start in the room I like to call the playpen. The way he emphasized the last 2 words, combined with the smile on his face, was enough to send a shiver through both of the Jonin's spines. Listen kid, that's real funny and all, but we have a job to do here and we don't need you getting in. Naruto scowled at them before snarling. No, you listen. I have been through this place room by room, recording everything I found. I've been down here for over 2 hours with the stench of decaying bodies in the air. This isn't the most pleasant morning I've had in my life, and even though it's far from the worst, that doesn't make me want to spend the rest of the day down here. Now follow me and do your preliminary investigation so I can go home, take a shower and eat some lunch, 'cause damn if I haven't worked up an appetite. Naruto glared at them before stomping away into the darkness, forcing them to follow if they wanted to say anything more. Just who the hell is that kid? Anko looked at Ibiki for a little help, but was only met with a pale face as the man stood looking at where the boy had been. Ibiki had just realized who the kid was and was both shocked and deeply disturbed with the way the blonde acted. Just what the hell did we do to him? The statement earned a curious glance from Anko, but Ibiki shook it off as he started after the boy. He is the one Hokage-sama assigned to this. I have no doubt. What worries me is that something that made Hokage-sama pale doesn't seem to be affecting the boy at all. Whatever we find in here, it would seem that it is something he is accustomed to. We will give him the mission scroll and get what we will need from him, then send him on his way. Even a person so used to death would take a reprieve from it when possible. Enko simply nodded before following. They caught up to Naruto as they found him leaning nonchalantly in an open doorway as he welcomed them with a dead voice. "Welcome to the playpen. This is where the fun begins, it would seem." He motioned for them to follow him into the room, and once they did, they almost lost the contents of their stomachs. Seeing them grow pale quickly, Naruto couldn't help a little jab. "What? You think this is bad? Wait till you see the storage room or the lab." He chuckled a little as he led the way to the middle of the room as he droned on. "From what I could tell upon initial inspection, this is where the fresh test subject were brought to try out formulas and techniques. To your left you will see the hanging gardens. A beautiful arrangement of mold-covered bodies that are slowly decomposing. The odd part is that they won't break down into their basic elements but rather form up the structure of the mold itself. From the trough on the floor, I would suspect that as the mold grows it breaks off and is collected to be used in other experiments or as ingredients. Good luck trying to classify the stuff. That isn't my field." To your right are the pin art tables. My guess is that whoever worked here liked to test people's pain tolerance. You'll notice the various senbon, pins, spikes, and other toys spread around. I believe it would be safe to assume that their host went for length of time over quantity of wounds on the majority. Finally, ahead of you is the merry-go-round. A round, spinnable, sectioned, cage-like structure that held test subjects that weren't dead or dying yet. I'm guessing that was for both ease of selection as well as mental torture from watching as those around you got picked out and wondering when it would be your turn. I kind of pity them yet envy them. While they didn't have a choice on whether or not to die, they also didn't have to endure the pains of this and many other rooms. Both Jonin looked around, both amused his method of describing the scene and horrified that it came with such ease out of a child. "Tell me, Gaki, how can you talk so easily about this?" Enko glared at him with hard eyes. Sure, she could have cracked jokes about this all day, but there was something in his eyes that told her he didn't enjoy it as much as he let on. "That is for me to know. Now let's move on, we have more rooms to cover." He led them to the storage room which housed all the metal caskets that held preserved corpses. Then they went to the lab where he again poked fun by calling it the freak show. It was a complete house of horrors as they went from room to room, seeing just how deep the previous occupants' madness went as well as just how dark their guide's humor was. It seemed that no one was spared from the man's cruelty as they came upon once healthy adults as well as elderly, teens, children, animals, and even unborn fetus. It was sickening, and the one taking it the worst was Enko. After all, she had at one point been the man's apprentice. Thankfully for her, he had never shown her his darker side until the end. But by then it was already far too late. Naruto brought out a small scroll as he stepped out of the last room on his tour. He handed the scroll to Ibiki, who looked at him in confusion. "That should be everything. The scroll I gave you shows a map of the place so you won't get lost. It's all labeled, so it should be easy to make your way around." Ibiki unfurled the scroll and nodded his head before handing a scroll to Naruto, who simply stood there waiting for the explanation that was sure to come. "That is your mission scroll, which is already signed by the Hokage. Congratulations on your first S-rank mission. Understand, though, that you are not to let any information of what you've seen here slip to anyone outside of us and the Hokage. That is part of the trust in accepting this mission and receiving the pay for it. You have been a great help, Naruto-san." Ibiki bowed with Enko glancing at him before following his lead. Naruto scoffed at them. "I don't need people bowing to me whenever I finish a mission like this. Save it for when it has real meaning. Just to give you a heads up though, you will find items missing throughout the lair. I have them sealed in the scroll that I'll be handing to Gigi-san personally, so don't think too much of it. Of the rooms on the map that I didn't show you are the living and cooking areas, the library, and the armory. The later two have all of their contents sealed up and with me in the same scroll, as I'm sure Gigi-san will want them examined and possibly put into our own stores. Also, in a little while some clones will be here with crates and body bags for your use. If you need anything else brought, don't hesitate to ask them to run errands. Just make sure to ask before they dispel, as they don't always have the patience to sit around." Nodding, Ibiki wanted one last word. "One more question before you leave, Naruto-san. How are you not affected by what you've seen here?" Naruto's eyes clouded slightly before refocusing on the two in front of him. He took in the calculating glare of the man and the eager, nearly hopping actions of the woman. He settled his eyes on the man again before speaking. Everything in the world is relative. We judge how cold it is by the coldest we can remember feeling. The same goes for heat. We judge pain by the worst pain we've felt. The same goes for pleasure. We judge every feeling we have based on the worst or best of that feeling we've ever encountered. I am unaffected by the sights here because I have seen worse. I can make jokes about the obvious pain these people went through because I have felt worse. I can relate to the smiles of contentment that got frozen on their faces upon death because I have wished for the same release, but was never granted it. Do not envy me because I can deal with what is here. Do not pity me either because I don't care for it. Just pray that you never have to go through the same, and live. With that, he turned on his heel, leaving two speechless bodies staring blankly at his back. He had to squint as the light hit his face. He had been in the darkened tunnel so long that his eyes would need time to adjust. Glancing around, he saw a few of his clones returning already with the body bags, and stood to the side to let them pass. He nodded to the two ANBU as he walked past them and looked at the newly cleared field around him. All of his clones had dispersed long ago, letting him know of their success. Since he had no more work to do here, he headed towards the farmer's house to get his mission scroll signed and be on his way. Walking up to the front door, he knocked and waited as footsteps from inside came closer. As soon as the farmer opened the door, Naruto saw him gag. He would definitely need a shower before he went anywhere. Dang boy, I don't even want to know what you got into down there. Just let me know what you need and I'll send you on your way. No offense meant, but you smell more ripe than a month-old pile of manure on a hot summer day. Naruto couldn't stop the grin that spread across his face as he scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry sir, but sometimes we get a little dirty. If I can just get you to sign this scroll, I'll be on my way. He pulled out the mission scroll and handed it to the farmer, who in turn signed it quickly and handed it back as he gave a quick farewell and closed the door. Now to get home for a shower. Then off to Hokage Gigi to hand in this mission before I give Irika-sensei a nice surprise. Naruto took off for the village gate, pointing a passing medical team on their way to the farm towards their destination, confusing them greatly that a genin would know where they were headed. Chapter 4. Revelations, Meetings, and a New Mission. Naruto both felt and smelled a lot better after a nice hot shower. Now dressed in a new set of clothes, he grabbed the stack of scrolls his clones had left on his kitchen table, as well as the scroll containing his findings from his surprise mission, before heading out the door. He sped off towards the Hokage Tower, not noticing another group, containing his more tumultuous classmates, heading the same way via the streets as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop overhead. He arrived at the tower in no time and walked in, completely ignoring the secretary as she called after him, telling him to wait. Pushing open the door, he strode in with a huge smile plastered on his face. "Heya, Gigi-san." He looked at the older man just in time to see a flash of orange drop out of his line of sight behind the desk. "Ah, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you here so soon," the Hokage said with a mild blush. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at the old man's unease. "Clearly. So I trust everything went well on your mission. As well as a mission can go when you're in a dark tunnel surrounded by dead decaying bodies and a madman's experiments, I suppose." He tossed the mission scroll and the storage scroll to the Hokage, who caught both easily. Knowing what the mission scroll said already, he opened it just enough to write his signature before storing it in a safe behind him. Turning back to his desk, he addressed the storage scroll and began to examine the map Naruto drew on its surface, scowling a bit. "Naruto, I'm glad that you drew such a detailed map, but it doesn't really help us much." Naruto sighed at once again being underestimated. "Aji-san, please don't make me explain it." Seeing the confused look on the Kage's face, he sighed before walking up to the desk and channeling chakra into one of the seals, allowing a scroll to pop out. Sarutobi scratched the back of his head and let out an embarrassed laugh, while Naruto just rolled his eyes and returned to his earlier position, waiting patiently while Sarutobi read through a few of the scrolls, eyebrows raising almost as often as scowls crossed his face while more information was revealed him. When he was nearing the end of the third scroll, Naruto decided to explain the other items he stored in the scroll. "Aji-san, before you get too far, and I fall asleep, I just want to point out two important things I sealed in there." Pointing out the seals off to the side, he explained each one. "This one holds a scroll that contains the lair's armory, and this one contains the library." I figured you would want to look through them. There could be important information in the library, and the weapons could restock our own armory a bit. Channeling chakra into the two seals, he indeed found scrolls labeled Armory and Library. Opening the Armory one first, he was surprised to see how organized it was. Weapons were arranged by type and size with descriptions and quantities clearly written. Now curious, he set the Armory scroll aside and opened the Library scroll. Inside it began with an alphabetical listing of books followed by categories of jutsu scrolls, all arranged by type, rank, and name. Rolling up the two scrolls, he set them aside and looked at Naruto with a gleaming smile. Taking out a sheet of paper, he wrote a few things down on it before signing and handing it over to Naruto, who looked down at it and read to himself. S-Rank Mission Completion Form. This paper certifies the completion of a S-Rank mission by Uzumaki Naruto, as certified by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. There was also a small note at the bottom. Bonus for going above and beyond the expectations of the mission. Naruto once again cocked an eyebrow before looking back at the Hokage, who was continuing his reading of the next section. Naruto, the next time I need something cataloged, I am definitely sending for you. Organization, detail, and accuracy. You did it all perfectly. Not to mention taking the time to seal up the most valuable items and making sure they go where they need to be to allow the best use for the sake of the village. For that I thank you and offer you anything you want from this mission, so long as it is nothing too dangerous. Thanks, Gigi-san, but there is nothing there that I can see myself needing at the moment. I have plenty of weapons and am still going through all the jutsu scrolls I've acquired over the years. I'll stick with what I have for now. Being able to complete such a high-ranking mission while only being a genin is more than enough of a reward for me. Now, if I could be excused, I still have to hand in my other missions that I've completed today. Receiving a nod, Naruto bowed and left the room. Naruto, you are going to go far. I just pray that you keep your loyal attitude and don't let success go to your head. Shaking his head a little to lose such thoughts, he took the two sealing scrolls and stashed them in his safe. He would deal with them later. For now, he turned back to examining the scrolls hidden amongst the map. Perhaps the information here, along with whatever Anko and Ibiki could find out, would shed some light on his former student's goals. It would seem his alternate reading material would have to be set aside for a while. Down in the mission hall, Irika was bored out of his mind. The new teams were all taking their tests today, and all the old teams were out on longer missions. This would be a slow day for sure, but he managed to let his mind wander every once in a while to his former student that was apparently already achieving more than his peers. Hell, he was successfully completing more missions in a day than most shinobi completed in a week. Granted, they were all D rank so far, but even so it was still an impressive number. Not to mention crushing the old record for catching Tora. No, crushing would be putting it nicely. Naruto completely obliterated the old record and wouldn't likely be matched for some time. He was brought out of his thoughts when the door opened and the object of those thoughts walked in. Ah, Naruto, so you've completed a mission today then? Which one is it? Irika was already flipping through his clipboard as he looked for the listing of missions the boy had taken that morning. Finding them, he looked up just as Naruto dumped all 12 scrolls in front of him. Okay. Which is it? He scowled a little when the boy started laughing. As he waited for the boy to settle down a bit, the Chunin glared at him. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Irika-sensei. They are all done. I told you this morning they would be, didn't I? He choked down more laughter as he watched his former sensei. If the man was surprised at that, he couldn't wait to see his reaction when he handed him his other successful mission. He waited until Irika finished filling in the necessary information and brought his attention back to the waiting preteen. I have one more mission that I acquired while I was doing those, so you'll need to add this one into your list. With that and a small flourish, he set the paper from the Sandaime in front of the skeptical former teacher. As soon as the man looked at it, Naruto could swear he saw his optical nerves for how wide his eyes went. Irika looked from the paper to Naruto, back and forth a few times trying to gain his voice. How? When? Where? Easily, a couple hours ago, and that's confidential. Is this real? Was all Irika could think. But he knew the Hokage's signature by heart, and his seal was also there. There was no denying the page in front of him. In a daze, he wrote in the information. No doubt whoever totaled up today's missions to hand out the pay would need to confirm this one with the Hokage, even if they already had a signed paper. A genin doing a S-rank mission solo was unheard of. If you're finished, I have 2 questions for you. Getting a reluctant nod, Naruto continued. First, where can I get a bingo book? You would have to get one from the ANBU headquarters. They handle all of that information and the bounties. Fair enough. Next, what are my missions for this afternoon? It took all of Irika's willpower to not scream at the boy for making them all look bad with his overachieving, but at the same time he couldn't help but be proud at how quickly his student was turning out missions, and seemingly undeterred by their monotony. Resigning himself to fate, he waved casually to the restocked pile of D-rank missions and watched as Naruto picked through them. Irika-sensei, genin are allowed to do low C-rank missions, right? Irika knew he wasn't going to like where this was going already, but he was obliged to answer. Hi, genin teams are allowed to go on low-risk C-rank missions after a specified number of D-ranked missions are completed. They normally only involve bandits or escorts, though sometimes there can be an outside influence or misinformation that raises the rank during the mission. Most of those low-end missions are done with countries that are bordering fire country to keep the risk of encountering too many unfamiliar ninja at a minimum. If something does go wrong, though, they have a Jonin sensei there to get them out of trouble. Thanks, Irika sensei. I'll keep that in mind for later. For now, I'll take these scrolls. A small mountain of scrolls rolled out in front of the Chunin, who hesitantly began to mark them down. He was beyond worrying about numbers now. Naruto had already proven himself capable of doing multiple missions quickly. Again, he noted there were 1 or 2 physically demanding missions amongst numerous random missions. This time it was wood-cutting, and a small one for someone moving into a new house. Finishing the last notation, he set the last scroll back in front of him as he noticed Naruto writing out another scroll. If he didn't know any better, he'd swear it was a sealing scroll. His suspicions were proven correct as Naruto stacked the mission scrolls on the newly made sealing scroll and sealed them inside before rolling up the scroll and shoving it back in his pocket before thanking the man and leaving again. Irika could only shake his head as he learned more and more about his former student, and with each new piece of information he got, he was starting to think he had taught the boy far less than the boy actually learned. Outside the mission hall, Naruto once again formed his army, which quickly ran off after obtaining their new missions. Leading the remnants away, he made a quick stop at the ANBU headquarters while his clones waited patiently outside. Walking up to the counter and ringing the bell brought forward an old woman who seemed to have sucked on about 10 too many lemons and wore glasses that could probably double as paperweights. Hello, I would like to know how I can acquire a bingo book. You a ninja? Hi. You any good? I like to think so, yes. HRM. Well, bingo books cost 500 ryu. If you're a ninja, then you're welcome to purchase one. Though from the sounds of it, you seem pretty young. I don't think you are going to get much out of it. Regardless, she grabbed one of the booklets from the shelf behind her. Naruto was slightly put out, but not deterred. He grabbed his money pouch and pulled out the necessary amount before handing it over to the woman. Even the strongest ninja can be taken down if he doesn't know what he's getting into. Having knowledge of what I can handle is something that could save my life someday. The woman took the offered money and handed him the thick booklet. True enough, boy. If half the ninja here were smart enough to know their limitations, our memorial stone wouldn't be half as big as it is. Good luck out there and don't get yourself killed off too soon. Thanks, Oba-san. Maybe someday I'll live long enough for my picture to show up in one of these. Waving, he made his way out of the building as the old woman smiled approvingly at his back. Yes, if half our shinobi were that smart going into this mess, we wouldn't have much to worry about. Isn't that right, Nico-chan? The woman fixed her glasses on her nose as she turned away from the counter. Hi, Taicho. Impromptu high-ranking mission aside, the rest of Naruto's week was pretty much the same each day. Wake up, do a dozen or so missions, eat lunch, do another dozen or so missions, training, then bed. The only exception being that when he found out Hinata wasn't busy on certain afternoons, he would take her out to lunch or dinner. They even made plans for Sunday to have a small picnic. That would be tomorrow, so today being Saturday and the mission hall being closed on weekends, Naruto decided he'd spend what time he had free training. He had been setting up clones in his hideaway all week, training what he thought they could transfer to him. Jutsu, chakra control, kenjutsu, and taijutsu were the most noticeable acquired talents, but they still needed tested to see if he did actually pick them up and could remember them. He had slept in a little since he was in no hurry. As such, he was arriving at the entrance to his hideaway when the sun was just barely kissing the roofs of the taller buildings. He quickly disappeared while merchants started making their way to their stores to set up their wares. As the first of them reached their shops, he was already creating his clones. By the time they opened up, he was already discovering what he'd hoped. By the time they got their first customers, he was already testing the combat prowess of his newly learned skills. By the time his old classmates were starting their training, he was taking a well-deserved break with a visit to Ichiraku's. He was on his third bowl of ramen when some new company dropped by. "Greetings, Naruto-san." Having a full mouth, Naruto could only nod in greeting. "Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you at your convenience." He swallowed hard before speaking. "Thank you, Anbu-san. I'll be there right after I finish this bowl." The Anbu nodded before disappearing via Shunshin. "Old man, looks like I gotta go. I'll see you later." Naruto laid his money on the counter and headed to the Hokage tower. Deciding to follow protocol for once, he addressed the secretary. Not to mention it was Saturday, so there was the possibility that the man wasn't in the tower at all, so it would have been embarrassing to just barge in with no one there. "Oi, Aji-san wanted to see me. Is he here?" The secretary seemed to have not heard him at all, as she just continued writing on some paperwork. After standing for a couple minutes waiting patiently, he decided to try again. "Ano? Did you hear me?" He was met with a glare that he was all too familiar with. Sighing, he continued, "Okay, look, I'm not really liking you at the moment, and it's rather obvious that you loathe me, but I was summoned by the Hokage to see him, and if you don't tell me when and where I can find him, then two things are going to happen. First, I will barge in that room and try to find him myself. Second, I will let him know of your refusal to help me, which will probably end in your early termination or worse." The woman's scowl only deepened, but she finally relented and simply waved him off towards the door, muttering under her breath something about demons and murder. Shaking his head, Naruto just entered the office and slumped down into a chair. "So what's this about Aji-san?" It took a moment for Hiruzen to finish the paper he was currently working on before stamping "declined" on it. Sighing as he set the sheet aside, he turned to his guest. "Naruto, due to an influx of missions lately, and as such a lessening of personnel, we are a bit short-handed at the moment. Yet, at the same time, the documents you found could be of great value to us. As such, and due to your prior involvement in finding them, I would like you to take them back to your safe house and go through them. This is to be done immediately and as quickly as possible while still maintaining quality. I would assume you know how to do this by your mission completion count and the comments they held. As much as I would like to assign this to other departments, this information could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. You are to tell no one except myself what you find out, and you are to tell no one, including myself, where you are conducting your research. This will be classified as a high A rank and possible S rank, depending on what the library contains as well as how beneficial the information is. Do you have any questions?" "Only one. What do you consider as important?" "Plans, village secrets, experiment details, and anything that could possibly cripple Konoha or make one of our enemies stronger. Good luck, Naruto." Tossing the library storage scroll at the boy, he waved him off before grabbing another sheet from his pile of papers. "Permanent bodyguard assignment for the civilian council members and their families. Do they think we just pop a new ninja out of a scroll whenever we need one? Denied." Naruto was already halfway to his hideaway before he found himself suddenly surrounded by what appeared to be Anbu. "Danzo-sama requests your audience, boy," one of them said with obvious contempt. Naruto tried to think of who this Danzo was. He knew he heard the name before. Yes, the Hokage had been cursing that name on quite a few occasions. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Please give Danzo-san my—" "It seems you misunderstood me. When Danzo-sama requests an audience of someone, they give him an audience." The man pulled his ninjutsu out of its sheath a bit to emphasize his point. Now Naruto was on edge. Someone demanding him with the use of force was no one he wanted to see while carrying sensitive documents. Putting his hands in his pockets, he glared at the Anbu that seemed to be the leader. Then, without even blinking, he let a huge grin cross his face, confusing the Anbu right before he let a small ball fall from his pocket. When the four ninjas saw the ball drop, they reacted, but it was already too late. With a small pop, the area was covered in smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, all that was left were 4 very pissed-off ninja and 1 tied-up log. Running down an alleyway, Naruto let out a small chuckle as he made his way towards his destination. He took an indirect route this time to confuse any possible trackers. Though it would give the men more time to find him, it would also keep him away from main viewing areas and not give a clear idea of where he was headed. There were 2 points during his journey that he had to hide himself as he saw 2 different groups of ANBU making their way across town. He couldn't tell if they were looking for him or not, but he wasn't going to take that chance. After another half hour of alley crawling and shadow creeping, he was back at the entrance to his underground domain. Slipping inside, he gave a sigh of relief as he made his way back down the tunnel. Today was the closest he'd gotten to getting tailed here, and he wasn't happy about it. He would have to start making sure he wasn't followed from now on, now that it seemed someone wanted to see him very badly, and that someone was a person that the Hokage didn't like. Anyone that the old man was wary of was definitely someone Naruto didn't want any close contact with. Back in the safety of his second home, he dispelled his current clones before making a new set. If this information was as important as Ajisen thought, then he wouldn't want to risk getting it crossed with his training. Channeling chakra through the scroll, he began handing out various scrolls and books to the clones around him. Since they would be stationary through most of this, he had created more than normal. As they got a scroll and took a blank scroll with writing materials from a nearby rack, they found a place to sit on the floor, walls, or ceiling and got to work. It didn't take long for Naruto to find out just how serious this information was. Since he had already taken the time to categorize the books and scrolls, it wasn't difficult to bypass the jutsu scrolls and go right for the meat of the beast. Journals, notes, and various informative literature was laid out around the room, each having a clone going through it. When they got all the information they could out of one text, they brought it back to Naruto, giving a short summary before taking another item to study. Meanwhile, Naruto was labeling sheets of paper and tacking them to one of the walls. Whenever 2 sources seemed to be related, he tied a string to a senbon after sticking them into the wall near the related pieces. Halfway through the scroll, he was quickly becoming frustrated. Everything seemed to be related, judging by the number of strings now crisscrossing the wall. There was information from everything between anatomy and theology. Almost every subject that related to humans was covered. It looked like someone was doing a completely in-depth study of humans, but why? The question raked over his brain with every new piece of information he was given. If you left out the twisted experiments, it almost seemed like a course for medical training. Very, very advanced medical training. Add in those experiments, though, and everything was twisted. It seemed like something was missing, though. But what? He sighed, turning away from the wall again. He glanced over as a clone came up with a freshly finished book as it droned out what it had summarized from the contents. Another anatomy piece. Sighing again, Naruto went to get another piece from the storage scroll when he found himself holding a jutsu scroll. Without realizing it, he had gotten through the literature portion of the library. Still, he hadn't found anything to solidify the connection. Leaning against the wall, he regarded the scroll in his hands. It looked to be some kind of psychic projection jutsu. If only I could do that, I'd transfer myself into the guy who did all this and find out what he was planning straight from the source. Tossing the scroll to the clone so fast that it almost dispelled from the hit, he looked at his written classifications of the jutsu the storage scroll contained. Running between it and his mosaic on the wall, he began writing out new slips of paper, shooting them out at a frenzied pace. Needles and strings seemed to materialize around them almost as fast as they got put up. It took another half hour before he was finished, but when he did, the connection was glaringly obvious. There, in the center of it all, were 2 points where the majority of the strings connected. Taking out 2 blank sheets of paper, he wrote down every connecting point for those 2 concentrations before speeding out of the room, stopping only briefly to lock it behind him. Inside, the clones just shrugged and went about their reading. Bursting through the doors to the Hokage Tower, Naruto flew right past a protesting secretary yet again, and through the doors to the office open before slamming them shut. He took a quick look around and instantly noticed something he really didn't want to deal with right now. There, before the Hokage, was a genin team. Not just any genin team, though. This was Team 7, otherwise known as Team Kakashi. Yes, here stood the people he wanted to run into the least, and all of them were glaring at him. Well, all but the man behind the desk, who looked a bit shocked to see the boy so soon. Hey Dobe, if you don't mind, we are discussing a mission with the Hokage. Useless trash like you should wait outside while we real ninja take care of business. Sasuke seemed to have his nose stuck higher in the air than normal today. Yeah, what Sasuke-kun said. Now get out of here before I knock you back through the door you came in. Sakura was already pushing up her sleeve, getting ready for a punch. He barging into the Hokage's office when he could be in a meeting discussing village secrets. I wouldn't be surprised if you were in a cell by the end of the day. In fact, I hope that's the case because then Hinata will realize just how much of a loser you are. Kiba's grin seemed to grow as he filled his own pride with words. Ma, you shouldn't say such things to a comrade. He may end up on a mission with you sometime soon. Having bad feelings between you all wouldn't be very good for teamwork now, would it? Finally, someone who wasn't a complete asshole to him. Now, if you don't mind waiting outside Naruto, I'm sure your stories about ramen can wait a few more minutes. Spoke too soon. Sasuke turned back to the Hokage, completely ignoring the barely controlled Ki coming from the blonde. So Sarutobi-san, how about that C-rank mission? I am more than ready for something other than these waste of time D-ranks. Chasing a cat around for 3 hours is not exactly my idea of ninja training. Yeah, Sasuke-kun needs harder missions to show off his real strength. By this point, Sarutobi just wanted them all out of his sight. He knew what Naruto was here for must be important. Fine, you get your C rank. He pressed a call button under his desk and told his secretary to bring the client in. Half a moment of waiting soon reveled a drunk, haggard-looking old man with a bottle of sake. This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the land of waves. Your mission is to escort him home and guard him until he finishes his latest project. So these are the ones that'll be taking me, huh? I ask for a C-rank mission and all I get is a bunch of brats. The man slurred out. I assure you, Tazuna-san, my team is more than capable of protecting you. Kakashi tried to reassure the man, but Naruto still saw doubt in his eyes. Voice dripping with sarcasm, he let out his retort. Yes, Tazuna-san. You have the famed Hatake Kakashi escorting you, but if he fails, never fear, the mighty Uchiha will save the day. Most likely by literally throwing the bubblegum princess at whoever tries to overshadow his glory. Even if you do somehow get killed, I'm sure Fleabag over there will claw you out a nice grave before he tucks tail and runs. He got glares from Kiba and Sakura, an amused smile from Sarutobi, Tazuna, and Kakashi, and oddly enough the mighty Uchiha seemed to not even realize the jest and looked more arrogant than ever, like he actually believed that is exactly what would happen. Well, at least with the blonde one along I won't get bored, Tazuna stated with a half-drunk smile. Sorry, but I won't be joining you on your little excursion. I'm just here to report to Aji-san what my meager self has discovered in regards to certain recent findings and what they mean for our village's future. Tazuna looked visibly saddened by the news, but reluctantly left the room with the three stooges when Kakashi told them to meet at the gate in an hour. After the door was shut, Kakashi turned and put on a serious face. Put on serious eyes. Showing he was ready to discuss serious matters. Hatake-san, I suggest you go prepare for your mission as well. Escorting a bridge builder shouldn't be taken lightly. Kakashi turned to the boy before speaking. If it involves defending the village, then I believe that I should stay in case my input is needed. As one of the senior shinobi and an ex-ANBU, I have expertise in many matters. Having me here would probably be best depending on what the information is, Naruto-chan. He gave Naruto an eye smile, happy that he got a chance to return the earlier jab the boy made. I am sorry, Kakashi-kun, but Naruto is correct in what he is implying. This is a mission that I gave to Naruto, requiring the utmost secrecy. The people who are allowed to know what is involved are very few, and I don't intend to make the group any larger just yet. Should we find something that we need your assistance in, you will be notified. Now, if you please, Naruto-kun and myself have business to discuss. Hiruzen spoke with all of his authority to make sure Kakashi got the point that the information to be exchanged was not for his ears. With a slight frown, the copy ninja got up and walked out the door, sparing one last glance at the genin and the Kage before closing the door behind him. Naruto walked over and locked the door, activating the security seals before walking up to the desk. Hokage-sama, I have some interesting findings from the literature and jutsu that I found in the lair. It seems it was a testing area for 2 experimental subjects. The first. He placed one of the 2 pages on the desk before continuing. Seems to be some sort of seal that enhances the bearer's strengths, but also subjects them to the will of the one who gives them the seal, provided that person puts a portion of his own essence into it. As you can see on this list, there was extensive testing using poisons that would weaken the subject's will, as well as enhancement seals and soul-splitting jutsu. He noticed the small tick in the Hokage's eyebrow and grew instantly suspicious. You've seen this before, or the effects? Sarutobi sighed. The boy already knew far more than he would have liked a genin to know, but he could sense the boy's loyalty to the village. It was almost palatable. Maybe not loyal to the villagers, but he would definitely never betray the village like certain others who strove only for power. Yes, Naruto. I have seen a portion of its effects. We have one of the affected in this village. Many don't trust her because of her involvement with a traitor, but she is one of our most loyal ninja regardless of what others think. I believe she was given an early version of this as, while she does show signs of pain every once in a while, she has for the most part kept it at bay. I see. If you would allow it, and if she allows it, I would like to study her infliction a bit. With all of the makings of it here, we may be able to reverse engineer it, and find a way to subdue it if not remove it altogether. He could see the shock in the old man's eyes. Apparently he was still getting used to Naruto's newly found brain. Shaking out of his startled daze, Sarutobi turned his attention back to the paper, reading it over before looking back at the blonde. You said there were 2? Yes. Almost forgot the second. He placed the last sheet on the desk. It seems to be akin to the Yamanaka mind transfer jutsu, though much more potent. It's almost like the person was trying to permanently take over someone's body. I don't know why, but that is the best explanation I could come up with. Sorry, Aji-san. Naruto felt a bit ashamed that that was the best he could surmise, but got confused when he saw how pale the old man had gotten. Aji-san. Naruto, what I am about to tell you cannot leave this room. Understood. A nod for an answer was his sign to continue. You no doubt know of the traitor Orochimaru? Another nod. He was an over-ambitious student of mine that ended up being chased out of the village because of inhumane experiments he had been conducting on kidnapped villagers and ninja. The first item you brought up was his cursed seal. I know that this must have been an earlier version, and I will admit I have no idea of most of its capabilities, but what we have found is that the later versions make a person an unwilling slave once completely activated. What it takes to activate, though, we never found out. Sarutobi sighed as he looked at the next sheet. The second piece of information is an affront to humanity and never should have been dreamed up. You are correct in your analysis of its main goal, that being to take over a body completely by devouring the previous soul, thus allowing one to jump from one body to the next as often as one wants, but in doing so destroying the souls of those whose bodies you've abducted. A cold shiver went down Naruto's spine at the thought of someone using such a technique. Sure, it had the benefit of becoming basically whoever you want to be, and never having to worry about old age, but at what cost? It was clear to him that this Orochimaru would have to be stopped, but how do you know who to look for when the man could be anyone? He put that thought aside, though, as he was more worried about things closer to home. As disturbing as this all is, I would still like to meet the person with the seal on them. While you work on getting that set up, I'm gonna see if I can make heads or tails of what I found based on what you've told me. I'll leave a clone here. If you need me, just let it know and it will make sure I get the message. Now, if I may be excused. Before he could leave, he watched the Hokage begin to fill out another sheet similar to the one filled out after the completion of his first S-rank mission. Holding it out for Naruto to take, he answered the unspoken question. Your tasks for this mission are far from over, as this will be an ongoing investigation until you've found out everything you can from what you've looked through, or a more qualified person shows up to relieve you of your task. You will be paid for the mission as an ongoing investigation. Meaning when you find more information, and if it is deemed worthy of a reward, I will fill out another sheet and the notes will be added to this mission's file. Again, I remind you that everything involving this mission is top secret unless I myself give you leave to speak of it. Understood, Hokage-sama. I'll see you later, Aji-san. Hiruzen watched the boy retreat out the door before allowing himself a small sad smile. He hated having to put such a task on such an innocent child, but there really was no one else, and he was unfortunately not as innocent as he seemed. Anko and Ibiki were still investigating the remains from the lair along with their own interrogation duties, and all other qualified shinobi were either out on missions or Haven't been back to the village in years. Tsunade, Jiraiya. I could really use your help about now. He gazed out the window, noticing a small speck on the horizon. Looks like more work is on the way. Well, I guess I didn't accept this position for the long vacations. Sighing, he locked up the 2 sheets that held the detailed information Naruto had given him before turning back to his paperwork to keep busy until the new message came. A small feeling of dread seemed to fly along with it. Naruto sat in his room, meditating, as memories of the information he discovered ran through his head. He was linking what he'd read from the scrolls and books with what he saw in the lair. It would be a slow process, but by taking what his clones had learned after dispelling them, he allowed himself to make links that he hadn't seen initially. From the detailed explanations of the experiments to the twisted results they showed, he was systematically reconstructing parts of the life of a madman in his head. His hopes were that when he was finished he could find out exactly how the seal worked and find a way to cage its effects if he wasn't able to abolish them altogether. The experiments themselves were rather ruthless and gut-wrenching, but he'd experienced the like or worse in many cases, so it didn't affect him too much. He still would seem paler than normal to anyone who knew him well. By the time he finished analyzing the 10th experiment, he was more than ready for a break. Which was convenient because it was only a moment later that he felt information from the clone in the Hokage's office come to him. It seemed that they really were short-handed, as a notice had just came in from the recently departed Team 7. Their mission had been raised to a B rank, possibly low A rank, when they had gotten attacked by the infamous Demon Brothers. His mind processed the information as he sat there. The 2 were in the bingo book as Chunin rank, missing Nin from Kirigakure no Sato. Gozu and Meizu easily filled the qualifications to raise the mission difficulty. Wasting no more time, Naruto gathered his belongings before heading to his hideaway to gather the tools he would need. With his ninjutsu once again strapped to his back, and his shin and forearm guards strapped in place, he was out the door and off to the tower once again. So the great Uchiha needs more company to bask in his glory, I hear, was his remark as he walked into the office. Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle. Hi Naruto. It would seem that way. I assume that you have everything you need. The Hokage looked the boy over quickly, taking note of the sword and guards as well as the lack of a backpack. You do realize that you will be there until the bridge is finished, correct? Hi, I am all prepared. He pulled out a few scrolls and showed them off before pocketing them again. All I need is a mission scroll and I'll be on my way to worship the ground the Uchiha walks upon. Okay Naruto. I know they aren't the most pleasant of people to work with, but please remember that they are your comrades, and try not to kill them. Naruto only laughed a little as he nodded before catching the scroll thrown his way. And I will try to have a meeting set up for you and the previously discussed person upon your return. Sounds good, Aji-san. I'll see you when I get back. Make sure the village stays in one piece so we can roll out the red carpet when the victorious bobblehead quartet returns. With that last jab in there, he was off and bounding towards the gates. Had he been a normal genin or still in his mask from school, he would have been excited about leaving the village. As he was now, though, he merely waved the mission scroll at the gate guards as he stepped out with his nose buried in the bingo book that he had purchased recently. The Demon Brothers were missing Nin after all, so chances of there being others on this little tour would be very high. He focused on the Kirigakure ones specifically, as the Nins would probably want to work with other Nins that they would be familiar with, or at least share some background with. Momochi Zabuza, Demon of the Bloody Mist. Rank Jonin. Tamatsu Yusuji, Herald of the Squall. Rank Chunin. Kafu Oba, Blood Red Tide. Rank Jonin. Damn, all these guys have nicknames. Now that I think about it, the Konoha Jonin seem to have nicknames too. Maybe I should start thinking of one for myself, or are they normally given to you by someone? Huh. Oh well, looks like I'm gonna have company before I need to worry about that. With one last push of a branch, he spun around in the air, blocking the numerous projectiles coming his way with a kunai in each hand. His assailant appeared on the branch he just left and stood facing him. Ah, Kafu-san. I was just reading about you. Naruto addressed the man while waving his bingo book in the air. You're pretty famous. I'll admit I'm slightly impressed, Gaki, but you are far from being a hunter Nin. I'll let you go with a free pass this time and a warning. This route is off limits as of now. Turn back home and I'll let you off the hook just this once. Ah, but I really wanted to see my friends. Maybe you saw them. One was probably scratching away fleas and carries a little dog with him. The other boy probably had a storm cloud permanently raining on his parade. You wouldn't have been able to miss the bright pink hair of the girl though. Wouldn't be able to miss her squealing either, no doubt. They would have been traveling with a one-eyed roster and an old drunk. You sure have a funny way of talking about your friends, their kid. But it is rather amusing. They did pass by here not too long ago. I was told by my employer to let them through since he wanted to know that they died with a little hope of reaching their destination. For some reason, he seems to have a fetish for crushing people's hope. Kafu chuckled out. Well, if you're not going to let me pass, and I won't go back to the village without completing my mission, I guess there is only one thing left to do. Naruto held his hand out, 2 fingers extended toward Kafu. Said man got ready for anything. The kid hadn't done any seals, so it could be a bloodline. His senses turned full tilt onto the boy before him, getting ready to tell him to move away from danger at a moment's notice. Do you really think you can take on the blood-red tide of Kiri, little Genin? Not Ken did. Kafu's eyes narrowed at the implied promise of defeat, but before he could call the bluff, he heard another word. Bang! His eyes widened as his world became pain. An explosion had rocked from right under him without any warning. He couldn't understand if it was a trap, jutsu, or something else, nor did he really care at the moment. All he cared about right then was getting the pain to stop. As he hit the forest floor with a sickening thump and adjoining snaps of bone, the pain renewed as he looked and saw his left arm and leg no longer attached. Clamping his right hand over the stump that was left of his other arm, he tried to staunch the bleeding in a vain attempt to live. He looked up when he heard footsteps coming closer and tried to push himself farther away with his one good leg. You see, Kafu, the one mistake you made was underestimating me. You may be a jonin and I may be a genin, but just because you outrank me does not mean I have no skills at all. The same voice came from the opposite direction. Some of us genin, and newly graduated I might add, have pushed ourselves above and beyond what was needed in order to pass. Some of us know what the real world is like and what it takes to survive. Another voice joined in and he turned his head again to see the same blonde once more. Some of us have been playing the survival game all our lives. Goodbye, Kafu-san. With a single motion, Kafu's head was separated from his body and all he knew was darkness. Sorry, Kafu-san, but I didn't have time to play with you right now. Naruto rifled through the man's belongings, taking anything he deemed worth having, including money, weapons, jutsu scrolls, and some scrolls that seemed to pertain to the man's mission. The last item he took from Kafu was what had to be the man's main weapon. A black-bladed katana that was almost as tall as Naruto. Its sheath was a deep red that almost looked like fresh spilled blood. With his ninjutsu secured parallel to the ground at his lower back, Naruto strapped the katana crosswise over his right shoulder. He would now have a blade at his disposal from either hand should one be occupied, though the katana would be a little more awkward to draw in combat. Standing up, he used a quick katan Gokakyu no Jutsu to destroy the body before sealing away the head and belongings. Saying a quick prayer, he took to the trees again, picking up his pace a little in order to make up for lost time. He wanted to make sure he caught up with them faster now, as he knew there would be more Jonin-level trouble ahead of them. More than one if they were unlucky. Kakashi was not having fun. He was currently watching as his genin team was attempting to fight off Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin. He sent for backup, but with missions picking up the way they had been lately, there was little hope of it coming today, let alone right this minute. He could only reflect on what had happened and hope that his students would have the sense to run away. That was looking highly unlikely though. First Zabuza appeared, and after a short skirmish he brought the mist in. That was when everything started to go to hell. Up until the point of his capture, Kakashi had been barely keeping up with the missing Nin. He knew there were a couple of close calls in there, but as soon as he landed in the water it was over. Water was Zabuza's main element, which gave him the home field advantage. As soon as Kakashi's head poked out of the water, it was already too late. The water prison was forming, and before he could come up with a counter he was trapped. It was then that he had told his team to make a run for it. Sakura and Kiba were clearly shaking. Tazuna was nearly pissing himself. But to his dismay, it was the Uchiha that turned out to be the dumbest one of the group. He arrogantly strode to the front of the line and demanded Zabuza let his sensei go. Kakashi wasn't stupid. He knew that the only reason the boy wanted him free was because he saw his Sharingan. No doubt he was going to whine about it the entire trip. That is, if the trip didn't include 4 spirits going to the afterlife together. Though he still figured the boy would demand answers even then. He had been further horrified when Zabuza created more bunshin and began attacking the trio of genin. Merely toying with them. Even though they were only bunshin, they were still a lot stronger than any mere genin. All they ended up accomplishing was earning a new set of scars and sealing their fates as Sasuke taunted the amused demon more. It seemed that this would be the end. He could hear the pipes of the afterlife playing a sad tune for them already. No, he really could hear someone playing pipes. He did his best to turn his head out towards the water, noticing as Zabuza did the same. The bunshin, being distracted in the same manner, were taken out, but the 3 genin with little trouble because of that. Though when Sasuke tried to charge out to take on the main body of the Kirinin, he found that the water there wasn't nearly as shallow as he had thought based on how the enemy ninja was simply standing on it. Fuming and now soaked, he waded back to the shore as he tried to think of a way to get out there and beat the man to a pulp. Both of the elder ninja ignored the fuming ninja, though as a shadow started to form out of the dispersing mist. As the figure got closer, Kakashi was able to make out small details. Whoever it was a ninja, that much was certain. They were walking on the surface of the water towards the group. They were also rather short, looking to be about the size of his own students. What really threw him off though was that the person was alone. Surely Hokage-sama would have sent more than one person as backup? Then the mist cleared away from the figure and Kakashi's heart sank. There was the telltale blonde hair, blue eyes and whiskered cheeks of Uzumaki Naruto, calmly playing a tune on a set of panpipes. Now there would be a number of 5 bodies for Konoha to retrieve, and there was nothing Kakashi could do about it. Zabuza, on the other hand, was not just idly musing over the blonde. No, he was searching the area for any more chakra signatures. He had seen what was strapped on the boy's back, and he didn't want to be surprised by any group that could take out Kafu. He may not have been one of the 7 swordsmen like Zabuza, but he was no slouch of a ninja either, maybe a bit overconfident though. The whole time he was searching, Naruto was getting closer. It unnerved Zabuza how calm the boy was. Either he was stupid like that raven-haired brat, or he was very trusting of his companions. Something told him to be wary of the blonde, and he wasn't going to dismiss his gut feeling. Creating a few more Mizu bunshin, he had them surround the boy before he got too close. "What is your business here, brat?" One of the clones addressed Naruto, who in turn simply stopped playing his music and calmly stowed his pipes away. Angling his body out to look around the bunshin, he spotted Kakashi in the bubble of water. "Ah, so I finally caught up. No offense, but with Tazuna-san in tow, I didn't think you would make it so far this fast." "You idiot, get out of here, you're no match for Zabuza. Get whatever backup you came with and report to the Hokage." Kakashi resigned himself to his fate. "Mao, but Kakashi-san, I wanted to play a little. Let me have some fun before you shoo me off." Without even seeing a movement from the boy, all of the clones suddenly broke into water and splashed away. Both jonin stared wide-eyed now. Here was a genin who had just taken out clones of one of the 7 swordsmen. Sure, they may not have been a full-powered ninja, but that didn't make them pushovers. Naruto once again walked slowly towards the pair. When he was about 10 feet away, he stopped and looked at Zabuza. "Want you let him go, please? I really don't want to have to do anything drastic. Get lost, kid, before I decide you really are a threat." "Ah, so you were considering it already. Well, that's a start, I guess, but you make it sound like you won't give in. I guess that means I will just have to improvise." Now Naruto wasn't a moron, as I'm sure you've figured out by now. He knew that the 7 swordsmen of the mist were extremely deadly, and chances of him surviving a fight with one were between slim and none, but he wouldn't have to fight one at all. Making a few hand seals, his chest puffed out. Futon. Renkuden, a concentrated blast of air headed straight for Zabuza's arm that was keeping the water prison active. Having no time to counter, Zabuza had 2 choices. 1. Release the jutsu and deal with this new and rather intriguing boy and Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja. Or 2. Let the jutsu hit his arm, most likely breaking it and releasing the jutsu, then have to deal with the blonde and Kakashi anyway. Well, that was a rather obvious decision for him as he jumped back away from the blast, allowing the compressed air to sail harmlessly by him. But before he could get his bearings back though, he was hit with another blast of air from the direction of his former prisoner. Futon. Daitapa. The blast sent him into a tree on the shore, knocking him into a daze for a couple seconds. But that was all Kakashi needed as kunai shot out and disabled Zabuza's arms and legs. Slumping to the ground, he watched as the two walked to him. So I guess this is the end of the fun, huh? Hi. Find peace in death, Zabuza-san. Kakashi brought up a kunai and was about to take the man's life but dove out of the way instead as a couple sunbon struck Zabuza's neck. The missing nin's eyes went wide before he slumped lifelessly to the ground. A small figure wearing an ANBU-style mask jumped down beside the corpse and bowed at Kakashi. I thank you for your assistance in the death of Momochi Zabuza, and apologize that I could not get here sooner. He seems to have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Heh, don't worry about it, Hunter-san. It all worked out in the end, right? Indeed. They both looked over to where the blonde was checking the corpse. Well, he definitely seems dead. I congratulate you on your skills, Hunter-san. The Hunter nin's eyes widened even though none of those present could see it. Naruto started towards the ninja. Tell me, Hunter-san, how long have you been after this one? Before Kakashi or Naruto could react, the Hunter nin shunshined to the body of Zabuza, then grabbing onto him shunshined away. Humph. That one does have some skills after all. The other genin and Tazuna had just reached the two in time to see Naruto before he had a chance to mask his anger. They stopped a bit short, suddenly feeling slightly uneasy. That all changed though when he smiled again and turned to them. Well, now that that is over with, what say we get a move on to Tazuna's place so we can get on with this mission? Chen, what are you doing here, Dobe? We were doing fine without you. Sasuke, arrogant as usual. And his personal cheerleader right on cue. Yeah, didn't you see how Sasuke-kun took out all those guys? He was so cool. Surprisingly, Kiba had nothing to say, nor did Kakashi apparently as he collapsed forward to land face first in the dirt. Shit, looks like I used my eye a bit too much. You're gonna have to carry me with you. Sorry. The Jonin said a bit sheepishly. Easy enough. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few clones popped up and soon had Kakashi slung between them. On their way past him, Naruto, as an afterthought, pulled Kakashi's hitai back over his eye, much to the Jonin's relief. As they made their way to Tazuna's village, Naruto looked at his comrades. The different emotions were easily read on everyone's faces. Kakashi was the most reserved, but looking closely he could see his eyeball moving under his closed eyelid. He may be resting, but his mind was still working feverishly. The Uchiha was still walking with his nose in the air, despite how torn up he was from the fight with Zabuza's clones, and of course the Banshee was right beside him, stroking his ego, seemingly unaware that she had almost died a few minutes ago. Meanwhile, Kiba was talking to Akamaru about how he decimated those Bunshin. Lastly, Tazuna was looking around, scared out of his wits. Naruto sighed. Out of everyone here, only Kakashi, himself, and surprisingly Tazuna, were the only ones doing remotely the right thing. The other three genin being too openly full of themselves after their first day of real fighting. Naruto, Kakashi whispered with his eye still closed. He addressed the masked Jonin without turning his head. Hi. I need to talk to you when we get to Tazuna's house. Alone. Hi. Unfortunately, his ears weren't the only ones to hear the statement. Why should the Dobe get a private lesson when it can go to someone more worthy? Like myself. The always arrogant Uchiha unfortunately was one of those people. Sasuke, the only thing you are worthy of as you are right now is fodder. Drop our ego and take a look around for once. Maybe, just maybe, you'll actually see an attack coming before it hits you. Naruto was in no mood to hear the boy's high and mighty talks right now. Don't you talk to Sasuke-kun like that. He is more worthy of a private lesson than you'll ever be, Naruto Baka. With an attitude like that, it's no wonder your parents left you. Sakura would have no idea that she was closer to death at that moment than during any point of their fight with Zabuza. Upon hearing her statement, Kakashi's eye widened as he shot out his arm and caught Naruto just as he was about to rush her. Naruto was gritting his teeth in anger at the pink-haired bitch, but luckily Kakashi had caught him before he made a rash move. Taking some calming breaths before he could make a mistake, he leveled his glare on Sakura, who had enough sense to back away a little. Sakura, do not presume that you know even a second of my life or that of my parents. I may not know who they are, but you certainly don't either. So until anyone has a definite answer of who they are and what they are like, don't you dare belittle them. With a little ki added in, Sakura was soon hiding behind Tazuna. Naruto just scoffed at her actions as he motioned for Tazuna to continue. After another hour of walking, they finally arrived at Tazuna's house on the edge of a dilapidated village. They were welcomed by Tazuna's daughter Tsunami, who wore an obviously fake smile. Though she was genuinely happy that her father arrived safely, you could see the stress behind her features. She led them to their rooms, allowing Kakashi and Sakura their own, while Kiba, Sasuke, and Naruto would be bunked together in one of the larger rooms. The two Team 7 boys looked less than pleased at the news, whereas Naruto seemed to care less where he slept. While Team 7 was getting situated, Naruto decided to meet with Kakashi as promised. Upon entering the Jonin's room, he found the man to be resting in the same position he was in when they laid him out. While his face was calm and his body was unmoving, Naruto could almost see the gears in his head spinning. Ichi closed the door and slipped a seal over the joint to make sure they wouldn't be interrupted. As he knelt next to Kakashi, the man opened his eyes and just stared at the ceiling. Naruto. Hi. Where did you get that katana? From a ninja I killed on the way to you, the boy stated easily. Do you really expect me to believe that you took on a Jonin-level missing nin in the time it took you to catch up to us? And that you were able to walk away without a scratch? No, I don't expect you to believe either. He was simply unprepared and underestimated who he was fighting. Plant a seed in the side of a mountain and the mountain will stay standing. Give that seed what it needs to grow and soon you will see its roots dig into the rock face and, over time, the mountain will begin to crack. So you're saying you only beat him because he gave you a chance to? That still doesn't sound very believable. The Jonin scoffed. Kakashi, when you look at me, what do you see? I see a genin with decent skills and timing. Since our fight with Zabuza was only a few seconds long, at least the portion of it where you showed off any skills, I really don't have much to go on. So then what level of threat do you see me as to you? Kakashi started to chuckle a bit. At the moment you might as well be a Kage for the amount of movement I can make. A quick glare from the genin told him this was no time to joke around. Sighing, he took a moment to think over what he knew from the boys' academy results and what little he's seen of him. When at full potential I would see you as an above-average genin with a decent head on his shoulders. Then you would also fall to me. Kakashi was surprised at the boy's seriousness when he said that, then scowled at him, thinking the genin had the nerve to underestimate him. Then just how strong do you think you are? He spat out with a bit more venom than he meant to. Naruto just got up and walked towards the door. He turned back when he got within touching distance. Stronger than you think I am, he said nonchalantly before removing his seal and leaving the room. Kakashi was still a bit angry at the bite to his pride, but something disturbed him about the boy. Not once did he portray any emotion. He never let his voice raise in anger or show any sign of fear. As he went over their conversation, along with recent events and revelations, the only thing he could think of was that Naruto was right. Had he fought against the blonde, he would have conserved his energy by lowering his level a bit. That could have easily been his downfall. It was the same way many ninja had died in years past, and was certain to be their fatal mistake in future years as well. It dawned on him then exactly what Naruto had done all these years. It was the ninja's greatest tool after all. Deception. By dinner that night, Kakashi was capable enough to use his own hands to eat, though he had to be carried to the table. The meal was meager, but from what they saw of the village, it was probably the normal for this area. The only disturbance that came from the meal was from a small boy that had arrived not long before they sat down. Inari was Tsunami's son and seemed to be rather quiet, along with almost matching Mr. Moody with his brooding. It wasn't until halfway through dinner that the boy slammed his hands on the table and glared at the ninja. Then, without a word, he stood up and disappeared from the room. Is he mute? Kiba asked in general. A simple statement was enough to make Tsunami sob a little and cause Tazuna to glare at the table in front of him. Kiba, clearly finesse isn't your game, so you may want to tone it down while you are here. Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san, if you don't mind, would you explain the situation? Talking about it may help more than bottling it up. The adults searched the boy, wondering just where he was coming from, while Kiba was gritting his teeth. It was Tazuna who broke the silence first, telling them about the boy's past and how Gato had his father figure killed right in front of the whole village. He talked about how Gato was driving their economy into the ground while the man himself got fat off of the money they managed to scrounge together along with his own illegal dealings. Then he came to how the bridge he was building was possibly their last hope of ever getting out from under a tyrant's thumb. Throughout the entire explanation, Naruto was gripping the edge of the table tighter and tighter until his knuckles were white from the strain. When Tezuna's story ended, Tsunami was crying a bit into her hands, while Tezuna himself had balled his hands into tight fists. If there were a way to get rid of Gato, our lives wouldn't have to be this way. I am starting to believe that if we do ever finish this bridge, he will just find another way to take money from us. All we can do is hope for the best and push forward. You should just realize when you have your betters around you and do as they demand. Smack. Sasuke didn't get to finish as an irate Naruto punched him into a wall. Team, if I ever hear you say something like that again, I swear you won't live to see another sunrise. Sasuke was doing his best to glare at Naruto, but the effect was lessened drastically as he held his swelling jaw in pain. Kakashi-sensei, did you hear that? Naruto just made a threat on Sasuke-kun's life. That is against the laws of Konoha. Like a loyal dog, Sakura was at her master's defense immediately. Hi, it is Sakura. I will be sure to take it up with his Jonin-sensei when we get back, so don't worry. Naruto will get the proper punishment he deserves. Kakashi, I smiled at the girl as she turned to Naruto and gave him a smirk. To her surprise, Naruto smirked right back. Go ahead, Kakashi. I deserve it. I'll take any punishment my Jonin-sensei deems appropriate. Giving a small chuckle, he walked out of the house. It wasn't until a few minutes after the door was shut when Sakura realized what was said. But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Baka doesn't have a Jonin-sensei. You say something, Sakura? Sakura's jaw hit the floor. Her own sensei wasn't going to defend her true love. She sat in stunned silence trying to think of what that meant. Technically, Kakashi had agreed to follow the right steps for discipline according to Konoha's laws, but said laws were never adjusted to allow for the possibility of a genin with no sensei in the ninja ranks, which meant the man that was trusted with their care had knowingly followed a loophole, essentially allowing Naruto to get away with hitting his own student without punishment. Looking over at Sasuke, she could see the registration with that same fact dawn in his eyes as he now glared at Kakashi. Well, I think we should turn in for the night. We'll be getting up early tomorrow and you will all need all the rest you can get now. In the morning, I will tell you all a little secret I know and we'll begin some training exercises. With the help of Tezuna, Kakashi made his way to his room as his stunned and angry team split up into theirs, completely forgetting that they were down by one member at the moment. Chapter 5. More issues arise in Wave. It wasn't the first time Naruto had ever gotten angry, but something about the way the bitch had defiled his parents' names had rubbed him wrong. Then the emo team had to open his oh-so-holy mouth to add fuel to the fire. The fact that their sensei at least didn't seem to care that the arrogant prick got knocked on his ass, which was a plus to the short but still their reason not to hate list for the man, was pleasing, but he was still a little angry. When he left the house, he really had no destination in mind and soon found himself in a clearing quite a distance from the village. Not really having anything else to keep himself occupied with, he decided to test his new sword. He planned out a few exercises in batches of 1,000. The first exercise was drawing the blade. In the middle of a fight, this simple action could save someone's life. If you were not used to how quickly you could draw your own blade, then you would have no idea how far you would need to plan ahead to block anything with said sword. Creating about 20 clones, each began the first exercise as a group. The sliding of the blades out of their sheaths was heard throughout the dark surroundings as he went through the motions. By the time he was finished, he knew that the drawing of the katana was slower than the ninjutsu he was so used to, by almost double because of the positioning of the scabbard and the length of the sword. Given that his drawing speed was still extremely fast with his ninjutsu, his speed with the katana was still rather fast. Next on his list was swings. He went through each main direction. Both shoulders to the opposite waist, both waists to the opposite shoulder, head to stomach, stomach to head, and a straight thrust from both sides. By the time he was finished, he had worked up quite a bit of a sweat. He assumed a meditative position before dispelling his clones. He felt the drawl of his consciousness as their experiences entered him. As he sat lotus-style on the ground, he found out over the course of his training with them that the information was absorbed faster with the less information he took in. By meditating, he was able to tone down his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch senses at will. Tonight, he shut down all but his hearing, as he wanted to be able to tell if someone was trying to sneak up on him. He was pleased that none of his so-called comrades decided to show up. He wasn't sure what he would have done if they'd have pissed him off again. As the information came to an end, he dropped out of his trance-like state and made his way back to the house. He was only a little tired, but he'd done enough today. Upon entering the house, he borrowed the dining room table for a moment to seal away his gear before slipping it into his pants pocket. He wanted to keep all of his gear on him at all times on this mission since he didn't trust any of his companions with his possessions, especially the Uchiha, his bitch and the mutt. Walking quietly into the room he was assigned to, he found his previously arranged sleeping bag and futon were now shoved off to a corner and looked as though it had gone through a blender. Sighing, he turned around and left. It seemed that his supposed comrades didn't know when to quit. It was nothing he hadn't dealt with before though, so he simply made his way outside and found a nice thick tree branch to relax in. At least it wasn't raining tonight and the breeze felt nice. All in all, it was a better environment to sleep in anyway rather than next to two potentially hostile people. He found a nice crook in an old tree and leaned back in it, falling asleep with a great view of the moon through the branches. The next morning, the residents of the house were surprised when no one knew where Naruto was. Only 3 seemed to be remotely worried about him though. Kakashi, because the boy was technically under his charge since he was the highest-ranking ninja on the mission. Then there were Tazuna and Tsunami, simply because the boy seemed to be able to relate to their plight somewhat. It wasn't until halfway through breakfast that the door opened, revealing a slightly disheveled Naruto, causing Sasuke and Kiba to smirk. "Naruto, where were you?" Kakashi stated, a bit angry that the boy had left the house and not said anything. "Training," was his only reply before joining them at the table and grabbing some breakfast. "Have a nice sleep, dope?" Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the boy being forced to sleep anywhere but in a comfortable futon or sleeping bag like the rest of them. "Yes, team, it was very relaxing." The sincerity in his voice was enough to wipe the smirk of the Uchiha's face. Sleeping anywhere but in a nice futon like the rest of us must have been uncomfortable at least. "And what makes you think I slept anywhere but in the bed I prepared when we got here?" His own smirk made Kakashi suspicious, and he turned to the other 2 boys, waiting for their answer. Kiba was about to answer but got stopped due to a courteous elbow from Sasuke. "I think I would like to know why as well." Kakashi glared at the 2 boys along with Tazuna and Tsunami, though at least theirs had no ki behind them. "Don't bother, Hitaki. It doesn't matter. I'm used to such things." He began to turn and walk out the door, but stopped when Kakashi addressed him, and then everyone. "Naruto, wait a moment please. I've made plans for all of us to begin a training schedule. You will all be required to practice until I say otherwise or the mission is finished. Now, unfortunately, our unexpected guests yesterday are alive and well. But Kakashi-sensei, I thought that Hunter Nin killed him." Typical. Thinking everything you see is what it looks like. Naruto ignored the glare Sakura sent him. "Naruto is on the right track. You must always look underneath the underneath. I'm guessing he knows more about this too." Before Naruto could answer, it was Sasuke to put in his 2 cents. "Humph. So now we have to fight that Hunter Nin, and there's a chance that Zabuza isn't dead. Wow. So there is a brain in there under all that ego." Naruto replied with an expression of mock surprise before chaining to a deadpan look. From what I said and Kakashi's affirmation, that would be the assumption of anyone with half a brain cell. Heck, I bet the Fleabag could have gotten to that conclusion eventually. Kiba didn't seem to hear as he was too busy munching on a piece of bacon. But yes, Zabuza is still alive, although he will be in recovery for a while. The Hunter Nin used Senbon for a reason. Normally a difficult weapon to use effectively, once mastered it is mainly used to disable rather than kill. Though killing is possible, it is also very possible to put someone into a death-like state. When we were talking to the Hunter Nin after it was insinuated that Zabuza was not dead and that the hunter was not really one, the reaction as you saw was for him to make a hasty retreat. "Okay, so then why are we training?" Only Kakashi-sensei was able to take on Zabuza, and the Hunter Nin looked and sounded about our age. "If that is true, then we should be fine the way we are, right?" Naruto was regretting accepting this mission. It was quickly grinding on his nerves at how little they could comprehend of the real world outside the academy, let alone outside the village. Sakura, if you have an 80% chance to beat someone in a fight today, or an 81% chance tomorrow, which would you pick if defeat meant death? Well, tomorrow, obviously. I don't know what a dead last like you would have as far as ambitions, but I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Okay. Well, we didn't need the last part, but the first part proves the point. If training every day until those two decide to attack gives us even 0.5% better chance of beating them, then wouldn't you say it is worth it? At her realizing nod, he gave himself a small pat on the back. This isn't the D or C rank missions that the Hokage gave you anymore. Once the Demon Brothers came into play, it became a high C low B rank. With Zabuza in the mix, it's now a high B to mid A rank. Add in the Hunter Nin, whose abilities we know nothing about, and the fact that more ninja have shown up over time, meaning a possibility of more enemies in the future, we are currently stuck on a mid to high A rank mission with no backup able to assist us. We need every bit of help we can get, so if that means I have to personally put 200-pound weights on all of you, I will do it. He narrowed his eyes at them, daring them to tell him otherwise. Sakura and Kiba both swallowed audibly, while Sasuke just glared at the insinuation that Naruto would think about forcing him to do anything. Well, now that that's out of the way, excellent explanation by the way, Naruto. Seeing a nod of thanks from the boy, Kakashi continued. So if you'll all follow me, we'll get to the training. He got up and, with the aid of a crutch, made his way outside, followed by a small congregation of curious genin. Before they disappeared into the forest, Naruto, who was bringing up the rear, as he really didn't want to go along, created a few Kage Bunshin to watch over the house. Never hurts to be safe. Good thinking, Naruto. Kakashi seemed to be gaining more and more respect for the blonde with each action he made and every time he opened his mouth. This was nothing like the reports he saw from the boys' school days. They soon arrived at a small clearing with a few large trees. Stopping in the center, Kakashi turned to his charges. Okay, today we are gonna climb trees. Naruto chuckled when Kiba started climbing the closest tree to him. It obviously wasn't going well since the tree was so large around that it would cause a grown man to struggle with wrapping his arms a third of the way around. No, Kiba, we are going to climb trees without using our hands. A resounding crash was heard as the surprised Kiba fell backwards off the tree. Couldn't have hurt much since he was only a couple feet up, but he still managed to land on his head. Sensei, how are we supposed to climb without using our hands? Once again, the brain sees it at face value. While he thought he had said it quiet enough, it apparently was still heard by the bubblegum princess as she turned, ready to yell at him. Once again, Naruto is correct. You will climb them by manipulating chakra through your feet. This exercise will help you with chakra control and capacity. Making a ram seal, Kakashi began walking/limping up a nearby tree to demonstrate. Getting to the first branch, he tossed kunai in front of each of them before turning around and heading back down. So that's it. Use the kunai to mark your progress and try to beat your previous attempt each time. You may want to get a running start at first to build up momentum. Sasuke and Kiba wasted no time getting to their practice as they rushed towards the trees. Sakura, on the other hand, followed her sensei to the T, walking up to the tree before placing a foot. A thud was heard as Kiba once again found himself on his back. Shortly afterward, Sasuke was doing a back flip off the tree once he put a little too much chakra into a step. Both boys glared at their targets before making another attempt. Sakura, on the other hand, was already at the first branch and taking a little break. She called out to Sasuke once to show off her own skill, but only earned a glare in return when said boy saw that she had done better at something than him. Good job, Sakura. Since you got this down already, I guess that means you're on guard duty for today. Kakashi was proud that at least one of them got it, but that was short-lived. Nah, Kakashi-sensei. She should keep at it. Kakashi turned to the blonde that he completely forgot about and his eyebrow rose. And why do you suggest that, Naruto? As you said, this exercise builds both control and capacity. She was able to control her chakra well enough to get to the first branch on the first try, but she had to take a break after she got there. That points to a lack of capacity. She should keep climbing to build her reserves up. Kakashi had to admit he was right. Sakura, never mind, continue the tree climbing exercise. If you start feeling weak though, take a break. Sakura just nodded and went back to the tree while Kakashi turned back to Naruto. Now tell me, why aren't you climbing a tree as well? Is your memory that bad, Hatake? Seeing the look on the Jonin's face spoke worlds. Yeah. What was I doing when I first showed up? And there goes the light bulb, dim but technically on. Yep, I was water walking. Get any of those three to try it and they'll sink like rocks. Now think about how wide that waterway is and how long I stayed standing on it. You see, I don't need to do this exercise for control or capacity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bridge to guard. Just one more thing. How did you beat Kafu? The question had been bugging Kakashi the more he thought about. He gathered that Naruto had surprised the Jonin, but exactly how a genin could surprise a missing nin of Jonin level just didn't stick well with him. When he was close enough, I put an explosive note on a branch as I crouched to jump to the next one. When I landed, I stopped and turned. Like a moth to a flame, the overconfident man stopped on my trapped branch to tell me off, and like an overconfident man, he never realized what was happening until it was too late. I had intended to just weaken him a little to make it a more even fight, but I guess he was so caught off guard that he slipped off the branch and fell all the way to the forest floor, breaking more than a few bones, I'm sure. After that, it was just a matter of the final stroke. Luck. It was mostly luck, but still this kid was smart enough to not panic, and instead try to make a situation where his chances increased. You know, Kafu is a missing nin with a bounty. If you had CU. It's sealed in a scroll in my left pants pocket. Not only had Naruto killed, but he also did his research, it seemed. You've seen the bingo book? Sealed in a scroll in my right pants pocket. I figure if I'm leaving the village, I better know who else is out here and what they're capable of. If I find myself facing one, I will know whether to fight or flee then. Yeah, definitely did his research. This kid was good. Far too good to be a genin. Kakashi began to wonder if the Hokage had already known Naruto's strength when he'd assigned the teams. This kid was easily better than his entire genin squad. Sure, he had Sakura for the brains, Sasuke for muscle, and Kiba for tracking, but Naruto seemed like the full package. Kakashi knew Chunin that couldn't or wouldn't risk what he did. He began to wonder if they were going to have another Uchiha Itachi on their hands. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get his answer today. As much as I would like to sit and chat, I think we have a client that wants to get to work. I'll speak to you later if we have time. Naruto jumped off towards the house before Kakashi could say anything more. Hell, looks like the training is too tough for the dobe. I knew he couldn't cut it as a ninja. Kakashi just sighed and shook his head as the comments about Naruto started to fly. He would do nothing to stop them, of course. Not out of hatred for Naruto. No, after learning some of what the boy could do, he was beginning to regret taking on the Uchiha. Obito be damned. His 3 students were more of a headache than he could deal with. Now, if he had 3 genin of Naruto's quality, they would be doing nothing but C ranks and low B ranks, which would at least let him do more than babysit. So much for the once mighty ANBU captain. Naruto met up with Tazuna as he was about to head out. The man seemed relieved when Naruto told him about what transpired at the clearing. Apparently Sakura had not made a good first impression on the man. On their walk to the bridge, they had a great time telling jokes at the other genin's expense. Naruto learned even more fuel for himself as Tazuna went over the fight with the demon brothers. Apparently Kiba had been scared stiff, as was Sakura. Sasuke showboated too much and Kakashi had to rejoin the fight at the end to save everyone. Not one to receive without giving. Naruto talked about the academy days and how the Uchiha was treated like a god wherever he walked, while Sakura scampered faithfully behind him. Kiba was nothing more than an overgrown dog that thought every woman was his for the taking. Tazuna had his chance to laugh at Naruto's recounting of the encounter in front of Ichiraku's, though he was a bit angry that the boy would treat a girl like that. He had already caught him looking at his daughter in a way that made him uncomfortable. When he told Naruto that, he was relieved when the blonde said he'd make sure nothing happened. Upon arriving at the bridge, Tazuna was approached by one of his workers. Apparently, the man no longer was willing to put his life on the line for their future. He was dismissed and told not to come back as Tazuna seemed to age a little more. It's getting harder and harder, Naruto. It seems 1 or 2 people quit every day. Pretty soon there will be no one left. As much as I want to finish this bridge and give my family a better life, it slows down little bit by little bit. Even if they all quit, though, it won't matter to me. I will finish this bridge with my own 2 hands if needs be. Well, I don't know much about building bridges, but I am a little handy with tools. Not to mention I can do the work of many people. Just tell me what needs done and I'll make sure it happens. Tazuna looked at the boy for a minute, seemingly measuring him up. Well, I don't know how you're going to cover for multiple workers, but if you're willing, who am I to turn you away? Tell you what, you show me how you're going to do this and I'll give the work out till you can't handle anymore. The words had barely slipped out of his mouth before the whole end of the bridge was covered with Narutos who all at once said, "Where do you want us?" Shaking out of his staring, Tazuna reminded himself that these were ninja, and for as much as he knew about ninja, anything was possible. Okay then, we'll start here. It took Tazuna over half an hour to find jobs for all the clones, but he stuck to his word, and by the time he got to the last one there, the bridge was covered in copies of the same ninja, with more copies running errands in town. He had gotten a bit inventive when he learned that Naruto could climb on the sides of things, and even upside down. He had the boy checking for faults in places normal men couldn't even consider looking. Each went wandering happily off with some spackle in a bucket to patch up any flaws they might find on the sides and even the underside of the bridge. Turning to the last one, he was trying to think of something else he might be able to have done when the boy turned to him. "Don't worry about finding me something, I already have a job. Since I'm the original, I will be guarding you." Tazuna nodded in acceptance and started his rounds to check on his workers. The men seemed a bit more at ease with so many bodies around. The fact that it was all the same person didn't seem to affect them at all, as such a large grouping of ninja, no matter what rank, would be a deterrent for an attack. It would prove to be one of the most productive days he had seen in his life. Not to mention the bridge would be one of the best both on top and underneath. He was now debating hiring ninja for future bridge building just so he would have workers that could check the structural integrity of the entire bridge without the aid of pulley systems or barges. Little did the man know, but the boy beside him was actually still training too. Not just with the clones under the bridge either. No, Naruto had upped his resistance seals by a large amount. Just because he was heads over his peers did not mean he was going to relax. Years living on the street was more than enough time for him to find out that you may live through one beating just to get a worse one tomorrow, and he had had enough beatings in his life to not want any more. Even walking right now would be training. It may seem odd to those that watched him that he walked with an even pace and was working up a sweat, or that he moved his arms more than needed, but it was necessary to get the full effect of the workout. Even after Tazuna was finished with his rounds, the boy didn't stop moving. While Tazuna oversaw his workers from a point near the current construction area, Naruto stood nearby and practiced with his katana and ninjutsu. Every now and then he would see the old man look over and follow his katana, admiring its quality. He may have been a bridge builder, but no one in this area lived as long as he did without seeing at least a few blades. He wasn't going to ask the boy about it now though. There was work to be done here and he was the one in charge of it. The day was going smooth and he had more workers than ever. He'd be damned if he was going to waste even a minute of it. Around lunchtime, Tazuna called everyone in to eat. Naruto told him that the clones that would continue through since they didn't need food. Naruto himself brought out a fishing line and caught his own meal, much to the interest of the workers. They had lived here all their lives and had never seen anyone catch fish with such ease. It wouldn't be but a couple minutes before Naruto would hook a fish before dropping the line again. Once he stopped at 4, they were a little disappointed, but everyone went back to their own lunch because they knew that they had a long afternoon of work ahead of them, and with the sudden ambition their boss showed, they knew he was going to push them every second of it. The afternoon went much like the morning, save for Naruto having to dispel some of his clones, due to jobs being finished and thus not needing their help anymore. The newest part of the bridge would need to be finished before any more spot checks could be made underneath, and there were no more errands for the day. Naruto was still training with his blades when Tazuna called it a day. The workers all went home while Tazuna, with a huge smile on his face, waited with Naruto until the last of his clones had found a place to stop what it was doing. They soon found themselves back at the house looking at an exhausted Sakura with her head down on the table, and Kakashi reading his little orange book while Tsunami was working in the kitchen. "Where is the king and the court jester?" Sakura would have screeched at him if she had the energy to, but she settled for glaring at him, which looked more like she was falling asleep than anything to be worried about to the two new arrivals. They decided to keep at it. They were both about 20 feet off the ground by the time we left. Sakura pushed herself a little too hard and got a slight case of chakra exhaustion. "I see. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to borrow your bath, Tazuna. I think I smell pretty ripe about now from all the training I did." Tazuna just nodded while Kakashi raised an eyebrow as Naruto disappeared into the bathroom. What training did he do? Kakashi asked Tazuna as the man sat down heavily at the table. What didn't he do? Those clones of his are amazing. Versatile too. He covered every job I'd lost a worker for, and I actually had to create some others just so all the clones he made wouldn't go to waste. Clones don't affect the main body physically though. What did the real Naruto do? He walked around with me, and when I wasn't walking he was practicing with those two blades of his. Which I must say, that katana looks to be one very nice piece of work. I wonder where he got it. He got it off a ninja he defeated. Kakashi threw a side glance at Sakura to let Tazuna know that he didn't want to say much more about it in front of the girl. Receiving a nod of understanding from the man, he continued. All I know is that the sword is very powerful in its own right if handled properly. If he's already training with it, then he has a high probability of being able to use at least some of its potential. Sakura, finally gaining some strength back, turned towards her sensei. He should give it to Sasuke-kun then. If it's so powerful, then only Sasuke-kun is worthy of having it if it's going to be used by anyone. Kakashi couldn't help but feel ashamed at his student, but didn't have time to reprimand her as the door swung open and the two other teammates stumbled in, looking like they had just been through a war. Ah, training went well then, I assume? HN. The two boys slumped on the table and took up the same position as Sakura, hoping to see food in front of them before too long. At about the same time, Tsunami, Naruto, and Inari all entered the room. The later two took their seats while Tsunami set out the food. Dad, we're going to need more groceries for tomorrow night. Could you stop in town and pick some up? Tazuna sighed before nodding. Hi. We'll send Sakura with you just in case. Kakashi really just wanted to be away from the girl for a while, after she had collapsed during tree climbing from exhaustion, which he had warned her not to push herself into. He had to carry her back to the house and listen to her grumbling and whining about not being able to see her Sasuke-kun. It was grating on his nerves how much she worshipped the boy. For now, though, they would eat. They only made it a few minutes into dinner before Inari decided that people weren't pitying him enough and started his little outburst. Why do you try so hard? You'll just die like all the rest. Gato is too strong. HN, don't lump me in with your loser villagers. I am an Uchiha. I don't die. I will take down anyone who stands against me. Yeah, Sasuke-kun can take on anyone. This Gato guy doesn't stand a chance with him around. Me and Akamaru will plow down anyone to complete our mission. Isn't that right, boy? Arf. Kakashi and Naruto just sat there and continued to eat. At least they did until they were dragged into the conversation. See, even your sensei and teammate know better than to come up with hopeless ideas. They're the only smart ones here. Naruto just shook his head. The kid just didn't know when to shut his mouth. While I'll agree with you that I am smart, I have to say you don't know anything about us. Sasuke, while he is an arrogant prick, does have a few decent moves. Kiba with his clan jutsu would be more than enough to take on a few thugs. Sakura, well, she has good chakra control. Not sure what she can do in a fight, but maybe she just hasn't found her niche yet. Sure, they have Zabuza and that masked Nin, but we have Kakashi here who is world-renowned for his abilities as a ninja. He'll be taking on Zabuza while the rest of us take on the masked Nin. 4-on-1 seems like good odds to me. After that, all we need to do is find Gato and clean up the mess. You are just too soft. You praise your comrade's abilities and walk around all smiles, but you've probably never had a hard day in your life. Kakashi visibly cringed at Inari's words, as Naruto glared at the boy. If you want pity from someone for your so-called hard life, don't even think of coming to me. You don't know the meaning of the words that come out of your mouth. The boy had enough sense to back away from the glare, but Naruto's words just made him angrier. I don't know a hard life? I don't know a hard life. I've watched as our villagers have been beaten or killed. I've seen the way people are forced to steal just to survive. I've gone hungry many nights because the grocers in town don't have enough food to supply everyone. I think I know a hard life. Inari screamed as the tears started to come forth. No, kid. You've had some hard days, but you are far from a hard life. You have family, people who are there for you. You have a roof over your head and a bed to sleep in. You have seen people beaten or killed. Sure, but you don't look like you've taken a beating in your life, and I doubt you've ever come close to dying. Have you ever wandered the streets? Picking through trash to find your next meal? Have you ever slept in an alleyway in the rain because there was nowhere else? The villagers that you see so much of, do they glare at you like you are the bane of their existence? No, huh? I thought not. No, you don't know the meaning of a hard life. The group watched as Inari teared up and ran out of the room. Naruto just grunted and turned back to his meal. Naruto, was that really necessary? He's just a little kid, you didn't need to say such things. Besides, what kind of person would even stand to live like that? Stop making up stories to scare children. Sakura, now the target of Naruto's glare, shrunk back from him. Haruno, don't even think for 1 second that you know me or my life. Appetite now gone, Naruto stood and walked across the room. Stopping at the door, he turned to one of the few reasonable people still present. Hatake, I'm going to train. I'll see you in the morning. Hi. The man watched as the door closed. Achin, where does he get off acting so rough? He doesn't know half of what he was talking about. I've never seen him with even a hint of sadness during the academy. Dobe just thinks too highly of himself. Sasuke was reminded of his own lonely life. He was pampered even after his clan was killed, so the only thing he was really without now was his family. Where did he even come up with half of that? Kiba couldn't imagine living with any of those things Naruto said. He had always had his clan around, a bed to sleep in and food on the table. Being the son of the clan head had its perks. Money was never an issue, because that was his life. Kakashi would be in for a long night of refusing to answer questions, as he didn't want to broach a subject concerning Naruto's privacy without the boy's consent. After a few hours of getting denied information, Team 7 finally went to bed. Though with the lack of information that they craved, the implications of the pariah's life were quickly forgotten. In a clearing north of Tezuna's house, Naruto was busy reshaping the landscape. Stupid little brats. I would like to see any of them live through one day of my life without curling up into a ball and crying. Trees fell and were quickly shredded as his wrath tore the forest apart. Splintered logs lay in his wake as a gleaming black blade sliced through more wood. He wasn't one for needless destruction, but tonight he used it for anger management. If he'd have stayed in that house tonight, there would have been 3 very bruised genin before he tired out. He stopped after the 50th tree fell to his blade. Looking around and breathing slightly heavy, he sighed. That should be enough for now. No. He took a deep breath and swung his sword again. The next day found Team 7 all talking around the dining room table, acting like last night never happened. Kakashi had talked to Inari about Naruto's past, trusting the boy with a little more information than he gave to his own students. It was rather sad that he could trust someone he just met more than those from his own village, but they probably would have just used the information to further verbally abuse Naruto, and he wouldn't allow that to happen if he could prevent it. He was a little worried that Naruto hadn't come back last night, but out of all the genin there he was the most capable, so he put it to the back of his head. So, since today is an off day for building, Sakura will be assisting Tezuna in getting groceries while Kiba and Sasuke continue training. The 3 nodded as they finished breakfast and set about their tasks. Tezuna and Sakura headed to town while Kiba and Sasuke headed east towards their clearing. Kakashi stayed in the house, opting to do some indoor training in his room. Being still a bit weak from his overuse of the Sharingan, he was sticking to normal exercises like sit-ups and push-ups. In the fresh-cut clearing Naruto had made last night, a young female was picking around the area looking for plants. She hadn't noticed the boy laying in the middle of the clearing, nor the pile of freshly cut wood stacked nearby until she was almost upon them. She was soon brought back to awareness as the body moved, cracking some twigs under his weight. Nearly dropping her basket of herbs, she cautiously walked over to him and leaned down to get a look at his face. She gasped at recognizing him. Now an internal debate raged in her head. She could leave now and not worry about anything, or she could kill him and save her group some trouble later on. Cursing herself for not bringing any weapons with her, then cursing the boy for sleeping on top of his, she slowly reached out a hand ready to choke him to death before she stopped. This wasn't a good situation and she could tell it. Her without a weapon and him loaded to the teeth, yet all out of her reach. If she tried for one, he would probably wake up, and if she tried to choke him, he'd definitely wake and she would be at a loss. She was brought out of her debate as someone spoke. I would go for stomping on the throat, Even if it doesn't break their neck, they would be in so much pain that they would leave themselves wide open for more attacks. She jumped back from the boy as he slowly opened his eyes before turning them to her, all without moving his body. It was almost as if he didn't consider her a threat. The defensive posture she took proved that she was trained, but he still didn't know who she was. At least she hoped not. She watched in fascination as he slowly rose to his feet, brushing himself off as he stood. "So, can I ask what you are doing here?" "Picking herbs. For a friend. He's very ill, you see." She bent down to make it look like she was picking up another plant from the ground. With any luck, he would dismiss her stance as just getting ready to bend down for the plant. "Aha. Well, I would advise against giving him that one. It's poisonous." She looked down at what she was about to pick and realized that she was indeed about to pick up one of the more toxic of this area's plant life. Despite herself, she blushed in embarrassment. "You seem to have some knowledge of plants. Are you a woodcutter?" She looked at the pile of wood behind him and raised an eyebrow at the amount piled up. "Ha! No, I'm no woodcutter by trade. I have split a few logs recently though, as you can see." "Oh? Then what do you do?" "I'm a ninja, and this is where I was training." "A ninja? Isn't that dangerous? Aren't you afraid you'll get killed?" It comes with the territory. If I die, that just means I was meant to, so I won't run away from it. If I was meant to die so soon, I would have been killed many times already." "I see. And why is it that you are here, Ninja-san?" "I am here to stop a tyrant from oppressing this village." "Why are you here, Nurse-san?" "To protect my precious person." "Do you have a precious person, Ninja-san?" "Hi. I have a few people precious to me. That is why I won't die here, Hunter-san." The girl froze. "He knows, Okami, he knows, and I don't have any weapons. I'm dead." She turned to run but was stopped as she found herself encircled by his arms, then felt his hot breath by her ear. Now, Hunter-san. It would be rude to leave without at least introducing yourself." "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you are?" Haku. Momochi Haku." What was he thinking? Was he going to rape her? If that was his goal, she didn't have any way to stop him. Haku. That's a nice name. Now, Haku, I noticed something when we got close like this, and I want you to tell me about it. Why do you have a seal on you?" "What is he talking about? Zabuza-sama never said anything about a seal on me, and I haven't put any on." She was lost in confusion as Naruto found the time to examine the seal on the back of her neck. Let me go. I need to get back to Zabuza-sama." She wriggled hard, fighting his grasp until he let her go. She ran to the edge of the clearing before his words made her stop. "By the time this is over, you will remember what you lost, Haku-chan." She saw him smile, but was far too distraught to think about it, so she ran. She ran away from his confusing aura and back to her home, to the man who had picked her up from the brink of death and gave her a life. Back in the clearing, Naruto had his eyes closed and was going over the seal he saw in his head. He had seen its likeness before in a scroll on basic sealing and was trying to recall its details. It was a memory modification seal, something to hide a section of someone's past from themselves. It was clear to him that there was someone out there that didn't want the girl to remember a key part of her life, and he was going to find out why. Gathering the rest of his belongings that he had stashed nearby, he made his way back into town. He had plans too, after all, and now they just became a little more difficult. Sakura had never seen a village in such a dire situation. Of course, that wasn't saying much, since the only village she had seen was Konoha, which was one of the largest ninja villages. She knew they were wealthy in comparison to most, but to see a village that was so torn by someone's greed was an eye-opener for one as sheltered as her. Tazuna had led her down the dusty streets as she peered into alleyways which were crowded with those that could no longer afford to pay the living taxes put on them by Gato's regime. It was clear that the man would have to be stopped, but just how to do that was the difficult part. From what she gathered, he was not one to openly confront people, choosing to stay behind closed doors instead and let his thugs and mercenaries do the legwork. By the time they reached the grocer, Sakura already had a knot in her stomach, while Tazuna chose to keep his eyes on the ground. Upon entering the building, she soon realized just why everyone here was so thin. The shelves barely had anything on them, and those food items that were there looked like they had to fight for survival just as hard as the villagers. shriveled up vegetables, half-dried out fish, and crumpled boxes. The only good thing she saw was that there were no mice scampering around, but that was probably due to the lack of food as well. The rodents would rather choose to live in the wild and scavenge than stay in a poorly stocked building. They quickly got what they could from their list, checking off only 5 of the items as available. Paying the outrageous prices without one word from Tazuna, they headed back to the house. Sakura couldn't stand seeing people live this way, so she followed Tazuna's lead and kept her eyes on the ground, barely hearing the familiar voice as she passed someone, but not placing it as she tried to block out what she saw. Feels almost like home. When she turned her head to see who had spoken, she was met with the closing door of a building. At this point, she no longer cared what anyone said. The atmosphere here was too depressing, so putting it to the back of her head, she fell back into step behind Tazuna. The old man beside her, however, used to the ways of the village, was not so blind. He knew that an unguarded purse here meant no food, and no food meant no life. People here learned the hard way that even when you look like you're not looking at anything, you still need to be aware of everything. Thus it came as a surprise when the boy that was passing them had spoken. Sure, they had found out that he'd had it rough, but to hear someone make such a comment as if they would have rather lived here was a bit more than he'd expected. He would leave the boy to his peace though. He knew the building that Naruto had entered and knew he was up to something, but at the moment just didn't want to think about it. He had far too much on his mind already. Behind them in a small store stood Naruto, looking around at the available supplies. Oddly, this store was well stocked, unlike everywhere else in the village. Seed packets and tools lined the shelves while an old man stared at him, perplexed, from behind the counter. Naruto went around picking through the items on the shelves as the man got up and walked over to him very cautiously. Sir, if you are here for money, I am sorry, but I don't have enough for the payment this week. He'll please let me off this one time. My business isn't doing well with all of Gato's restrictions and WL. Naruto was for the most part ignoring the man until he heard Gato's name. So Gato is restricting farming here too. No wonder this place is so stocked. When he talked, the man realized that Naruto was not with Gato and quickly got excited. So you are here to buy something then? His hopes had risen exponentially with his revelation. Well, first I'd like you to tell me a bit about this restriction that this Gato guy put on you, and why you can't sell anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man, letting him know to leave nothing out. Oh, of course. Gato doesn't allow anyone to have their own farms or gardens anymore. If we try to start one up, he just sends in his thugs to destroy anything in the area and punish us. Continue. Naruto urged, keeping his eyes trained on the man's actions and body language. It was obvious the man was hesitant in divulging the information, as it could cost him a potential sale and some much-needed money. Well, with no one able to garden or farm, my stock just sits here and my family goes hungry. I tried once to start a small garden in secret, but they found out and took away my wife. Now I have only my daughter and one son. I'm sure by now they've killed her or slaved her away, but I hope to see her at least once more, if only to bury her properly. The old man lowered his head in sadness and shame. I see. Well, I'm going to need supplies. Gather what is on this list, please, while I get the rest that I need. Naruto took his list and tore it in half. Giving one piece to the man, he began his search around the store for his portion. The owner, of course, knew his store better, so by the time Naruto had half his portion, the man came over and helped him. Within 20 minutes, they had everything on the list crowding the counter. Ringing up the total, there were tears in the man's eyes as Naruto handed over the money for the items. It was overpriced, but he didn't blame the man. He had a family to provide for after all. Naruto took out one of his blank scrolls, quickly sealing everything away, just as someone else came through the door. Two someones, in fact. Both wore ragged clothes, but had the look of hardened fighters about them. Hey, old man, we're here for your payment. What's this? A customer? Hey, small fry, there are consequences for what you are planning, you know. Really, gentlemen? Well, I'll have to deal with those when they come. Naruto took his scroll and shoved past the men. Hey, punk, just who do you think you are? One of the men tried to take a swing at the boy, but his target seemed to disappear. The pair looked around, then spotted the boy walking down the street away from them. Come on, Bunjiro, let's get that brat. If he can afford to shop in a place like this, then he must be an outsider, and that means he has money. The one who spoke darted out the door as the now named Bunjiro looked back at the owner. Don't worry, old man. Once we're done with the brat, we'll be back for your payment. The owner could just cower away and pray that the boy kept himself safe. No one who valued their life treated Gato-s men like that and got away with it. Naruto ran away into the forest, leading the two mercenaries away from the town. He had to slow his pace a little to stay in their line of sight so they wouldn't give up. No, he didn't want that. He had plans for them. He'd been through these woods few times now and knew exactly where he was going. Up ahead was a small outcropping that overlooked the ocean. A perfect place to stage a little accident. Come on, Bunjiro, we're catching him. He's boxing himself in, we'll have easy pickings this time. Shut up, Masao. I am keeping up. Let's just get this over with before I add you to the casualties list. The two glared at each other before turning their attention back to their prey. So they don't like each other. Even better. It would have been troublesome if they were friends. Naruto cleared the line of trees and ran right up to the ledge with both men hot on his heels. He slowly turned as they landed behind him. So, giving up? Just hand over your cash and we won't hurt you much. How about I tell you a story instead? Shut it, kid, we don't care what you have to say. Oh, but this story involves you. Don't be hasty now. It all begins with a scared little boy. He's running through the forest as fast as his little legs can carry him with two angry monsters behind him. They run and run, but no matter where he tries to go, they follow. Soon enough, he finds himself with his back to a cliff as the monsters close in on him. Naruto tried his best to act out the emotions in his little play. Yeah, and then they eat him and toss his remains over the side. Whatever, kid. If you're not going to give up willingly. Masao began to pull his dagger out of its sheath. Then we'll have to do this the hard way. Oh, but there's a moral to this story. You see, the boy was not really a scared little boy. He was a young warrior who made his living by exterminating monsters. He killed the monsters that were chasing him and made it look like they fought each other to the death. That way the monsters' den would think they just fought each other and fell over the cliff to their deaths. The moral is, never judge someone by their looks, even if it's a scared little boy. See, your partner gets it. He pointed over to Bunjiro, but instead of staying in one spot, his finger lowered and started moving over towards Masao's feet. Masao's eyes widened as he saw Bunjiro's head roll into his line of sight, then to the sword that he hadn't even seen the kid draw. Why, you bastard! He thrust his dagger only to hit nothing but air. He twisted around to find his target only to turn right into the pointed tip of a katana. The blade went right through his eye socket and with his rushed momentum, was pushed a couple inches into his brain. A look of shock froze on his face. Naruto slid his blade out of the man's head and wiped it off on the ragged before the Masao's body went limp and he dropped to the ground. It's a good thing they were just regular mercenaries and not ninja. If they'd had any training at all, that could have been a lot messier. He searched their pockets quickly before sealing away anything of value and pushing the corpses off the cliff. Taking a few minutes, he created one Kage Bunshin and sparred with it slowly, being sure to include the blood splatters in the path of their fighting scrapes. Then, taking out his pipes again, he began playing a soft tune as he made his way back to his clearing, ignoring the few drops of blood that were now drying on his arm. At dinner that night, Naruto was the last to come to the table. He was dirty and sweating, but had at least washed his hands. Nothing spectacular happened at this meal until Sakura noticed a couple odd patches of color on his arm. Naruto, what is that on your arm? He looked down and noticed the long dry droplets before turning back to his plate. Blood, he said nonchalantly. How you cut yourself training? What a moron. Kiba was laughing while trying to stay upright in his seat while Sakura joined in and even Sasuke gave a chuckle. Naruto fixed him with a bored gaze. Who said it was my blood? All laughing stopped. Kakashi sighed. Who was it this time, Naruto? The boy chose to finish what was in his mouth before answering. Two mercenaries. They annoyed me when they were trying to push a store owner to give them payment. I lead them away from town, then killed them in a way that it would look like an accident. He never stopped eating as he explained his day. Meanwhile, everyone at the table but Kakashi and Sasuke was looking at him in horror. Kakashi looked to be thinking while Sasuke looked a bit pissed off. That or he was constipated. One of the two. You didn't leave any evidence, did you? What do you take me for? I slashed their clothes with each other's weapons, making sure to cut in such a way that I could take their belongings, and if anyone finds them, they will chalk it up as a loss in the fight. Their weapons. If anyone wants to go diving at the base of a cliff in the choppy ocean to search for them, then they deserve to come to conclusions. Kakashi nodded his head. It was a well-thought-out assassination. Had Naruto been his student, he would have been proud. Looking at said students, he could only hope they grew up quick. Sakura was shaking, Kiba looked like he was going to be sick, and Sasuke looked like Naruto had just stolen his life savings. Well, Team 7 will continue our tree climbing exercise tomorrow while you guard Tazuna again. Tazuna looked relieved at the news. If the boy could kill, then he had the best chance of protecting the bridge aside from Kakashi himself. When are we going to protect the bridge, Kakashi? That is our mission too, and we were the ones originally assigned to it. Why let the dobe take all the glory? Sasuke spat. Because you are still in training and I am your sensei. Until you complete the tree climbing, you will continue with that exercise. Now eat. You need to rest before tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. Kakashi had no idea just how right he was. That night Naruto was up much later than everyone else, going over the seal he saw on Haku. He had sheets of paper spread out in front of him with numerous seals drawn on each. Half the pages held the seal that he saw, the other half showed possible counterseals. While it was true that each one could remove the seal, each also came with drawbacks. One would severely weaken the person while another would render them completely immobile, though for a shorter amount of time. Each counter he had came with its own downside, and he was having difficulty deciding which would be best. Sighing to himself, he packed up his supplies and headed out into the night. It was routine for him now to sleep outside. He didn't mind though. The air here was crisp and clean, and the breeze was relaxing. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and it was just nice to watch the stars as he fell asleep. Climbing into a nearby tree, he was soon dozing off thinking about seals and techniques. The next day, as Team 7 headed into the forest to once again attack their greatest foes, the trees, while Naruto and Tazuna headed for the bridge. Despite the sickening feeling he had in his stomach, Tazuna wanted to know more about what the blonde had been doing in that store yesterday. No one in this town was dumb enough to go there. Though if anyone had the ability to do that, it was his companion for the day. Naruto, what were you doing in a farming supply store yesterday? The same thing anyone who goes to such a store does. I was buying supplies. But why? You don't really strike me as the gardening type. I don't really strike you as the killing type either, I am guessing, yet I have done so on numerous occasions. That's true, but I feel I should warn you that growing anything won't go without consequence around here. Gato won't stand for it. Anyone who has tried to grow anything has been punished. I could say the same about building bridges, Tazuna-san. Tazuna laughed hard and scratched his head. That is true, isn't it? You will know why soon enough. Until then, I ask that you keep my business a secret from my peers. This is just one of many things in my life that I don't want them knowing about. I understand. I won't tell a soul. And Naruto, thank you. Hi. The two arrived at the bridge to see all the workers from 2 days ago already at their stations. Without being told to, Naruto made his Kage Bunshin army to fill in the gaps. The day went by much like the previous time, with Tazuna leading his men and Naruto doing what exercises he could. It wasn't until late afternoon that they called it a day. Due to their new progress, with Naruto's help, they were going much faster than previously, and the timetable for completion was shortening much faster than any of them had hoped. Everyone left in high spirits that day, and for the first time in months their families would see them come home with smiles plastered on their faces. Dinner at Tazuna's was a bit more of a spectacle. It seemed that the two other boys were finally able to make it to the top of the tree, and Sakura was able to make it without a break. Sticking to his word, Kakashi promised that they would be on guard duty as well the following day, making them all a little happier. Well, at least Team 7's genin were happier. The rest were resigning themselves to having to deal with the three all day. As they were cleaning their plates, there was a knock at the door. Naruto went to open it with his hand on his ninjutsu, but was caught off guard when a spear was shoved right through the door and into his stomach. Tsunami and Sakura screamed as Naruto fell backwards onto the floor holding his wound. Kakashi was on his feet the moment he heard metal meet flesh, and he rushed to the door taking a defensive position in front of his downed comrade. Kiba and Sasuke meanwhile shook themselves out of their shock as they took up guard positions in front of the family, both trying but failing to hide their smiles. The door burst open and showed a man in his early 20s with a long spear held out in front of him. When he saw Kakashi, though, his eyes widened and he dashed out into the night. Kakashi yelled over his shoulder as he pursued. "Sakura, tend to Naruto. The rest of you stay on guard." The three genin just stood there and stared after their sensei. Seeing no one moving, Tsunami pushed past the boys and rushed to Naruto's side to check his wound. She was no doctor, but right now they didn't have a choice since none of the boys' comrades seemed to care one bit about him. Out in the forest, Kakashi had already caught up to the man and gave him a quick death. It was just a random mercenary that Gato had sent to try and take the old man out. The orders were written out in a letter in the man's back pocket. Grabbing the letter, Kakashi made his way back to the house and met with a sight that filled him with rage. Naruto was still on the floor being tended to by Tsunami while Sakura stood off to the side glaring down at the boy. Her two teammates were actually trying to pull Tsunami away from the boy, but were being held back by Tazuna and a pissed-off Inari. "What the hell is going on here?" Kakashi's booming voice stopped all action in the room. "Sakura, why aren't you helping Naruto instead of Tsunami?" I froze up. "I was scared. I'm sorry." Though she said the words, she didn't look the part one bit. "And why are you two keeping the client away from his daughter?" He leveled his glare on Sasuke and Kiba, who flinched a little. "You told us to protect them. We were trying to keep them out of harm's way. And you didn't think it would be easier to protect them if they were all together. Our mission is to keep Tazuna and his family safe. That includes his daughter. You should have brought them over to her and guarded them here. All three of you get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again until tomorrow. You make me sick." The three genin rushed out of the room, happy to be away from their sensei's harsh glare. Meanwhile, Kakashi rushed to Naruto's side to help Tsunami. He urged her hand away so he could get a better look at the wound. His eyes widened when he saw it. "It's healing itself from the inside out. This must be the demon's doing. It's not going to let its host die if it can help it. For once, I thank its existence." He pulled out his medical kit and began to bandage the wound up before taking Naruto to his own room. He wasn't about to risk leaving him in with the other two boys. Fox or not, there were still ways to kill him. None of those in the house had noticed that through the whole ordeal Naruto had never made a sound. No cries of pain, hardly any twitching muscles. Barely a sign that anything was wrong at all. The next morning, Kakashi was in a very bad mood. He hadn't gotten much sleep as he was watching over Naruto. It was only when Tazuna came in and offered to be on guard that he allowed himself to close his eyes. The enemies he was worried about were no longer just outside the house. No, he was worried about those inside the house now as well. Should they show any sign of foul play, Tazuna would be able to at least wake him up, if not deter them himself from entering. When he awoke the next morning, Tazuna had confirmed his suspicions that something was amiss when he was told that the other genin had tried to see how Naruto was doing. But they were easily turned away with a terces fine from Tazuna and a promise to wake their sensei if they didn't go back to their rooms. Currently, he was sitting across from said genin and glared at them through the whole meal. Once breakfast was over, he told them to meet out front in 10 minutes. As much as he would have loved to make them train all day, he didn't trust to leave them alone. Naruto was out of commission for now, which meant someone had to guard Tazuna. This meant Kakashi himself would go along with his team. Leaving any of them behind would result in some questionable circumstances. Of that he was certain. He followed closely behind them as they went to their rooms, making note of how many times they looked between him and the room the Naruto was currently resting in. He broke off into that room while they got ready, and didn't come back out until he saw them standing out front from his window. Making a quick check of their rooms, he grabbed Sasuke's weapon pouch, which he most likely accidentally left behind, and went outside. When he arrived outside, Sasuke was about to say something but didn't have time as he had to catch the pouch that was headed for his face. Looking down at the bundle, he realized what it was that he caught. He glared at his sensei before turning and heading off towards the bridge. Apparently Kiba and Sakura had been in on the plan too, as they scowled a bit before heading off as well. Tazuna brought up the rear with Kakashi. He had seen the exchange and was slightly confused. What was that all about, Kakashi? He whispered so the kids wouldn't hear him. They are planning on doing something to Naruto. I don't know what yet, but I have a hunch. Naruto is kind of the village pariah. It wasn't until recently that he showed anything that would show he had any kind of intelligence. I think the boys are threatened by it, and Sakura is so blinded by her crush on Sasuke that she'd go along with anything he said. Would they really do that? Harm their own friend? Kakashi snorted and almost burst out laughing, causing said genin to stare back at them in confusion. Kakashi waved them off and they turned back forwards. They are no friends to each other. I don't know the extent of it, but Sasuke was the rookie of the year. Sakura was the top kunoichi and Kiba is a possible clan heir. Naruto, on the other hand, was the dead last, thus their disrespect for him. I think now that he's showing his true abilities, they can't comprehend it. They were also used to being so far ahead of him that now that it's him over them they can't handle it and would rather be rid of him and call it an accident. So it's jealousy then? I thought that type of thing would have been discouraged in ninja at a young age. Normally yeah, but anything that involves Naruto is far from normal. He's hated by most of the village, so it's only natural that the hate the older generation has towards him got passed down to the younger generation. Such a waste. I would love to have 3 of him over the group I have now. I see. It's a good thing you are in charge of them then. Oh. If it's as bad as you say, then another team leader may have let them go forward with their little plan. True. I hadn't thought of it that way. By this time they had made it to the bridge to find workers scattered everywhere. Some bleeding, others barely conscious. Tazuna ran up to one that looked to still be alive. Fujio, what happened? Tazuna, demon. The group heard evil laughing as a thick fog began to roll in over the bridge. So I guess our little present last night didn't do too much damage. Oh well, at least he got the worst of the little pests it seems. Out of the mist in front of them walked Zabuza and Haku. And it looks like they're still afraid. Rooster head over there is shaking in his shoes. Sasuke scowled at the man. I'm shaking from excitement. Oh really? Suddenly there were clones of Zabuza standing on every side of the group. Sasuke, do it. Sasuke didn't waste any time as he blurred out and each clone splashed into water. Oh? It seems you have a rival in speed, Haku. It would seem that way, Zabuza-sama. Kakashi pulled up his hideaway, revealing his Sharingan. Feel privileged, Zabuza. No one has seen this eye twice and lived to speak of it. In truth, Kakashi was a little upset that the clones hadn't at least injured the boy, but maybe there was hope for that yet. He needed something to knock the boy down a few pegs. Maybe it would get his mind of their blonde ally. He didn't have time to think though as the mist thickened and he found Zabuza inside his guard. Forced away from the group, he called out to the others. Sasuke, Kiba, go after the other one. I'll take Zabuza. Sakura, protect Tazuna. Chapter 6. Battle Royale. Sasuke smirked as he rushed right up to Haku, not bothering to wait for Kiba. This didn't worry Haku at all though, as she easily blocked the punch and following kick. She watched as Sasuke got more and more frustrated with each blocked attempt, wondering how someone who fell into a rage so quickly ever became a ninja. She saw the other boy running over, so she quickly caught the kunai that was aimed at her and did one-handed seals. Sensatsu Susho. Forming a dome of water senbon around them, she caused Kiba to stop in his tracks as he no longer able to get close without getting caught in the attack. Just before the attack was able to hit though, Sasuke disengaged and did a quick kawarimi with the only thing close enough. The only thing heard besides the sound of the senbon hitting flesh was a yell of, "What the hell?" from Kiba and a yip of surprise from Akamaru, who was now running to his downed owner. Haku was sickened that the raven-haired boy would use his teammate like that. The dog boy was lucky that she hadn't been aiming for any vital organs. He would live, but he was out of commission, so at least she only had to deal with the Uchiha. She would make him pay for hurting someone he should have been watching the back of. She would make him feel pain much worse than his teammate did. You are despicable. Using a comrade to save yourself. Ha! I am the last Uchiha. He should be honored to die in order to save me. When you are the last of your bloodline, that is just the way things work. Really now? So what happens then, when 2 of the last of their bloodlines meet and fight? That's easy. The strongest bloodline wins, and there are none stronger than the Sharingan. The Sharingan, huh? I've heard of it, but I don't see it in you. Haku smirked behind her mask while Sasuke prickled at the jab. It just hasn't activated yet. It takes a life or death situation to do so, which means I haven't met an opponent strong enough to even be my equal, let alone push me enough to be a challenge. Oh, you have met one. He was even eating under the same roof as you. The blonde one, Naruto. How dare you even compare such a weakling to me? A dead last like him could never be a challenge to one such as me. Perhaps, but now you face another who will be your challenge. Now we will see who has the stronger bloodline. You, an Uchiha who has no claim to the true nature of his name, or I, the last of the Hayatan users and fully capable of using my bloodline. I will show you my greatest achievement. Try not to die too quick, mighty Uchiha. Makio Hyosho. Sasuke could only stand there as ice mirrors formed all around him. When he tried to escape through an opening that one hadn't formed in yet, one immediately appeared to block his path. Smirking, he gathered his chakra and performed his favorite jutsu. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. The fire blazed against the ice with Sasuke pouring as much chakra as he could into it. Smirking, he ran through the smoke to hide his escape, but was stopped when he ran face first into the ice mirror. He thought he had melted. As Haku stepped into one of the mirrors, she laughed at the boy. Your fire won't work against me, dear Uchiha. This ice is imbued with my chakra. It would take a flame hotter than your little body can produce to even make them steam. Now learn your place in this world. As the last of her body melded with the mirror, Haku's reflection was duplicated on every mirror in the dome. Sasuke looked on in horror for the first time in his life as each reflection drew a set of senbon. Feel the pain of betrayal, Uchiha. With that, the senbon flew through the air toward the lone target. Back at the house, Naruto was just beginning to wake up. He felt a little sore in his chest, but after rubbing it, he found the wound had already healed over. This would have surprised most people, but for him this was life as usual. It hadn't mattered how bad the beating or how many times he was stabbed. Most wounds he got were healed by the next day. After getting dressed and doing some morning stretches, he was making his way downstairs when he heard a scream. He landed at the bottom with one jump, just in time to see a screaming Inari run out the front door. Let go of my mom. Realizing what was happening, Naruto followed the boy out and caught up just in time to perform a quick Korimi with Inari and draw his own blades to block the two swords that were meant to slice the kid in thirds. Now, gentlemen, there are nicer ways to ask a woman out, you know. His ninjutsu held firm as the sword it blocked was easily kept at bay. On the katana side, however, his arm was shaking a bit from the pressure. This one is either a bit stronger or, more likely, I'm not used to a katana yet. It might be a few years too early for such a blade. If Zabuza's reaction was anything to go by, though, it may not hurt to keep it around for intimidation purposes. The two Ronin drew back their swords and got into a ready stance. Shut it, kid. Gato wants this little whore to get back at that bridge builder. And Gato gets what Gato wants. Isn't that right, Tamatsu? Naruto had just enough time to register the sound of a blade cutting through the air before he was sliced down the back. Poof. In a cloud of smoke he was gone, and so were Inari and Tsunami. The three mercenaries looked around frantically for their lost charges. Damn it! This is why I don't like dealing with ninja, they're always so sneaky. No offense, Tamatsu. None taken. I don't like dealing with my own kind all that much either, the new man replied. The sound of metal cutting through air was heard again as the two samurai turned in time to block a couple shuriken thrown their way while Tamatsu just jumped out of the way. He was a distance fighter and shuriken usually came before a close combat rush. To all of their surprise, though, they heard another poof as the shuriken turned into clones. Before they could react, the two samurai were out cold, while the ninja easily took the one charging at him out with a shuriken of his own. He stood there in the middle of the street outside Tezuna's house waiting for the attack to come. You're not bad, kid, I'll give you that. He was hoping to taunt the boy into giving away his position. He soon found out it wasn't necessary. Naruto calmly walked around the corner of the house and stared at the ninja. Tamatsu Yusuji, aka Herald of the Squall. Missing nin of Kirigakure no Sato. Last known rank, Chunin. It seems you have me at a disadvantage. You are well informed for a kid. I would ask your name, but when you're dead it doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto, no known aliases. Genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto did a small bow while smirking at his opponent. I'm glad I picked up that bingo book on the way here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known whose heads to collect. Naruto slowly pulled the katana back out to test his theories and watched as the eyes of the Chunin got wider and wider with every inch that came out, proving that it was indeed a good intimidation factor. At least against Kiri Ninja. And no way! That was when he made his mistake. The Chunin, knowing exactly who the sword belonged to, attempted to escape the one who seemingly killed him. Suetun, Mizurappa. With some quick hand signs, he made a small spout of water rush towards the blonde before running into the trees nearby and taking to the branches. He yelled over his shoulder as he heard the boy pursuing him. There's no way in hell a genin could have defeated him. Who the hell are you? His blood froze as the answer seemed to be whispered right into his ear. Your worst nightmare, and now your death. Goodbye, Herald of the Squall. In a flash of steel and a spray of red, the deed was done. The Chunin now lay headless at Naruto's feet. After scavenging what he could, and sealing away the head, Naruto burned the corpse so it wouldn't be contaminating the forest near Tezuna's house. He didn't want to chance Inari or Tsunami stumbling upon it if they decided to go for a stroll anytime soon. Heading back to the house, he found the two samurai kind of tied up to a post with Inari standing next to them, a huge grin plastered on his face. I kept them company, Nissan. Naruto let out a chuckle. He couldn't stop himself. Good job, Inari. And good job protecting your mother. That is what real men do. That is what heroes do. Naruto went over to the samurai and untied them. Inari was about to protest when Naruto gave him a smile and signaled for him to wait. He went through their belongings, removing anything sharp enough to cut and anything useful to him, including their weapons. Their money pouches he tossed to Inari, whose eyes bulged at the weight. After everything was sealed away, he tied them back up, correctly, making sure to do it slow enough that Inari could see. It was about this time that the two started to wake up. While they may have been a bit startled to see it was the blonde to greet them, they soon began to grin evilly. Looks like you're the lucky one, kid. By now your friends at the bridge are dead. And so is that builder. Inari was on the verge of tears as Tsunami ran out and clutched him to her in a mother's attempt at protecting her child no matter what the enemy was. Naruto, on the other hand, had a grin of his own on and was staring down the mercenaries. I don't care if the Three Stooges die, but you will be hard-pressed to find someone that could take on Kakashi. He already beat Zabuza once. He will do so again. He quickly beat the two with the blunt end of his sword before turning to the two distraught family members. Don't worry, Tezuna-san will be fine. Promise. Keep an eye on these two for me a while, please. If they start to wake up, just bash them on the head with a wok or something. Seeing them both nod as they wiped their tears away, he turned and sped down the road towards the bridge. Things weren't looking good for any of the bridge defenders. Sasuke was doing his best impression of a porcupine in the middle of the ice dome with the help of Haku. He had partially activated his Sharingan, but after sustaining so many injuries it was pointless. He was in so much pain that even breathing hurt like hell. Haku, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. Kiba lay outside the dome unconscious, while Sakura stood beside Tezuna, wondering what she should do. She couldn't see anything because of the dense fog, but she could hear Sasuke's screams of pain and the sound of metal hitting metal from Kakashi's fight. Kakashi was having a rough time with Zabuza as well. The mist was so thick that his Sharingan was practically useless. The only benefit it gave him was that he had just enough time to dodge most of Zabuza's attacks as they showed in his limited vision just a couple of feet before hitting. He still managed to get a slice on his arm and another across his chest, but he was still alive. None of him noticed as a blur shot towards the dome, keeping just outside of viewing distance of those inside. Naruto watched as Haku's Senbon repeatedly pierced Sasuke, never giving him time to block the projectiles. The attacks came from all sides, it seemed, though he noted that each set was timed a little differently. After a few moments, Sasuke couldn't take any more and collapsed to his knees. Naruto was about to head in and bring him out, but halted as Haku's mirrors began to melt away. The girl walked up to Sasuke until she was just out of his reach, notable by his half-hearted attempts to swing at her. You see, Uchiha, even one so great as you can fall. Without teammates to watch your back, you are nothing. Perhaps if you hadn't switched out with that dog boy, he would have been able to block the attacks at your back. Then you both probably would have outlasted me. Know that it was your arrogance that was your undoing. She brought out another senbon and prepared the final attack, but was stopped as another body blocked her path. Naruto, so Zabuza-sama's attack was pointless after all. I am glad to see you are well, but I must ask you to not interfere. I'm sorry, but I can't let you kill him. He may be an asshole, but he's still my comrade for this mission, and it is my duty to keep him alive if possible. It was at this point that Sasuke was able to gather enough strength for one more action. He quickly grabbed Naruto's left shoulder and right arm as he stood up. Teach this way you will die knowing that you protected and Uchiha. Feel privileged? D-dobe. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he had lost almost all his strength, so when Naruto turned around and backhanded him to the other side of the bridge, he was powerless to stop it. He collapsed in a heap as he was knocked out cold. Well, he won't be bothering us for a while. Now where were we? It amazes me that after such treatment you are still willing to save him. Trust me, it would be a lot worse for me if I didn't. Now, I have to ask you to trust me, Haku-chan. Haku cocked an eyebrow at him, though he couldn't see it because of the mask. But the way she turned her head to the side as she did it indicated to him she was questioning his motives. There is a memory replacement seal on the back of your neck, and I would like to remove it if you will let me. Haku took a step back. And why should I trust you to do such a thing? How do I know you won't just attack me while you have my back? You don't, that's why I am asking you to trust me. I don't want to have to do this the hard way. Naruto held out the seal he chose to use on her to show her what it was. I will place this over the seal on the back of your neck and will cancel the effects for as long as it's on. That will allow you to remember what you had been forced to forget until I can cancel the seal out permanently. If you want, you can put this on yourself. This edge needs to face up. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. He held the seal out further for her to take if she wanted. She cocked her head to the side again as if considering the offer. And what are the side effects of the seal? You will feel tired for a while, but you won't be harmed. You may not be able to fight at your full capacity until the effects wear off, but other than that, nothing. He smiled as she reached out and took the seal from him, studying it closer. Your seal is about here, he said, pointing to a spot on his own neck so she knew where to place the counterseal. Had you deceived me and said it did nothing, I would have skewered you where you stood. But you seem to be telling the truth, and you left me go in the forest when you could have easily killed me. I will return that favor with my trust. My life is in your hands, Naruto-san. Taking a deep breath, she slapped the seal on the back of her neck and instantly felt the vertigo from it. She could feel herself getting drowsy just like he said. But more importantly, she could see her true memories as they flooded back to her. In just a couple of minutes, she was on her knees crying as she threw her mask away. He killed them. It wasn't from the bloodline purge. He did it. Naruto was by her side in an instant, keeping her face from hitting the bridge. Haku, are you okay? I swear it wasn't supposed to hurt you. Let me see it. I'll fix it. She slapped his hands away from her. No, I have to have this. I won't allow him to control me anymore. Who was it, Haku? Who was controlling you? He already had a hunch, but he needed to get her to say it. Zabuza, in seconds, she was on her feet again with determination in her eyes as she weaved her way unsteadily over to where they could hear metal clashing. As they neared, they heard the new sound of dogs growling as the two jonin talked. Then through the fog they saw light crackling nearby, accompanied by what almost sounded like a flock of small birds chirping. Another few seconds and the mist started to dissipate, showing a wounded Zabuza being held down by numerous dogs as Kakashi stood in front of him, a crackling ball of chakra in his hand. Zabuza looked over at Haku and smiled. Looks like you don't get to kill me today, Kakashi," said Jonin. Ignored him as he rushed forward, intending to end Zabuza's life. He was stopped short as a hand grabbed his wrist and held him fast. He followed the arm to see a familiar face. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Naruto just shook his head and looked over to where Haku was advancing on the immobilized Zabuza. Haku, get rid of these mutts so I can get this show over with. Then we can kill the old man and get our payment. Haku just walked closer. Haku, did you hear? It was you. Zabuza looked at his partner as she advanced on him. Her dangerous undertone was easily apparent. It wasn't my father that killed my mother. It was you. Zabuza now saw the corner of the paper sticking off her neck. He glared over at Naruto. So you figured it out. I admit I'm impressed. Haku continued as if he hadn't said anything. You killed my father when he refused to hand us over. Then my mother right in front of my eyes when she refused to help you with your plans. I couldn't do anything to stop it back then. I was barely able to make more than a ball of water. You covered it all up and trained me to be your tool. Using me all this time knowing that you were the one who killed my parents. Haku was now standing in front of the missing Nin glaring at him. You are sick. She once again created a dome of senbon, this time around her at one time father figure. With no way for the man to get away, Kakashi's dogs dispersed. You never did have the heart to kill Haku. Cold as ice, but still too soft. Zabuza began laughing up until the senbon closed in on him. With a sickening spurt of blood, it was over. The once mighty swordsman was now nothing more than a soulless pile of flesh. Haku stared at the corpse for a full minute before a pair of arms encircled her waist. Only then did she allow herself to cry as she turned around and collapsed into Naruto's chest. Naruto, I'm going to have to ask you to step away from her. She is still an enemy. She attacked 2 ninja of the leaf and killed one. Neither are dead, came Haku's weak voice. What? Neither are dead. I've never killed anyone. Until just now. Though I intended to kill the Uchiha, every attack up to this point was non-lethal. So why did you intend to kill Sasuke? The Cyclopean Jonin asked. He used his own teammate to switch out, forcing the dog boy to take the hit that was meant for him, but those 2 were not lethal. Kakashi wanted to puke. His own student tried to sacrifice one of his teammates in order to live. He should have never passed them, but he knew that whatever decision he had made at the time, the Konoha Council would have pushed the boys' team through. I will vouch for her, Kakashi. He turned to the blonde. She has more honor than your whole team combined. I will vouch for her. Clack clack. As touching as all this is, I am a very busy man. So how about we end this now? All conscious heads turned towards the unfinished end of the bridge to see a short businessman surrounded by hundreds of mercenaries. Naruto and Kakashi rushed in front of Tazuna, getting into defensive stances. I see that my hunch was right. Zabuza was no match for the Konoha ninja, and neither was that half-wit I sent to get his daughter. At the mention of Tsunami, Tazuna took a step forward. If you lay a hand on her, I will gut you myself. Ah, the mighty bridge builder does have a spine. I'm sorry, my dear man, but in this world money is power, and when you're as wealthy as I am, you can afford a lot of power. Kill them. With a roaring battle cry, the wave of mercenaries charged forward as the small man disappeared from sight behind them. Kakashi, how strong are you right now? About a quarter. Shit. Haku will be out of commission for a bit. Kiba and Sasuke are out for now as well, and Sakura's pretty much worthless. Okay, I'm going to buy you some time. Take a soldier pill and rest a little. When you're ready, join the fun. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto charged the massive death head-on. As the 2 sides got closer, he cried out, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a huge cloud of smoke, the bridge was now filled with combatants from both sides. In seconds, they clashed in a huge cloud of smoke and blood as both sides began taking losses when fatal hit matched fatal hit. As the numbers dwindled, groups of fighters were split up. All of the lesser fighters lay dead or severely wounded as the battle masters jumped around them, guarding and attacking in a desperate bid for survival against Naruto's relentless assault. Kakashi was smart enough to listen to Naruto and was currently watching the fight, waiting for any sign that the boy was faltering. His cue came when a slightly bloody Naruto was slung out of the fray by the end of a staff. He had been fighting alone against 4 of the brawlers and holding his own before his foot caught on one of the fallen and he was forced off balance. It wasn't a killing blow, but it was enough for an opening. That opening was filled before they could make use of it by Kakashi. He wasn't at 100%, but he couldn't wait any longer. Besides, these were just normal fighters, not ninja, and Naruto had already taken out about 3/4 of them with his clones. As he blocked the initial blows, a whistling was heard over the clashing sounds of battle. All heads turned towards the other end of the bridge where a large group of people were now standing. The ragtag band of villagers were armed with anything they could find. Shovels, picks, axes, and even the odd cane could be seen waving in the air in fury. Naruto, now recovered from his spot on the ground, smiled at the sight and nodded to Inari, who was holding a miniature crossbow. He turned back towards the fight and glared at those still living that caught his eye. Everyone present was engaged with an opponent, but rather than helping any of them out, he rushed past them as he yelled towards Kakashi. "I'm going after Gato. Keep the villagers safe." Kakashi only grunted in response as he blocked another sword strike with his kunai. Running to the unfinished area of the bridge, Naruto was in time to see a boat cast off. A smile formed on his lips. Gato was on the boat smirking up at them, reveling in the cries of the dying. When this day was done, the ninja and the bridge builder would be dead. Even if they managed to win, it wouldn't matter. Where there was money, there were also reserves. People would always be willing to fight for money. As he looked up at the bridge once more, he saw a lone figure looking down at him. He smirked at the boy who seemed to have been with the ninja side before. It was too late, though his boat had already cast off from the base of the bridge. There would be no stopping the inevitable. His eyes widened, though, as he watched the figure walk over the edge, but refused to fall. Instead, it bolted down the side of one of the pillars holding the bridge up. He expected the boy to try to swim towards him futilely, but cursed his luck when the kid just ran on the water's surface instead of splashing into its depths. Naruto ran towards the boat at full speed, dodging or knocking away the few arrows that came towards him from the boat's few defenders, creating a few more bunshin as he closed in. He watched the boat's defenders draw out their close combat weapons, getting ready for him to board. He wasn't one to disappoint and jumped high in the air, causing the boat to rock when he landed on the railing. A few of the fighters lost their balance, and soon their lives followed as Naruto stuck to the planks with chakra, allowing him easier movement on the now unsteady ride. Gato saw the boy leap and cursed as his defenders fell one by one. He turned to those that were rowing and yelled at them to get up and fight too. He offered mountains of money to the one that could bring him the blonde's head. It was pointless, however. Those on the boat were the least skilled of his fighters, since he was so sure of victory, or at least a safe escape. His personal guard was sent to get Tezuna's family, but it seemed that had fallen through as well. Now he had his back up against the bow of the boat, gibbering at the kid like a fool as he offered him more money than he'd offered anyone, just to let him live. He promised to give money to Wave to live in poverty, but his crimes outweighed his bank account. "Come now, boy. I am rich beyond imagining. I could give you enough money to buy your own village. You could have any woman you want. Nothing would be out of your reach. I could give you everything you ever dreamed of and more." Naruto spat at the thought of it. "You talk about buying anything as if everything were for sale. What I want you can't afford. What I desire isn't any material possession. What I dream for is respect." "Ha! Respect. You can easily buy that. With as much money as I have, people respect me or they fall. No one respects you, Gato. Fear you sure, but respect no. Respect is earned, not bought. You have earned the respect of no one here, and now you will no longer have the chance to right those wrongs." Naruto drew his ninjutsu one more and, in a single fluid motion, sliced across. "Whether you kill me or not, it doesn't matter. This village will still fa. Cock. Cock." Gato's words were cut off as the blade sliced through his throat. As he laid there choking on his own blood, he looked up and smiled at the blonde. Even through his pain and dimming vision, he had evil thoughts on his mind. Thoughts about the men positioned nearby. Men who had already been paid, and would attack tomorrow even if no word was heard from today's attack. He would have his revenge on this pathetic town. As the boat floated lazily past the bridge, no longer having oarsmen to push it upstream, Naruto jumped off and tied it up where it had been before Gato had tried to run away. He took his time climbing back up since he didn't hear the sounds of fighting anymore. Reaching the top, he was finally able to see the aftermath of the battle. No mercenaries were left standing, and it looked like only a couple of the villagers had been either severely injured or dead. But all in all, the fight was a success. He saw the bodies of Kiba and Sasuke side by side with Kakashi, pulling the numerous senbon from them with Haku's help, while Sakura stood nearby crying at the sight. Haku still looked weak, but at least she was helping, and that was a good sign since Kakashi wasn't objecting. By the time he made it to them, they were finishing up with the last of the senbon. "I see things seem to have gone well up here." "Gone well? Can't you see that Sasuke-kun was hurt? And it was that bitch there that did it." Sakura pulled a kunai out, fully intent on skewering Haku where she was kneeling as she checked Kiba for any more injuries. She ran forward but was stopped by a hand grabbing her wrist. When she struggled to get free, she was picked up and tossed backwards away from the weakened ninja. Looking up at her attacker, she found Tazuna glaring down at her. Why? Why won't you let me kill her? She attacked Sasuke-kun. Because she was being manipulated. Maybe if you opened your eyes a little to see more than your precious Uchiha, you would see the world for what it really is instead of the sunshine and rainbows world you live in. Tazuna looked at the girl in disgust. Never had he seen someone so obsessed with another human before. Sakura, Haku didn't kill either of them. In fact, she went against her leader in going out of her way to make sure they didn't die. She may have attacked us, but at the time she didn't know exactly what she was doing. She only believed she did what she thought was right. To Kakashi's ire, Sakura just let out a humph and turned the other way, pouting. Yes, that is very mature. Sighing, he turned back to the now awakening pair. Ugh, where am I? Kakashi-sensei? The bridge? The fight? Kiba shot up before putting a hand to his aching head and falling back down. His head turned to the side and he saw Sasuke. You bastard! You tried to get me killed! Kiba wanted to punch his teammate, hurt him more than anything he wanted to hurt before, but he could barely lift his arms, let alone shift himself to a striking position. Instead, he settled on trying to glare the boy to death. Kakashi looked down at the boy in pretend confusion. What do you mean, Kiba? It was a smug Sasuke who answered him. I used a kawarimi to get out of an attack. The closest thing I could see was Kiba, so I switched with him. He should be honored that he was so useful. Kakashi had enough of the brat. He drew his fist back and rammed it into Sasuke, much to the shock of everyone there that didn't know of the tension in the group. A sensei just knocked out his own student. They were brought out of their staring when Kakashi turned to them, rubbing the back of his head. What? He gave a big eye smile at them, causing a few sweat drops. Kakashi, I'm taking Haku back to the house. I'll leave some clones to clean up this mess. I need to see about getting rid of her seal. I also need to talk to you as soon as you're able. Getting a nod from Kakashi, he made his clones before picking up Haku bridal style and set off for Tazuna's house, never noticing the blush covering the girl's face. Later that night, there was one extra place setting at the table as everyone sat at a celebration dinner for their victory. Most people there were happy and talking animatedly. The only ones who weren't were the Team 7 genin. Sakura was still pissed at Haku, but she was happy that Sasuke was alive. Kiba was pissed at Sasuke but happy that he himself wasn't dead. Sasuke was pissed at everyone. He was pissed at Kiba for not being of more use, Sakura for hanging all over him and being even more useless than Kiba, Kakashi for punching him after a valid explanation, but most of all he was furious with Naruto. The blonde had humiliated him like no one else had ever dared to do. Not only had he found a way to beat Haku by seeing something that no one else had, but he killed off most of the mercenaries and Gato himself. A glory that should have belonged to the Uchiha. Now he was going to have another special meeting with Kakashi about information that he apparently was not privy to. Him, an elite, was not allowed to hear what the Dobe had to say. Not even if it would help him grow stronger. Not even if it got him closer to getting his revenge. Then Kakashi went so far as to tell him he couldn't go through the gear that Naruto and he got off the mercenaries that they killed. He was told that since he had acted in such a way to destroy the teamwork they had been working on, that he would be denied those items that he should have gotten. It was just luck that the blonde had gotten in his way. Otherwise that ice bitch would have been dead by his hand. Even when he'd punched out one of the clones to get the weapons it had, he found himself lacking as the clones were sealing everything away as they found anything of use. When he tried to pick up the scroll that the clone dropped, he was pulled back rather harshly by Kakashi and ordered to protect the bridge builder. Once again, someone got in the way of what he needed to get stronger. As the revelry continued, Naruto led Haku upstairs to Kakashi's room where they would have some privacy. Once there, he began to work. An intricate seal array soon covered Haku's neck and back. Luckily for them, Zabuza was not very proficient with seals. As such, they wouldn't need anything too taxing to cancel it out. With the array in place, Naruto held his palm to her back and began to channel his chakra. Instead of the normal sealing process which made the seal condense into its final form, a counterseal drew the target seal out of its finalized form and back into its original state. The only downside was that the counterseal's intricacy had to match or surpass that of the seal. In many cases, this was nearly impossible without knowing the original seal intimately. A few minutes later, the entire memory replacement seal was in its basic form and intertwined with the counterseal. With a wet rag, they were able to easily rub both away. The process had caused Haku a bit of discomfort as the seal was pulled away, but the refreshing feeling of her mind being in one piece more than made up for it. Now that Haku had time to sit and think, she began to sob slightly as the realization of all that had happened hit her. The memories of Zabuza killing her father and her mother in front of her was too much. Then she came to the memories of her training with Zabuza. He had been a harsh sensei and drove her to the brink with his training despite her desperate pleas. No matter how much she would seet or bleed, if she didn't do what he said, she was punished. He had arrived back at their hideout one night with a huge smile on his face. He had found the seal that had changed her life. After that point, what was once so clear became a little fuzzy for a few years of her memories. She could remember traveling with Zabuza thinking that she was simply a tool for him to use. The numerous odd and often morally questioning missions they had to do. She remembered the short, businessman's eyes as they roamed over her body, and her disgust at his leering. She remembered her first encounter with Team 7. How everything was going well until a blonde boy showed up and ruined it. The meeting with the blonde in the woods where they had learned each other's names. How he knew exactly who she was and didn't attack, which still confused her a bit. She saw the fight on the bridge. How she had seen the Uchiha use his own teammate. Then how she trusted Naruto to help her, going so far as allowing her to put the seal on herself. As soon as the seal hit her, she had been overwhelmed by all the memories she had lost. It had to be real too, since Naruto, for all she knew, had never seen her parents and would have had no knowledge of her training. She cried then, for the first time in years, but at the same time she felt a need burning inside her. Today was the day she had taken her first life, and it was that of her so-called father figure. She had taken it willingly and didn't feel remorse for him, but it was still her first actual kill. The first time she watched as the life left someone's eyes by her hand. She had watched the disdain in his gaze turn to surprise when her needles pierced his flesh. Then the look of realization that followed when he knew that it would be his last breath. Suddenly overcome with grief, she turned in Naruto's arms and cried openly into his chest. He didn't push her away. He didn't call her weak. Didn't sneer at her or laugh. He just held her close, rubbing her back and trying to soothe her. The only other effect on him was that he was now blushing brightly. They had taken the top half of her battle kimono and her shirt off in order to draw on the seal, and now she was pressing her uncovered front against his chest. It took the better part of an hour until she finally settled down. She was out of tears and out of energy as she fell asleep in his arms. Gently, so he wouldn't wake her, Naruto lay her down in his futon. He blushed a bit at her exposed chest, but tore his thoughts away from it as he covered her up and crept out the door. As he rejoined the party below, Kakashi walked up to him and grabbed his shoulder before motioning Naruto to follow. Once they were in a secluded room alone, they sat down facing each other. "What is it this time, Naruto?" As I slashed Gato's throat, he was mentioning something. I wasn't able to stop my blade in time, but I can guess. I'm betting he has other men waiting somewhere to attack should the bridge attack fail. Starting tonight, we will have to be on guard. If I'm right, they could attack at any time. Good assumption. We'll have to take shifts until the bridge is finished. We'll do it in pairs and alternate every 8 hours. One team with Tazuna, one at the house, the other resting. Teams will be me by myself, you with Sakura, and Sasuke with Kiba. That should keep us decently even. No, teams should be you with Sakura, Kiba, and Sasuke, and Haku with me. I don't trust the others to be alone with her, and Sakura is the weakest of us, so she should be teamed with the strongest. Kakashi smiled at this. I'm so glad you think I'm the strongest, Naruto. How humble of you. Naruto smiled back. Well, maybe strongest is pushing it, but you do have the most experience. The two laughed as they traded jibes back and forth until Naruto felt a chill go up his spine. Without warning, he rushed out to the party and looked around the room. There were people missing who shouldn't be. He leaped up the stairs, barely touching any before he hit the landing before sprinting down the hall towards Kakashi's room where Haku lay sleeping. The door was already open, not a good sign. He barely registered Kakashi catch up as he crashed into the door frame, using its opposite to swing into the room. They were just in time to catch the two blades that were swinging down on the unconscious body in the middle of the room. You just don't know when to quit, do you, team? Naruto kicked Sasuke back away from Haku as Kakashi lifted Sakura off the ground by her weapon-wielding arm. You disgraced yourself, you disgraced your team, and you disgraced your village. Now even though you've wiped us through the mud, we still won the battle, and yet you are trying to stomp your boot on us, trying to drive us further into the muck. Just what did you hope to accomplish here? What do you care, Dobe? She is the enemy and I will kill all my enemies. Sasuke attempted to throw his kunai at Haku, but it was intercepted. The loud clang of metal on metal waking the sleeping girl. Haku looked around the room in confusion for a couple seconds, taking in the scene. Kakashi was holding the pink-haired girl off the ground while Naruto stood between her and Sasuke with his ninjutsu held out to the side. A kunai lay half buried in the floor mats a few feet from her. Realization hit her as she began to back away into a corner away from the hostile couple that were glaring down at her. Get out of the way, Dobe. I will kill my enemy. She isn't your enemy anymore, Uchiha. She has her memories back and she will not attack us unless we attack first, which you obviously don't seem to understand. Once an enemy, always an enemy. Now move. Sasuke. The boy glared over at his sensei. You are attacking an unarmed ninja that is cooperating with us. She has the potential of holding valuable information. Killing her would be in violation of mission objectives. As it stands, simply attacking her will have to be brought up to the council once we return to Konoha. If you want to make this harder on yourself, then keep this up. I will restrain you and toss you on the floor at the council's feet myself unless you cease this action. You dare talk to me like that, Hatake? You go right ahead and tell the council. I've had people do that before and you know what it got them? Nothing. I'm far too valuable to risk, so I can do as I please. You keep thinking that, team. The new voice from the doorway came to them just as Sasuke was hit from behind. After he fell over unconscious, Kiba was revealed standing in his place. Kami, that felt good. Sakura was livid. How dare you use such a sneaky attack on Sasuke-kun? But I can see why. You're so weak and pathetic that if you... She never got to finish as Kakashi knocked her out as well with a quick chop to her neck. Kiba walked over to the now mostly aware Haku, making all three of those still conscious tense. They had no need to worry though as Kiba looked at Haku. I want to thank you for not killing me on the bridge. I know it was well within your power. I also want to thank you for putting the Uchiha team in such pain. He deserves more than you could have made him feel. Teach, thank you. She did a slight bow while holding the blanket to her chest to keep her modesty. Well, I guess this means some modifications to the teams. We will have to work in 2 shifts, 12 on 12 off. At the confused looks from Kiba and Haku, he explained. It seems Gato had a backup plan. There will be another attack sometime soon. We'll work in teams of 2. It will be Kiba with myself and Haku with Naruto. Since Haku has had rest and Kiba was injured pretty bad in the fight, Naruto's team will have first watch. Getting nods from those involved, he picked up Sakura. Kiba, get Sasuke and follow me. These two are too much trouble to let roaming around free. Naruto, when you are ready you may start your patrol. After Kiba and Kakashi left with Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Naruto addressed his new teammate. Well, Haku-chan, looks like we have work to do. Meet me out front and we'll get to work. Hi, Naruto-kun. She waited until he was out of the room before uncovering herself and getting dressed. Her gear had been stripped, but since she could make weapons out of water it wouldn't matter much. Cautious of another attack, she took the window to get out of the house instead of going through the crowded first floor. When she got to the front of the house, Naruto was already there waiting for her. Seems he takes his job seriously. That makes at least 2 of them, maybe 3 since the dog boy. Kiba, they said his name was, had enough sense to know I had aimed to disable and not kill. She walked over to him, making sure that he could hear her presence. You don't have to stomp, Haku-chan. I have very good hearing. He hadn't even turned towards her to talk. So you have a bloodline that enhances your senses? Something like that. She could hear the undertone saying that it was something he didn't want to talk about. I see. Without another word, the two headed off into the night to start the first patrol. Took 4 more days until the bridge was finished. The ninja kept up their teams of 2. Naruto and Haku patrolled at night and guarded Tazuna in the morning. Afternoon, Kakashi and Kiba took over while the other two rested and ate. After dinner, Kakashi and Kiba would do some searching until returning at midnight to switch over. Sasuke and Sakura were bound in a room all to themselves, formerly Sakura's room, only freed for meals and bathroom breaks. They had made a few attempts of getting free, but Naruto had put suppression seals on them to keep them somewhat under control. With their weapons gone and their chakra locked up, they were of little use, but at least this way even Tazuna could muscle them around if needs be. This ended up being a major benefit for Naruto and Haku, as they didn't trust to leave the two unattended as they slept. When a couple villagers came and offered their help, they were readily placed on guard duty while everyone slept. They were more than happy to help after hearing why the two ninja were subdued. In a village where everyone was working hard together for the goal of saving their country, little was more valuable than teamwork. Naruto and Haku were just starting their 5th patrol when one of Naruto's clones popped. He had been using them to scan portions of the forest constantly, looking for the pending attack. Cost him some mental exhaustion, but it had just paid off. "Haku, we need to get back to the house now." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Haku immediately spun on her heel and followed him back on the short trek to Tazuna's house. As soon as they arrived, Naruto burst through the door to find Kakashi and Kiba still up, talking about their next patrol route. "Kakashi, let's go. We found them." Kakashi looked at Kiba. "After we leave, I want you to cut the others loose. If there is a group out there, then there is a possibility that they could have some slip past and try to attack here. You may need backup." The boy gave a nod before Kakashi turned back to Naruto. "Lead the way," he ordered, and the three shot into the forest. "So what can you tell us about them?" "It's a bunch of mercenaries just like at the bridge. There didn't look to be any ninja with them, but I wouldn't count them out either. There could be 1 or 2 samurai though, so they should be our top priority." It was a couple of miles until they reached the camp, but eventually Kakashi got a good view of what Naruto described. He did indeed see a few samurai, but they looked to be more along the lines of Ronin than true masters of the blade. "Okay, we'll start with the largest long-range attack you have. Make 3 points and attack from all sides. In the confusion, we should be able to take out most of the worst targets easily. Clean up what you can while they're confused. When they start getting organized, fall back and we'll strike again. We should be able to hit them 2 or 3 times until they put up a decent defense. All 3 of us should be pretty well rested by now, but try to conserve your chakra. We'll need it when they get organized." The 2 younger ninja nodded in understanding. Kakashi was elated. He had 2 experienced ninja who knew how to follow orders without question, and even gave suggestions without thinking that they would immediately be accepted. They knew their skills and carried out their tasks without whining about it. How he wished this was his genin team. He could have spent all night reveling in that fact, but they had a job to do. With a nod, they split up. In the camp below, men and a few women were just getting ready to move in on the town. Final preparations were being set into place for the assault. The villagers would have no warning. A slight cry of pain jarred everyone's attention to the center of the camp, where a man was falling to the ground with a kunai embedded in his head. "We're under attack," was cried out by those closest to the dead man as everyone shot into action. Before most could get to decent cover, though, attacks started raining in on top of them. Ice projectiles flew in from the southeast, impaling many. A hurricane-force wind blew men into weapons racks and each other from the southwest. From the north came a large dragon made of water that slammed into men, sending them sprawling to the ground. Right behind the attacks were blurs that shot out from the shadows. Kakashi followed right behind his Suiton Suryuden no Jutsu, slicing away at those it had hit and sending kunai and shuriken at anyone near enough to be a good target. He saw them beginning to regroup around him, and with a quick shunshin was clear of all danger. Over on Haku's side, she passed by the many bleeding bodies of her Hayaton Hyuchu. Normally she wouldn't have killed the men, but something in her awoke when she got her memories back and took Zabuza's life. She viewed these men as people who could potentially do the same to someone else that had been done to her. She pictured Zabuza's face on all of them and killed without mercy. Unlike Kakashi, she didn't rush, instead choosing to form each ice blade perfectly before making it fly towards her targets with deadly accuracy. The most devastated area, though, was Naruto's by far. Not only had his initial futon, Daitapa, thrown the camp into disarray, but when he started his assault, it was pure chaos. Hundreds of lightly armored, black katana-wielding Kage Bunshin raided in on the unsuspecting hired goons. It didn't seem to matter how many they destroyed, a new one would just take its place. Morale in that section quickly fell as men and women were cut down in droves. Then, as soon as the attack started, they stopped. The camp gathered itself, trying to find some semblance of leadership until it all started again. By the time the second assault was finished, the former organized camp looked like it had been through a brutal hurricane. Debris lay everywhere, while in the center a small group managed to pull some wagons onto their sides in a makeshift fort along with a few other groups that were scattered about the area. Out in the trees, the three ninja regrouped. Okay, good job. We got more than I'd hoped. Now for the hard part. The ones left will be the best of their fighters that were ready when we came. Don't be reckless. If you have to retreat and regroup, do it. Same sections, use whatever you can to take them out, but keep yourself defended as well. Don't let them flank. Kakashi Taicho, instead of breaking up for this, should we try staying as a group? We can hit each group randomly, then retreat and hit another. That way they never know which to cover. Meanwhile, we will be able to tear them apart little by little. Even if we tire before we can finish them, there won't be enough to raid a house, let alone a town. It was a little odd for Haku to call the man captain, but it seemed somewhat fitting at the moment since he was the ranking ninja. Kakashi seemed to mull the idea over a bit before nodding. We'll try that. If it's not working after a while or becomes too dangerous, then we pull back. Agreed. This was beginning to seem less like a C-rank mission turned a rank, and more like an ANBU operation with each passing moment to him. He wasn't complaining though. He would take this over babysitting the brats any day. Had the council given him a choice, he would have taught Sasuke what he could about the Sharingan when he had breaks from ANBU missions. But they insisted that he be the boys' team sensei. He guessed that their goal was for him to teach the Uchiha more than just how to use his Sharingan. They spread out just a little bit as they scouted the camp, looking for the best target to hit. The easiest was a small group that was staged on one side of an overturned table. They were guarding what they could see while relying on the table to keep their backs safe. A fatal mistake, as they soon found out when shards of ice shot through the wood and into their back. One group down, 6 to go. The next was a little more defended. After seeing the fate of the first victims, they were taking no chances and watching all sides. The piles of logs they were between would not be easily breached by Haku's ice spears, and any head-on attack was going to be seen. After a little deliberation, Naruto sent in a disheveled and beaten-looking clone to give himself up. The men behind the barrier were cautious and made the clone drop its weapons. Luckily, the clone was behind some rubble, so the defenders never saw them poof into smoke as they hit the ground. Once the clone was disarmed, it walked towards them. One man came out with weapons ready and bound its arms behind its back. Leading it back behind the barrier, they soon started telling the other ninja to give themselves up. All they got in response, though, was a word from the clone. Boom! It was a spectacular display of fire and smoke, and when it was over, there was a good-sized crater with a red-tinged edge. 2 down, 5 to go. Since the former defensive point had guarded 2 other sides, those were now open on a new front, leaving them slightly more accessible. Running through the smoke from the exploding clone, the 3 ninja advanced on the 2 targets. Haku and Kakashi went to the left while Naruto went to the right. It seemed a clash of fire and ice as Naruto used a couple weak Keton Jutsu to burn down the wagon that was being used as cover, burning those inside alive before throwing kunai at their flailing bodies, mercifully killing them. At the other side, Kakashi was pulling water out of the ground, still drenched from his dragons, for Haku to create a cloud of senbon to rain down into the ditch that held a group of 3 defenders. For down, 3 to go. The last 3 defensive positions were strategically aligned. Each was able to guard the other's back while still looking towards the outside of the camp. It was going to be difficult to rush these survivors. They would have no doubt braced the structures they hid behind to protect them against the first assault method, while keeping enough openings to see if attackers were coming. Any ideas? Kakashi looked at the 2 hopefully. Haku was panting slightly while he was bleeding from a few cuts and sweating. Naruto seemed the least affected. He was covered in blood, but none of it was his own. At least that's what he surmised from the lack of wounds. He was still a little drained though. Even with a villager guarding the dynamic duo, he had kept his senses open as he slept in case they slipped by making him slightly exhausted. Haku, can you make any ice mirrors? Naruto turned towards Haku, watching her as she seemed to be figuring out if she could. Maybe a few. How many can you make? 10? I can make about 13, but they would only be up for a few seconds once fully formed, and I would need water wherever they need to be made. That will have to be good enough. Kakashi, I need you to put as much water as you can between two of their little forts. Once you have enough there, Haku, start making mirrors in 2 lines about 3 feet apart and as close as you can between each of them. Once they are up, we will rush through. Since they are able to watch all directions between the 3 of them, they shouldn't be guarding their middle as much if at all. We each take a pile and hope for the best. I'll send a few clones with each of us once we're close. It was ballsy but about the best option they had aside from a siege or getting backup, neither option appealing to any of them. Alright, we'll give it a shot. As soon as the water hits the ground, start making your mirrors, Haku. We won't have a whole lot of time before they figure out what's happening. Ready? The 2 teens gave a nod as he stood up and started his hand signs. Sutin, Mizurappa. A jet of water shot out from Kakashi's mouth and right between 2 of the forts before he ducked back down. They could hear the jeers from behind the walls. Ha! Losing your aim, ninja. Are the sneaky little bastards getting tired? Haku was the next to stand and, concentrating, she began to form the mirrors up as thin and close together as possible. The tunnel would be short, but it should be enough. With Naruto and Kakashi blocking any projectiles coming towards her, she was able to put her full attention into her jutsu. When the last of the mirrors was in place, she whispered to her comrades, "Go." They were off and sprinting the distance to the tunnel as projectiles flew at them from 2 sides. Then they were in. They could hear a few more pangs as spears and arrows hit the ice behind them, and the clattering as the jutsu started to crumble. Just as the last mirrors fell, they were out the other end and immediately split off to their designated shelter. The confusion was evident in the hushed murmurs inside each post as the 3 ninjas snuck up to the easiest entrance point. They signaled to each other with their fists clenched around small cylinders to 3. On 3, the cylinders flew over the blockades and into the midst of the defenders, exploding in a cloud of thick smoke as the ninja jumped over and unleashed hell. Screams echoed once more into the night as more mercenaries fell in the confusion and chaos that ninja thrived in. It took only minutes, but by the time the smoke was clear enough to see once more, 3 ninjas stood facing each other, breathing heavily and dripping with blood. Some theirs, most not. They simply stood there facing each other down before one cracked a smile. As Naruto showed off his blood-stained teeth, the other 2 couldn't help themselves. In the adrenaline-filled aftermath of the battle, they stood there and laughed like madmen. It was more of a mental defense than anything. They had ended hundreds of lives since the mission started, and had found a trusted ally in each other. Someone that they could trust with their back and would watch the backs in turn. After a few minutes of reflection, they walked off into the forest, limping and exhausted, but alive. So, Kakashi, what are you going to do with the team and the dits when we get home? The man sighed. He really didn't want to think about the fiasco he would have to deal with in Konoha. A C rank turned B rank turned A rank mission. It's true that this could have gone a lot better, but it also could have gotten a lot worse. Without Naruto's help, and through him Haku's help, they wouldn't have pulled this off. There would be hell to pay for someone, but the 3 in his charge were going to be the biggest issue. I'm not sure. More than likely the council will brush it off and worship Sasuke so he stays content. I know there will be issues that come up, but I don't think I really care right now. I'm half tempted to add them to tonight's body count and call them casualties. Well, you still can, we won't tell. Naruto grinned at him while Haku gave an animated nod. Kakashi laughed. Ha! As much as I'd like to. If I went back and told them I got the last Uchiha killed, if they didn't send me to be interrogated for suspicion, they would probably just execute me out of spite. Yeah, I guess you're right. Guess that means we'll just have to drag them all the way back with us, kicking and screaming. Kakashi lifted an eyebrow as he looked towards the blonde. What? You think I'm going to trust them to walk back nicely without trying to stab Haku or me in the back? Forget it. They're staying tied up until we get to the Hokage's office. I don't care what kind of repercussions we have to deal with. Kakashi sighed again. This was definitely going to be one of his least favorite returns to the village. He did have to agree with Naruto though. Those 2 would be far too much of a handful to just let them run loose. He wasn't worried about them actually succeeding in killing either of his companions, but if they got hurt in doing so, it would be on his head. Sasuke, as the last Uchiha, got extra special treatment, and the Haruno's mother was on the council. She had a pair of lungs that could only be rivaled by her daughter. When they got back to the village, they took a quick dip in the river to get the worst of the grime and gore off before heading back to the house. Tsunami had them stand outside as she got them towels and some dry clothes to wear. There wasn't really much of a place to change in the area, so they just took turns going into the shed nearby to slip on their new clothes after toweling off. Now dry and reasonably clean, they were allowed to enter the house, where they were met with a mixture of smiles and glares. The perky pair were sitting at one end of the table looking tired but refusing to go to sleep without hearing exactly what happened. Since they were up, Kiba was up too, making sure they behaved. Tazuna was up out of worry, as was Tsunami, while Inari was asleep in a chair in the corner. Well, it was only one word, but considering who it came from, it sounded more like a scolding order as Sasuke poured as much venom into it as possible. Ignoring the boy, Kakashi addressed Tsunami. "If you wouldn't mind, some tea would be very nice right about now." Tsunami rushed off to the kitchen. "And some medical supplies if you have them." Hearing a confirmation from the woman, he sat down at the table as Haku and Naruto took the couch, just wanting to rest and recuperate after the recent ordeal. "Are you going to talk or just sit there, Hitaki?" Sasuke was now glaring at his instructor with a malice that would melt lesser men. But for someone like Kakashi who had seen hell, it was little more than a gnat. Annoying, yes, but harmless. Tsunami could feel the tension in the room when she re-entered. Being a civilian from a non-ninja village, she wasn't used to the amount of killing intent that was being thrown around the room. By the time she made it to the table, tea was spilling out of the cups from her shaking. Sasuke just smirked at her as Kakashi glared at him. "Before you go making demands, Sasuke, first make sure the person you are demanding information from is willing to give it. If not, then they must either be weaker than you, lower in rank than you, your charge, or your captive. Since I am none of the above and I am unwilling to share information with you, I will not answer you. Now calm yourself before I remove you from this room for being a threat to the mission." Sasuke was angry, but could do nothing in regards to his sensei. No matter, there were other ways. "Dobe, tell me what happened." "No, team. Tell me now, Dobe. I am an Uchiha and I demand to know." "Yeah, tell him, Naruto Baka. He deserves to know anything that goes on more than your worthless self." Sakura shrieked, causing Kiba to plug his sensitive ears from the pain as he put some distance between them. Naruto looked between Sasuke and Sakura before laughing in their faces. "Team, you don't outrank me, nor are you stronger. Which also means it'll be a cold day in hell before I'm your captive. There is no way I am going to give you anything you want so you can piss off." Sasuke was quickly losing his cool, and they all knew it. Kakashi shifted in his seat to get a better push-off should he need it. "Gore. Fine then. You, girl, tell me what happened." "No, I don't think I will." Sasuke pounded his fist on the table, which only succeeded in Naruto getting ready for action as well. "I demand you tell me what I want to know. You are our captive and you are outranked. Now tell me before I torture it out of you." He got up from his place at the table and started moving towards Haku, only to have Naruto step in front of him. "Move, Dobe. I am questioning my captive, just as your little guidelines said I could. Now get out of my way." "No, you have no rights to question her either. She is not a captive. I have freed her from her bindings and now she has already assisted us on this mission, even going so far as to kill her former partner. She is now a companion and under my care, not yours." Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I still outrank her, so she must answer my question." Kakashi answered this time, keeping his bored tone. "Actually, she is not a registered ninja. That makes her a civilian. No ninja outranks a civilian unless it's the Hokage, or we are in a time of crisis. The crisis for this mission has passed, and you are far from being the Hokage." Sasuke gave up trying to reason with the others and instead attempted to force Naruto out of his path as he pulled a knife off the table. He only made it half a step though before he was forced back into his seat by a very pissed off Kakashi. "Get the fuck off me." He struggled against the Jonin for a few minutes before settling with glaring at him as hard as he could, willing the man to burst into flames. "I told you to calm down, you spoiled brat. If your parents were still alive to see you like this, they would be ashamed to call you an Uchiha." If Kakashi was hoping that would calm the boy down, he was sorely mistaken. "How dare you even think you know what my parents would say? I should kill you for even uttering my clan's name. You stole our eye and suddenly think you are better than us. Smack. Kakashi glared at the boy, making him cringe a bit despite his intentions. Listen here, you little prick. I knew your family far better than you ever have. I had friends, teachers, teammates that were Uchiha. None of them behaved like you are now. If you had half the humility most of them did, you might make a decent human being. Kakashi shoved him back into his seat before turning around. With any luck, after this mission is through, I will have enough reason to send you back to the academy, if not take you out of ninja service completely. Sakura looked horrified. Why, you can't do that, Kakashi-sensei. When he fixed his gaze on her, she backed into the corner as he slowly walked towards her. You Haruno, you should have never even been accepted as a ninja candidate. Book smarts get you nowhere if you can't apply them in the real world. Sakura looked on the verge of tears. Out of all the members of Team 7, I would say that Kiba has improved the most. He was able to engage in a fight, and the thought of using his own teammate probably never crossed his mind. He still needs to learn a lot, but he is on the right track to being a true ninja of Konoha. Sasuke couldn't stand it. He'd been humiliated more than ever before in his life. Back in the academy days he was the best of the best, and now his sensei was telling him it all meant jack shit? What happened between then and now? What changed so much to make someone think he was less than the greatest? Sasuke looked around and his eyes fell on one person. Naruto. If you were still the dead last dobe from before, no one would care a bit about you. You turned people against me that should have been helping me get stronger. Well, two can play that game. An eye for an eye. Sasuke jumped from his seat with the forgotten table knife in his hand and rushed towards Naruto. Seeing the blonde getting ready to engage him, he smirked and ducked to the side. Now heading for his real target, Haku, who, though still tired, had begun to make her way over to provide him backup should he need it. Took all of 5 seconds, but it seemed to last an eternity. The dull blade gleamed in his hand as it shot forward. Tearing cloth was heard as silver disappeared in a spurt of red, and woman's scream could be heard throughout the surrounding area. Chapter 7. Celebrations. It had been a close call the previous night. As it was, everyone was walking on eggshells in the house. Kakashi went over the events in his head, wondering how he could have let it get so out of hand. He remembered himself yelling at his students when a chair clattered to the floor. Then all hell broke loose. Flashback. Next thing he knew, Tsunami was screaming, and he was watching Sasuke plunge a table knife into Naruto's chest. It was obvious that Sasuke was after Haku, since he was still grinning into her eyes as he felt the blade sink deeper. Unfortunately for him, it was Naruto whose eyes he was now looking into, and fortunately for Naruto, it could have been worse. Naruto, knowing he had no time to turn and block the Avenger, managed to pull off a kawarimi with Haku just before Sasuke struck. As soon as he realized he'd stabbed the wrong target, he tried to pull the knife back out but was stopped as Naruto grabbed his wrist. Red chakra seemed to swirl around the two boys before Naruto punched Sasuke in the face hard enough to send him crashing through the front door. Naruto stalked out of the house after his target with a pissed-off look on his face as he pulled the blade from his chest and threw it towards Sakura. It sank halfway into the beam beside her head, barely managing to nick her ear. Kakashi was the only one that seemed able to move besides Haku, who didn't even look fazed by the evil aura in the area. He didn't think, he just acted as he dove out of the door and stood between the predator and his prey. Naruto, you have to calm down. You are going to lose control. The blonde looked at him with slitted red eyes, his gritted teeth showing 2 long canines through his sneer. Naruto. It was no good, the boy just walked towards him. Naruto stopped suddenly as 2 arms wrapped around him from behind. He took another step forward, dragging his captor another foot. A brunette head of hair rested on his shoulder as Haku whispered something into his ear. He shook his head and took another step. The arms gripped him tighter, making him falter. He no longer moved forward, but the oppressive aura was still there and he was still snarling at Sasuke. The Uchiha was starting to regret his decision as he desperately tried to crawl backwards until he found himself against a tree, leaving an odd wet trail behind on the ground. Haku was still talking into Naruto's ear and Kakashi could see his eyelids start drooping and the oppressive aura slowly dissipated from the air. After another minute, it had lessened considerably to the point that Kakashi walked cautiously up to him and tried calming him down as much as possible. But when he got close enough that he was just about to hear what Haku was telling him, Naruto suddenly dropped over unconscious, with Haku's hold being the only thing keeping him from slamming into the ground. Kakashi sighed in relief. That was one thing he didn't want to see on this mission or any other point in his life for that matter. He turned his attention back to his student, who was pale white from fear. Kakashi didn't even spare the boy words as he knocked him out and tied him up before dragging him inside, not caring anymore what the council did because of the injured remnant. In the kitchen, he saw Tsunami unconscious in Tezuna's arms from fear, while the man himself was deathly pale. Kiba was flat against the wall farthest from the door, with Akamaru under his jacket whimpering, but they were both recovering. Sakura, on the other hand, was unconscious like Tsunami, but unlike her, no one had bothered to catch the pinkette. He signaled for Kiba to grab the girl and follow, which got a slow nod and a shaky "Hi" from the boy. When they arrived at the room for the boys of Team 7, Kakashi threw Sasuke on the floor before getting some rope and tying him up to a stalk. Using excess of the same rope, he tied up Sakura before taking her to her room and tying her to a stalk as well. Each stalk was nothing more than a couple boards of wood that would make it impossible for either to get out of the room quickly, if at all. Each arm was bound to one side of the horizontal post, with the hands bound as well, so they were unusable. One leg was bound to the vertical post while the other was securely tied to a rafter to keep them from going too far without a chaperone. They could move around a little, but with their chakra suppression seals back in place, they were even less than a threat than before. Shutting the door as he walked out, he found Kiba waiting for him in the hall, trying to calm a still slightly whimpering Akamaru. "Kakashi-sensei, what was that?" "Don't worry about it. Try to get some sleep. We have a lot of work tomorrow." A pained groan made him turn towards his room for a moment. "Hi and sensei. Thank you." "Hi." Kiba went back into his room while Kakashi tried not to cringe as another groan traveled down the hall. Heading downstairs, he barely hit the first floor before Tsunami was in front of him, grabbing his vest. "Is he all right? Should we get a doctor? How is Haku?" It amazed him that even though she had fainted from sheer terror from the aura the boy put out, she was still concerned for him. "He'll be fine. He heals quickly. Are you two all right though? That must have been a bit of a shock." "We'll be fine. Inari just thought it was a nightmare. He's already asleep again." "I see. Well, we are still on a mission, but Sasuke and Sakura will be sitting out the remainder. If you see them about without one of the rest of us, I need you to come find one of us right away. Neither of them is to be trusted for the remainder of the time we are here." Both of them nodded to Kakashi, still a bit stunned at everything that was happening. "We will see you in the morning. Hey, I'm kind of hoping the bridge doesn't get finished now. I'm really not looking forward to facing the council when we get back. Well, that's life, I guess. Good night." Flashback end. Tsunami put a plate down in front of him, bringing him back from his daydreams as the smell hit his nose. Thanking her, he finished his plate quickly before Tezuna, Kiba and he made their way to the bridge to start the day's work. Without Gato around, and with the immediate threat of attack gone, many of the workers who had quit were now waiting patiently at the worksite. Each one bowed down and apologized to Tezuna for their weakness when they should have been fighting back. He just brushed it off though and began handing out jobs. The day passed as if nothing ever happened. The blood and grime from the battle was washed away days ago, the only sign that anything had happened being the patched scrapes from weapons and a couple bloodstains that had seeped in too deep to clean in one go. Back at the house, things were a little less smooth. Sasuke could be heard throughout the house yelling for someone to untie him. In the next room over, Sakura was sobbing to herself, wishing that she were free so she could answer his cries for help. Meanwhile, down the hall, Naruto was still asleep, but his wound had healed over. Haku doted over him like a mother would a sick child, even though he just seemed to be suffering minor chakra exhaustion. She hadn't left his side all night, relying on Tsunami to bring her dinner as she watched over the boy that saved her life the night before. Unlike his selfish counterpart, Naruto had used the same skill to put himself in harm's way rather than the other way around. He had taken the hit meant for her, and yet all she could do was watch over him as he slept. She had been tempted many times to go over to the Uchiha's room and end his life, but for the peace of mind of Naruto she couldn't. If she did, he would see her as no better than the team that tried to kill her when she was mostly helpless. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that Naruto made the first signs of consciousness. Haku hadn't seen it though, as she fell asleep on his chest while listening to his steady breathing. He blinked his eyes open, staring at the ceiling of the room as his senses reawakened. He could see that it was light out at this point, and there was weight on his chest. The smell of wildflowers hit his nose as he listened to the steady sound of someone breathing near him. When he finally lifted his head off the pillow, he saw Haku curled up beside him and half on him. He eased himself out from under her, being careful not to wake her. As she lay sleeping, he crept out of the room and made his way downstairs, where Tsunami was making herself busy by cleaning up the downstairs. "Good morning, Tsunami-san," he called out with a big smile on his face. "Oh, good morning, Naruto-san. You startled me. Sorry about that. I guess I'm a little late for breakfast, huh?" "A bit. There is some rice in the cooker still if that is enough, but if you want more, just let me know." "That will be fine. Thank you." Naruto left the room with Tsunami watching his back. Even though she had seen him injured before and knew his healing abilities, it was still a wonder to see him up and about like nothing happened after being stabbed in the chest by someone who was supposed to be his ally. What she didn't know was there was still a lot of emotional pain on his mind. Sure, Naruto didn't like the team, but he had at least trusted him enough to not try to kill someone in cold blood, let alone someone nearly defenseless. Then there was the fact that he was stabbed after making sure that the rest of the mission got completed. A portion that the Uchiha was obviously not capable of at the time, at least to the point where he would have most likely attacked friend and foe alike. Now said Uchiha was tied up without a chance at getting freed anytime soon, and with Gumdrop out of the way, no one was going to help him get free either. The main issue was that Sasuke had brought up so many memories that Naruto was hoping he could have some reprieve from. Memories of the attacks that the Konoha villagers made on him. The whole time he was eating, his mind was running through those memories as he sat in a daze just staring at the wall. It wasn't until Haku put her hand on his shoulder that he realized his bowl was empty. He had no idea how long he'd been sitting there, but he definitely hadn't heard her come up to him. He mentally berated himself for being caught unaware. "Oh, hey Haku, did you sleep well?" He stole a glance at her off to the side as she sat down next to him. He could see the worry and a bit of confusion on her face. Hi. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, but how are you? You got stabbed in the chest yesterday. Then you seem to have lost it and went after the Uchiha. To be honest, you scared everyone in the house, probably everyone in the neighborhood too, with the amount of killing intent you were putting out. Haku was looking very uncomfortable by this point. He had scared all of them last night. That much was true. But what bothered her was the pure primal feeling that was sent out. She had felt killing intent before many times, but she had never felt it so raw, and that was just the overflow. She didn't even want to think about what was aimed at Sasuke. "Don't worry about my injuries. I heal quickly, always have. Consider it a gift from a friend of mine. Along with rapid healing, I also have heightened senses, and though I've been to the hospital numerous times, I've never actually been sick a day in my life. I know what you're thinking, and no, it's not really a bloodline. I can't tell you exactly what it is though. I'm just not comfortable sharing that information yet." Apparently Haku wasn't going to push the matter as they sat there in silence for a while, just taking comfort in the company of someone who seemed to understand them. After a couple hours of general chatting, when a topic popped into their heads, the pair turned towards the door when they heard the knob turn. They were greeted by the sight of the bridge crew making their way home for the day. "You guys are early. Did you finish already?" After setting his safety helmet on a stand near the door, Tazuna turned towards the pair with a wide smile. "Not yet. I decided to spread the last bit over 2 days so we wouldn't end a day with only 2 feet to go. Would be a waste to call everyone out early only to be done in an hour, so we're just going to have 2 early days." His grin changed to one a little more sinister. "Since you're both up, I'll assume you have been keeping each other company?" A quick wink that the two told them all they needed to know about what he might be insinuating. Despite how innocent their conversation was, the two still couldn't help but blush a little at the insinuation. When Kiba saw this, he of course got his hopes up once more. Maybe Naruto will go for this new chick and that will leave Hinata free for the taking. Even if he doesn't, this girl doesn't seem half bad. "Oi, Tazuna-san. It's nothing like that. We were just talking about ninja stuff, mostly. Besides, I have a girlfriend at home, so it's not like I'm really free or anything." As much as he hated to hurt others, Naruto felt he had to make that clear. He had seen how well Haku and him were getting along, and he was looking for a way to break the news to her. He didn't feel right just coming out and saying it to her face just in case he was reading into it too much. Tazuna just provided the perfect opportunity though, and by the look that flashed across the young girl's face, he was right on the money in his assumption. Haku had quieted down considerably on the outside, but on the inside she was in utter turmoil. She was wondering if all the nice things Naruto said to her and did for her was just that. He had saved her from a life where she was more or less a slave, and he had saved her life from his own comrade. Was he just a naturally overly nice guy? Not many people in their line of work would go so far as though throw themselves in the line of fire for the sake of someone they just recently met. By the time dinner came, her mind was utter chaos. She hadn't even realized that everyone was sitting around the table chatting while she debated with herself inside her head. As Tsunami once again began to pass the food around, Haku found herself not having much of an appetite. Instead of digging in, she opted to take a bowl of rice for herself and feed the two upstairs. Kakashi and Naruto both told her to be careful as she walked away with a food-laden tray. She decided to get the worst of the two out of the way first and went in to where Sasuke was bound. Upon opening the door, she couldn't help but laugh at the Avenger as he glared at her. She had a feeling that it wouldn't have mattered who walked into the room at that time. Anyone would have gotten the same glare. Unfortunately for him, it came out as little more than a child's futile attempt to stare down their parent. Being hopelessly bound to a beam will do that, but she still gave him a B for effort. So the serving bitch came at last. How about loosening these ropes and I show you how to truly serve an Uchiha? It's somewhat of a tradition for us to take strong women as our own, as they provide strong offspring. His smirk alone sickened her, but the offer he suggested actually made her retch, much to his annoyance. What? Does the thought of being bred sicken you? Don't worry then, because once word spreads that you turned away an Uchiha, no one will want you anyway. I would rather live my life alone and locked in a cave than spend one day under the name Uchiha. Do not think you can threaten me into anything. I have lived my life and grown stronger because of threats many times worse than anything you can dream up. Besides, wouldn't it be beside the point, dear Uchiha, to wed someone stronger than yourself? It was an unnecessary retort, she knew, but she just couldn't help herself. His yells ran through the room until he had to stop from lack of breath. As he sat there breathing hard and glaring at her more, she got to her real reason for being there. Now, if you're a good boy and quiet down, I will feed you. Know that I won't enjoy this, so if you don't behave, I have no qualms about leaving the food here for you to figure out a way to eat it. She set the tray down and picked up one of the food items before offering it to him. He begrudgingly ate it as he knew she had no reason not to make good on her threat. He may be the last Uchiha in Konoha, but they weren't in Konoha. They were alone in a room in Wave. So what is the real reason you're here? If you despise me as much as you say you do, then you wouldn't be here right now unless you had a reason for doing so, Sasuke said between bites. As Haku shoved another portion of food in his mouth, she sighed. She was hoping to get through the whole meal before he figured that part out. I want to know what you know about Naruto. You went to the academy together, so you must know at least the past few years of his life. Humph. I don't know why you're so interested in that dope, but fine, I'll shatter this illusion you have about him. He was the dead last in class. He did poorly in every subject there was. He couldn't even do a simple bunshin and made a barely passable henge. His test grades hovered around barely passing, and his practical skills with weapons and taijutsu and projectiles were even worse. How he managed to pass, I don't know. But he should have quit trying to be a ninja. What about his life outside of school? What, do you think I was all buddy-buddy with him? I'm one of the elite in Konoha. I wouldn't associate with his kind of trash for anything. Nor would any self-respecting person. And yet he has outperformed you on every task so far this mission. This only served in earning her another string of curses, but she had learned all she was going to from him. She left him yelling warnings and threats behind her as she closed the door on him and made her way to the next target. She took a deep breath before entering the room of Sakura. This wasn't going to be pleasant. Even if Sasuke's room would have been sealed in a sound barrier, the pinkette would have found some way of hearing his yells. As it was, she opened the door and steeled herself as the expected wall of noise hit her. What were you doing to Sasuke-kun? You were torturing him, weren't you, you bitch? Just because you're jealous of us doesn't give you the right to damage him so others can't have him. Why don't you just kill yourself? You should have died last night anyway. You're just lucky that Naruto got chivalrous and saved you. Otherwise Sasuke-kun would have torn you to shreds. Haku finally got a chance to get a word in when Sakura decided breathing was a good thing. Do you want to continue or do you want to eat? Haku rose the tray a little more to emphasize her point. Sakura only glared as her stomach answered for her, which seemed to only worsen her already bad mood, but at least she shut up. Unlike Sasuke, Sakura was silent the whole time she ate. For someone who Naruto said was the biggest, known, brain of the kunoichi, she didn't seem to be able to figure out or care why Haku was the one feeding her. It wasn't until the last bit of the meal was in the girl's mouth that Haku broke the silence. She would have done it sooner, but she was too busy marveling that the girl could actually keep her trap shut so long. Sakura, I want you to tell me what Naruto was like back in the academy, and if possible, before that. Huh? Why would you want to know about a loser like him? Wouldn't you rather talk about Sasuke-kun? He's so much better than that baka. Sasuke-kun was the rookie of the year and Sakura began as her eyes filled with dreamy stars. I don't care about the Uchiha. I've seen all I need to see of him to come to my own conclusions. The one I want to know more about is Naruto. Sasuke told me he was the dead last in your class, but everything I've seen so far from him shows otherwise. Was he really dead last, or is the Uchiha just trying to smear his name more? That baka should have just quit his first year. We could tell already that he was no good as a potential ninja. He slept more in class than he was awake, and that's when he actually showed up. He was lucky he didn't stab himself with his own kunai, and he should have just forfeit his taijutsu matches. Dead last was too high of a title for him. He should have been considered a hopeless case and kicked out. Not to mention how he was always trying to get a date from me. As if he could even compare to Sasuke-kun. Sakura seemed to scoff after every sentence like everything she said was common knowledge. Yet the Hokage saw fit to send him to help you here. I don't know what Hokage-sama was thinking when he approved of that. As if Naruto could help us do a mission that even Sasuke-kun was struggling with. Haku didn't know whether to slap the girl or laugh in her face. The way her head, hands and feet were bobbing around so animatedly, despite how secure her bindings were, made it look like all the suspended movement from her limbs was being channeled to her only movable parts. After taking a moment to let all the information Sakura gave her mingle with that of the Uchiha, she found herself no closer to finding out Naruto's real past. His own village saw him as less skilled than he actually was, that much was certain, but what his true skill was, and why he was hiding it was still beyond her grasp. Realizing that she was no closer to solving her puzzle, she decided to part with her view on the situation as a third party despite the obvious reaction she would get. Well, from what I have seen so far, your little boy toy seems to be the refuse of the class. He was scared to death on his first encounter with Zabuza. Then on the bridge he not only lost his fight against me, but also sacrificed his own teammate to save his own skin. Now I may have had my memory modified for a while, but I still know that it's supposed to work the other way around. Naruto showed that perfectly yesterday when he let himself be hit to save me. Furthermore, he took out 2 missing nin that were listed in the bingo book by himself. Then he figured out that my memory was modified and was able to gain enough of my trust to counter it. He's shown more strength in both skill and perception than you seem to have in your whole team. Kakashi realizes this, as does the mutt to an extent. She could see Sakura stewing more and more as she spoke. Well, I've been here since the start of this mission, and I can tell you that Naruto never could have done what Sasuke did. When those demon brothers attacked us and made it look like they killed Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke didn't even flinch. He took on those 2 chunin while Kiba and I protected Tazuna. Naruto would have probably frozen up or curled up into a ball and cried. Sakura put a smug smirk on her face, daring the other girl to make a comeback. She didn't have to wait long. I was there also with Zabuza, Kafu and Tamatsu while your team was dealing with the demon brothers. They were sent out to test your strengths, and I must say they were rather unimpressive. We saw how your pathetic Uchiha was only able to hinder them slightly by taking away their connection. That really was a bad choice anyway. As long as that chain connected them, they had a limited range of movement. With the chain snapped, they were then able to attack from any direction they wanted. Unfortunately for them, they never hit Kakashi, whom defeated them when they were about to rip your team to shreds. Kafu stayed behind to deal with the demon brothers for failing, and making sure they couldn't do so again. Sasuke still did better than Naruto Baka could have. Sakura-san, do you know who Kafu was? He was a Jonin rank missing nin from Kirigakure. He is listed in the bingo book as an A-ranked threat. Okay, so, why do you think he wasn't at the bridge? I had thought it odd that he never caught back up to us, but I dismissed it until this afternoon. While Naruto and I were talking, he told me exactly what happened to Kafu. Kafu was a rather arrogant man, and when he saw Naruto hopping along, I would bet he was thinking he would have an easy time. Naruto sensed him and was able to set up a trap planning to disable him enough to at least even his chances. While he didn't count on it, Naruto's trap disabled my overconfident companion to the point where he was the easy one to pick off. Which is exactly what Naruto did. Haku paused for a moment to let the information sink in, then almost slapped her forehead as the other girl started to smile. So Naruto got a lucky kill. Sasuke-kun wouldn't even have needed to set a trap, I bet. He could have taken down that Kafu guy easily. Now this was just getting sad. Sakura, Kafu was stronger than me, so if I beat the Uchiha, that would put Kafu ahead of him as well. Setting that aside, my point was that you three had faced Chunin and did okay. Naruto-kun faced a Jonin and not only didn't back down, he was able to stay calm enough to think up a way to trap the other ninja and hopefully wound him enough to have a chance at winning. He didn't go into a fight knowing that he would win. He thought of the best way to have a chance at winning and… Kun? You said Kun? Oh my god, you like Naruto Baka? No wonder you're trying so hard to defend him. Ugh, I don't even know what to think of you now. That's just disgusting. Hinata agreeing to go out with him was bad enough, but another one. Just get away from me before the disease you people have spreads. Sakura made gagging noises as she turned away from Haku while mock-retching. Haku just sighed. Well, I can see that you are about as serious with your social life as you are with your ninja life. Have fun prancing around your fairy remnant of a once great clan. I'll stick with the people who really know what life is about. Before Sakura could retort, Haku had left the room, though a few muffled shouts could be heard through the closed door. There was no doubt that Sasuke didn't have the same sonic hearing for her screeching that she had for his quietest whispers. She just shook her head as she made her way down to the dining room and handed the empty, or partially so, dishes to Tsunami for her to wash. Oh, was someone not hungry? Tsunami looked from one of the half-full bowls to Haku. We'll just say that the last Uchiha isn't as smart as the Banshee when it comes to eating before pissing off the person feeding you. Tsunami just nodded before taking the dishes to the kitchen to wash them off as Haku took a seat at the table again. So what are we planning for tomorrow? Kakashi stared at her for a moment, trying to comprehend what she was asking. Well, since you aren't a ninja of Konoha, I don't really have a say in what you do, so you can do whatever you like. I do ask that you return with us to Konoha peacefully since, although you were under a mind-altering seal at the time, you still did attack us. You may have to be questioned, and it would help prove my report. Naruto looked worried for a moment, then determined. If she goes with my protection. Since I am the one that reversed the seal, then I will take responsibility. Agreed. Kiba finally saw a chance to throw his weight around as a member of a clan. Hold on, Kakashi-sensei. Since Sasuke and I belong to a clan, shouldn't one of us be responsible for bringing in someone with a Kekkai Genkai? Naruto is only a genin and has no clan status, so it would be inappropriate for someone of his position to bring in a fugitive. Kiba smiled and gave himself a pat on the back. With the Uchiha trying to kill her, it was obvious who would be picked to take her in. Then all he would need to do would be to put in a few good words for her, and when she was let go, she would fall into his arms. Perfect. Almost. First off, Kiba, clan status doesn't matter one bit when you're the same rank. The only exception is a clan head, which you are not, and though Sasuke team likes to think he is not either. To be a clan head, you have to be Jonin in rank. Until then, you are a regular ninja with some special tricks. Also, the one who captures a rogue ninja is the one who has first rights to bringing that ninja in. Naruto saw Haku look up like she was about to speak, but he held up his hand telling her to wait a moment. Since I am the one who released her from her seal, I had effectively captured her. However, since she had a memory modification seal on her, she was never truly a rogue ninja. So while we prefer she come back with us to make our report a bit easier, she has no real obligation to do so. Kiba was once again furious that the blonde was outdoing him yet again, while Kakashi was astonished at the boy's knowledge of the laws of Konoha. Naruto, how did you know all of that? Even I don't know all of that. So he could be lying then. I bet he is just making it up to keep her for himself. Kiba snarled as he glared at Naruto. Just when I was starting to see a glimmer of hope in you, mutt. The reason I know, Kakashi-san, is because I studied the Konoha laws constantly, so I knew exactly what I could get away with during my pranks. When I did get caught and they found out they couldn't do anything to me, they gave me an up-to-date law book and forced me to read it as punishment. I'm probably more knowledgeable about Konoha's laws than most of the council. Naruto smiled as fumes came from Kiba's ears at the fact that his sensei was going to allow this to happen. Kakashi was just laughing to himself. He always wondered how the boy everyone loved to hate always got out of harsh punishment. Well, at least the punishment that the council would have wanted anyway. Well, then it's settled. Haku will be under Naruto's care, if she decides to come back with us, that is. Kiba will be with me guarding the other two and making sure they don't do anything too stupid. First we have to get through tomorrow though. Not that it should be too difficult. Once the bridge is finished, our mission will be officially over. The following morning we'll head back to Konoha and report in. Any questions? When no one answered, Kakashi bid them all a good night before making his way upstairs. After which Tazuna, Inari and Tsunami left to turn in for the night as well. With Kiba, Haku, and Naruto now left alone, the tension was palpable. Kiba had his yearning to prove he was top dog over Naruto in front of Haku, and Haku, with her mixed-up feelings for the blonde, was trying to think of what to do. Meanwhile, the target for both of their conflicts seemed to be oblivious to it all as he brought out a small scroll and began to read. Kiba took this as an opportunity to make another jab at him. Hey Dobe, you're turning out to be more of a bookworm than Sakura. Keep reading all those scrolls and I'm sure you'll both be huffing and puffing at the back of the line together. Naruto just ignored him as Haku shuffled a little closer and began reading over his shoulder, which of course only made Kiba all the angrier. I know you have a deep need to know the basics, but is it really necessary to go over them at every free moment? Again he was ignored and further infuriated when Haku rested her head on Naruto's shoulder as she continued reading. Hey, listen to me when I'm talking to you. You worthless piece of trash. Kiba grabbed the scroll and threw it across the room as he glared at the boy. What he didn't expect was to see two sets of eyes glaring back at him. Kiba, I suggest you go get some sleep to cool off your temper before you do something you will regret. His voice was calm yet cold as ice as the words slipped from Naruto's mouth. The hidden threat so well underlined that it sent a chill down Haku's spine, making her shiver. But grin. Don't think you can scare me off. I'll prove I'm your better soon enough, and I hope you're here to see it when it happens, Haku-chan. I want you to see me rub his face in the mud. Then you'll know what true strength is. Haku rose an eyebrow at the boy. Please don't call me Chan, Kiba-san. We do not know each other well enough for that familiarity. Kiba, being his oh-so-suave self, couldn't help but take an opportunity when one presented itself. Well, we can change that right now if you'd like. I am always more than willing to become more familiar with any specimen as gifted as yourself. He began to strut his way around the table towards her seat, but was stopped before he made it halfway. With a bored tone, Naruto addressed Kiba without even looking at him as he picked his scroll up off the floor. And that, Kiba-san, is why you will not have a specimen as gifted as her. I told you before that women are not objects. They are not here just to please you, or for you to parade around and show off. Believe it or not, they do have brains and souls inside that flesh that you seem so attracted to. Maybe once you are able to see past that, you will actually be able to find someone who will see you as more than a dog of men. As if to pour salt into an open wound, Haku leaned into him more. Well said, Naruto-kun. I only say what I feel is true, Haku-chan. Just who does he think he is? That should be me she's cuddling into. Kiba was mentally ready to rip out someone's throat, but was only able to grab at straws, as he knew this wasn't a time that he could take on the blonde. So it's fine for you two to be that familiar, but not me. What's so special about him? Well, for starters, he's respectful. He has never pushed me to be near him. I came on my own. Nor did he ever talk down about others to put himself in a better light. Jumping in and taking a knife to the chest for someone without expecting anything in return never hurts either. She felt bad that she got such a nice feeling from such a horrible event, but it was still a precious memory. Something that she found she had very few of in her newly recovered memory. Fine, so he's nice. I can be nice too. How about I be nice right now? Nice enough to tell you that he already has a girl back home. A girl that he asked out and claims to have feelings for. What do you think of your little two-timer now? Again his smirk was forced to fade as both his targets started to laugh. I already know about Hinata. He told me when we started getting close that he already had someone in his life that he thought of that way. I wouldn't dare to come between him and another girl just to get my way. Besides, anyone who stood next to him through what he's been through deserves his attention. I only wish that I'd been there alongside her to show him there were people that cared. She began to sound a little depressed at the end, so Naruto put his arm around her to soothe her a little, but looked on a little confused when she got an evil-looking glint in her eyes. Besides, maybe Hinata will be nice and let me share him. Naruto may be a gentleman, but he is still a man, so even he managed to get lost in a daze at the comment while Kiba had a nosebleed and was in his own world. Haku just laughed at the two of them as she got up and went to bed, leaving the two boys in their zoned-out state. Naruto was stuck trying to figure out just what the girl meant. It was possible that she just meant him dating both her and Hinata. After all, they were still kids. If not mentally, then definitely physically. Something in the way she said it though seemed to hint at something more, and that made him slightly uncomfortable. Kiba, on the other hand, was trying to imagine what it would be like having two women, since all the couples around Konoha were just that, couples. Two people together, no more, no less. Unless they were single, of course. To imagine something more drew on all new fantasies in his head. The possibility of having his own little pack was too much for him as he slumped into a chair just before passing out. To Naruto's credit, he was still conscious, but was still mulling things over in his head as he stood and went to his futon, never paying attention to his surroundings or the Cheshire-like eyes that followed him as he settled in for the night. Back in Konoha, a lavender-eyed heiress was getting ready to turn in as well. As she lay down, she took out a picture from under her pillow. The picture was of her and Naruto that he had insisted they get taken one day. He stood tall and proud with an arm around her as she stood with her head slightly hunched, poking her fingers together and trying to fight down a blush. As she stared at the picture, thinking of her love before falling asleep, she got a bit of a shiver down her spine. It wasn't an unpleasant shiver though, more of a premonition that a change was coming. She shook it off as being nervous. Naruto had been gone far too long for her liking, and she fretted all the more when she found out where he was from the Hokage. Flashback. Congratulations for yet another completed mission, Team 8. Being as it is so late, we will be stopping non-urgent missions for the day. You are dismissed. Once Sarutobi was finished talking, Team 8 began to file out the door as he got back to his work. All but one anyway. Ayano, Hokage-sama? He looked up from his papers once more and smiled at the young Hyuga. What can I do for you, Hinata? Ano, I was wondering where Naruto-kun went, and when he'll be back. She poked her fingers together as she shuffled her feet. He was sent out on a mission as backup. He was the only one we had at the time that was available. He was assigned to back up Team 7 on their mission to Wave. They encountered some unexpected resistance that rose the difficulty of their mission. However, it was nothing to be too worried about. If anything, he'll have to help with some bandits and maybe a low-ranking ninja. I've heard no news from them after Kakashi's initial report that the mission rank would need to be increased. But that is nothing abnormal for him. It usually means that everything is going fine. That, or he got into trouble fast and somehow found himself unable to report in for some time and just forgot after a while. It wouldn't be the first time, but I really doubt they would have gotten into much trouble protecting one old man building a bridge, so don't think on it too much. He should be back soon enough. He gave her another reassuring smile as he motioned her towards the door where her sensei was waiting with the door opened and a matching smile on her face. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hinata bowed to the man before turning to leave, not noticing the concerned glance that Kurenai threw to the old man, nor the tired one he sent back. Flashback end. Hinata blushed as she kissed the picture. I'll see you soon, my Naruto-kun. Then we'll have our picnic like we said we would. Smiling, she hid the picture again before closing her eyes and waiting for sleep to claim her. Her dreams that night would be filled with visions of her returning prince. The next morning proved eventful for at least those in Wave. Kiba and a still bound, and now gagged Sasuke woke up as their sensei opened the door to leave the room. They both exchanged a look that was only silently asking the other, why was he in here? In Sakura's room, she was woken up when Kakashi opened the door and told her it was morning. She let out some muffled noises that probably would have been along the lines of a sarcastic "oh goody" had she not been gagged as well. Kakashi had decided the gags were needed when the two kept him awake the previous night. Granted, he would wake if a mouse tiptoed across the floor in the kitchen due to his ANBU training, but he didn't need them to help the matters. At the last room, the one that was supposed to be his alone, but due to trust issues now had two other occupants, he didn't bother entering, instead choosing to knock on the door. The surprised yell from inside was enough to let him know its occupants would be awake. He laughed as he calmly walked back down the hall towards the stairs with his nose stuck in his little orange book. Inside that room, though, one genin was sitting up frozen as his current predicament hit his senses. At first he was going to tell Kakashi that he was getting up, but then his senses kicked in. Touch and smell were first as the weight on his chest registered, followed by the smell of herbs. Next was sound as he took in the light breathing, then sight as he opened his eyes to find a sleeping Haku wrapped around his chest. It would have looked angelic in the early morning light, if he'd expected it, as it was though he tensed and freaked out. What the hell? As though she'd just been gently shaken awake, Haku slowly stretched before looking up at him and smiling. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Then she snuggled back into his chest and closed her eyes again, but was denied any extra sleep. No, good morning. Why are you in my futon? Naruto was trying to pry himself out from Haku's grip while wiggling out of the futon at the same time. Eventually he was successful and was able to look back down to a pouting Haku, almost fainting at the sight. Still technically in the futon, though now only half covered by the blanket, Haku was laying with one arm propping her up, dressed in only her underwear. Again Naruto proved that he was male as he blushed deeply and turned away from the sight. Please put some clothes on, at least, Haku-chan. We're a bit too young to be sleeping together like that. Not to mention, as I told you before, I'm already with Hinata-chan. He heard the sound of rustling cloth and prayed that it was clothes being put on. Haku walked up behind him and tossed her arms around him again, bringing her mouth close to his ear. And as I told you, I wouldn't mind sharing. She kissed his cheek and giggled as she walked out of the room, leaving a stunned and rooted blonde trying to process what just happened. He may have known that Hinata liked him and was now willing to pursue her, but he never got experience with a female actively pursuing him. It was different. Not bad, but different. No matter how he looked at it, though, he felt ashamed that he was getting close to a girl other than Hinata. He felt like he was betraying her. Now he had another worry set on his shoulders. He would have to tell Hinata about this little development, and he had no idea just how to do that. One doesn't just walk up to the girl that loves him and say, hey, I met another girl while I was gone, but don't worry. She's okay with sharing. Hope you don't mind. No, that had bad ending written all over it. Best case scenario was a crushed heart. Worst case, she'd get her dad after him. That just spelled disaster, if not death. This made his mind go off on yet another tangent. What did her father think about him? Did he even know about them being together? It's not like Hinata would approach her dad to let him know she was dating the most hated guy in Konoha. Even if she did work up the courage, he'd chain her up and never let her out again. An heiress with the scum of the village. A relationship doomed to failure. It saddened him to think about it, but all the proof was there even if it wasn't out in the open. The Hyuga were part of Konoha royalty. He could feel the weight of their relationship pulling his shoulders down. He growled to himself while shaking his head. All these thoughts so early in the morning were enough to send anyone's morning-hazed mind into a whirlwind of chaos. Shrugging it to the back of his head, he was just able to grasp the sound of someone calling him to breakfast, so doing the best he could at shoving his thoughts away, he began gathering his clothes for the day. By the time he made it to the table, most of those gathered already had their servings on their plates or were halfway done eating. Without a word, he took his place and threw food on his plate before seemingly swallowing it whole. Had they not been used to his ramen eating habits, everyone at the table would have been wondering if he'd been starved the whole time there. As it was, only the permanent residents of the house and Haku were staring at him openly. They were only able to snap out of their gaze when he turned to them and, with a half-full mouth, asked, "What?" while shrugging his shoulders and continuing his feeding frenzy. When they had all finished their breakfast, Kakashi sent Naruto as Tezuna's bodyguard, thus leaving himself and Kiba to guard the house. Since the threat of Gato was now done with, they would only need to worry about stray bandits. The most likely target would be Tezuna's family, as any possible attackers would want to ransom them if given the chance, since the ideal place for Tezuna's guards would be at his side. He would have included Haku in the plans, but by the way she stayed glued to Naruto's side, and seemed to want to be distanced from Kiba if her glares at his ogling were any indication, it was obvious where she would be going. As the small crew stepped out of the house, Naruto snapped his fingers as though just now remembering something. Before his two companions could ask, he had a small army of clones appear. The copies nodded to the original before sprinting off into the forest. What was that all about? Tezuna gave Naruto a contemplating gaze, trying to figure out what the boy was up to. His questioning look was doubled on Haku's face as she was pondering the same thing. Oh, they are just doing clean-up. When we had that little battle, we never went back to take care of the mess we made. I doubt the citizens of Wave would want to stumble upon what we left behind, or have their children get their hands on the amount of sharp objects we left there. Besides, never know where you'll find something useful. And if it's used but still usable, then it's still worth saving. Naruto explained. So you're like a kleptomaniac then? No, I actually collect things that could be of use later. I wasn't really able to shop freely in Konoha, so I had to make do with what I could find. I guess it kind of grew into a habit. It's kept me fed more than once, and it's how I learned most of what I know about being a ninja. Oh! Haku and Tezuna both looked a little down. The boy's life was hard and they had somewhat of an idea of it, but to have to collect random objects just to eat a decent meal, it just didn't seem right. Anyway, they will be busy most of the day going through personal affects, gathering the weapons and disposing of everything that needs to be disposed of. A few of them are going to do a little scouting. See if I can find Gato's base of operations. No point in having his stuff rot in some abandoned house if it's useful. Not to mention we might get a foot in on any other possible dealings that we can stop. They both looked at him a little uncertainly. To them it seemed a little over the top at first, but after the explanation, and the added bit about finding Gato's hideout, they had to admit that it was a useful thing to do. Haku especially thought as to how much it was like an intelligence-gathering mission. If he did manage to find anything useful, they may just be able to stop another event like Wave happening before it even gets started. With that discussion out of the way, they found themselves in pleasant conversation for the rest of the journey to the bridge. They discussed everything from the weather to cracking jokes about Sasuke and his little cheerleader. When Haku brought up what the boy had said to her when she was feeding them, she thought Naruto was about to head back to the house and have some choice words with him, using his fists, but he calmed down and even laughed when she spouted out her reply to it. Once again, though, Naruto had shown his chivalry, and Haku could do nothing but add it to the running tally of good things he's done for her. Before she could thank him for the thought, though, the bridge came into view along with a crowd of cheering workers, along with a few of the older villagers who were there to watch this crowning achievement of their town. The workload was light that day, just as Tezuna said it would be. When Naruto went to make some clones to help, Tezuna grabbed his readied hands and shook his head no. Naruto nodded in understanding. They had shed blood, sweat, and tears for this bridge, and it was time for them to complete it, but they wanted to do so as a village for the village. While Naruto's assistance was turned away, random villagers offered and were happily accepted. Though their work would be minimal, they would at least have a small sense that they had helped with the construction as well. Right before their lunch break, the last section of the bridge was being laid and finished. The honors went to Tezuna, who, with a tear in his eye, set the final piece. With a grand cry, all the workers, onlookers, and even the two ninja loosed out a loud cheer which was echoed throughout the village as its inhabitants figured out just what the noise was about. That night, there was a festival to celebrate the completion of their new symbol to the world. A symbol to show that even the most tread upon people can accomplish great things if given the chance to do so. After the celebrations, they had gotten home very late, but all were in high spirits. Well, all that weren't tied to posts anyhow. Naruto had even been nice enough to leave clones to guard so that Kiba would be able to go to the festival too. Though the dog boy came back with more than one hand print on his face, he was still in high spirits. When they opened the door, they found Naruto's clones had just gotten back from their side missions. Naruto excused himself as he led the parade of his copies out to the back of the house, away from prying eyes just in case they needed to give him information that he wasn't willing to share. The group that had been assigned cleanup duty handed him some storage scrolls, each labeled with its contents. There were numerous weapon scrolls of various types, jutsu scrolls, and supply scrolls, most of which he sealed into one scroll for ease of travel. One scroll was simply labeled Documents. Knowing what it held, he had the clones that sealed their findings into that scroll dispel themselves. The rush of information came quickly along with the familiar mental exhaustion, but he now knew what the scroll contained. The clones had only skimmed the documents, but it was enough to get the gist of most of them. Many were simply letters to family or friends, which was a little difficult to cope with since he knew those people would never receive letters from the recently deceased again. Others were of higher interest though. Contracts both with Gato and where their next paycheck would come from, bounty books of non-ninja, but most of all information on other countries. Those would go to the Konoha Department of Investigations. Even the letters could hold information that could be useful. That scroll he left out along with one of the weapon scrolls. Setting those aside, he turned towards the next set of clones. This was the set he had sent to look for Gato's base of operations in Wave. Again he was met with scrolls of the same types. Unlike the first group though, he dispelled all of this group and a smile crept across his face at the information gained. After dispelling all of his clones and taking a few moments to recover from the strain, Naruto sealed up what he didn't need at the moment before heading back into the house. He found most of the company settled around the table talking, which stopped as soon as he entered as all heads turned towards him. What? Naruto smiled and scratched the back of his head as though nothing was out of the ordinary. Kakashi was the first to speak up, beating Kiba by seconds as the boy's mouth opened just as Kakashi's first words spilled out. Did you find out anything useful, Naruto? Said boy sighed. He really didn't want to go over this now. The festival wore him out a bit, as it was the first real festival he had been to without being chased away by a mob of angry villagers. Add on to that the mental strain from the clones, and he really didn't want to go through explanations, but he knew the Jonin wouldn't let it go without a word. There were a few interesting bits, Kakashi-san. I will go over them with Hokage-sama when we get back. Until then, they are not meant to be shared here. Kakashi caught the quick glance around the house that Naruto made and made a slight nod in acceptance. As a Jonin and once ANBU captain, he knew that sensitive documents were to be kept between the least number of people as possible so that information was not overheard by anyone who may open their mouth about it. Right now, there were multiple possibilities of just that happening. Between Kiba, who would talk about it to people in Konoha to show he had privileged information, to Tazuna's family, whom had the possibility of being tortured for information if someone suspected they might have any. Other than that, it was mostly weapons and personal effects. Which reminds me. Shuffling through his pockets for a few seconds, he brought out the weapon scroll and handed it to Haku, causing a few raised eyebrows around the room. What was that for Dobe? Why are you giving her something if you won't even let us know what you found? In the recesses of Kiba's mind, though, he wanted to know if this could be used as incriminating evidence to make Hinata his. If he's giving this chick presents, then he really is two-timing Hinata. Relax, Mutt. It's just the sunbon I found. She used a lot when we fought, so I'm just replacing them. It's the least we can do for her help. If you're giving weapons to someone you just met, then how come the rest of us aren't getting anything? Because, first of all, you didn't even help in the fight. Nor did you last too long on the bridge, so you shouldn't have much to replace. Second, the payment we get for these missions is meant to cover the costs of replacement and maintenance of any supplies used on a mission. That is why the importance of aim is pounded into us along with the obvious. If you don't hit it, it won't die. You could use a crate of kunai to take out a target, but why waste all of those when one well-placed kunai will do the job and it's a lot easier to retrieve, or not as big of a loss if retrieval is impossible. Kiba was left speechless, and even Kakashi was a bit wide-eyed. Neither had thought about it that way before, but then neither had ever been in dire straits like Naruto had. The others, on the other hand, were nodding their heads, knowing that wasting resources meant wasting money, and money was something that all of them had been short on at some point. That was very though out, Naruto, and I can't argue against your logic, but I was in the fights as well and wouldn't mind a few replacements if you don't mind. He gave off his little eye smile to Naruto, who gave one back before unsealing a dozen or so kunai which were happily gathered up by Kakashi and pocketed. Thank you very much, Naruto. No problem, Kakashi. You seem to be coming around, so I don't mind too much. The rest will be disappearing though for a while. Don't ask. I'm not saying what is going to happen to them. I have a few things I'll be giving out tomorrow, but that's a surprise. When are we planning on heading out, and how are you planning on transporting Tweedledee and Tweedledum? After the chuckles that went around the room settled down, Kakashi was able to answer. I suppose we'll stick around for lunch then head out afterward. No point in spending another whole day here. Since the bridge is finished, our mission is complete, so we need to return as soon as possible. As far as getting Sasuke and Sakura back to Konoha, we can't really keep them tied up and expect to make decent time, so we'll run an escort formation with Kiba and myself in the front, those two in the middle, and yourself and Haku in the rear. That way they won't have the back of anyone they detest, so there will be plenty of warning if they try anything. Agreed. Well then I'm heading to bed. It's been a long day and I am past needing rest. Naruto waved at them before heading upstairs. Well, I think that is probably the cue for all of us. A good rest will do us well for our trip home. Kakashi made his way upstairs as well, followed by Haku and Kiba as Tazuna and Tsunami made their way to their rooms for the night. At the end of the bridge stood almost all of the town's inhabitants. The only ones that weren't there were those that were too injured to move from the bridge battle or those caring for them. The crowd was massive, as even those made homeless during Gato's reign were there to cheer on their heroes. The Konoha shinobi waded their way through the swarm on their way home, shaking hands and throwing smiles to the grateful citizens of Wave. Though they hadn't done much, Sasuke and Sakura were none the less basking in the glory of the cheers. None of which were aimed at them, but it didn't matter, as in their own heads the cheers were only for them. As they finally made it to the bridge's surface, they faced their hosts for their stay. They had never seen Tazuna, Tsunami, and especially Inari so happy. All eyes were on them as they exchanged their farewells, shaking hands and in some cases hugging. Kakashi-san, we were privileged that it was Konoha that we decided to call on for this task. Nothing can repay what you have done for us, but we will work hard to make up for the misinformation that I was forced to give to initiate this mission. I pray that in the future we will have nothing but good relations with your village. Tazuna bowed low to the ninja, something that no one could recall seeing him do to anyone before. Then, to further their surprise, he bowed again to Naruto. Without your assistance, Naruto-san, I doubt we would have gotten away as unscathed as we did. Going so far as to release a person damned to a life not their own was above and beyond what you were here to do. The compassion and determination you have shown us will stay with us for as long as we can remember. We thank you. We thank all of you. A loud cheer was sent into the cloudless sky as the gathering erupted. Naruto and Kakashi bowed in embarrassment at being praised as such, while Haku looked at them with pride. Though they hadn't thanked her personally, it didn't matter. Having her life back was reward enough. The other three ninja, however, were beyond smug as they soaked in more praise not directed towards them. Sasuke simply waited for his turn to be praised, something he would be waiting for indefinitely. As the crowd died down, another Naruto appeared and whispered in the original's ear before dashing off again as Naruto smiled and motioned Tazuna to the side. They were given curious glances from everyone as Naruto whispered to the old bridge builder. They couldn't tell what he was saying due to the hand concealing his mouth, but whatever it was caused Tazuna to suddenly drop to his knees and bow with his head to the ground towards the blonde. Had he not been crying, he would have been yelling out his thanks. But as it were, they could only hear his sobbing thank yous as Naruto hoisted him back to his feet and whispered into his ear again. Tazuna gave a small nod as he wiped his eyes before rejoining the crowd. Gathering himself, he stood tall once more before calling out to the crowd. Let's make sure all the elemental nations can hear our cries, so they know just what Konoha has done for us. With a noise that rivaled an erupting volcano, the troop of ninja were off, waving back as they shot off across the bridge that they had protected with their lives, and the country that would forever be in their debt. Tsunami leaned over to her father. What did he say, Dad? I've never seen you bow, let alone sink to your knees to anyone. Let's just say our life is about to get a lot better, he said as he hugged her and Inari closer to him. Then louder, all of our lives are going to get a lot better. Inari looked up at his grandfather and saw the tears in his eyes. He silently thanked the blonde for whatever the shinobi could have said to make the man that happy. Grandpa, what are we going to name it? The bridge. What are we going to name the bridge? Everyone leaned in closer, waiting to hear the creation's name. I hadn't really thought of one. The ground shook from the number of faceplants made by the crowd. Nah, Grandpa, how about the great Naruto bridge? Once the roar of the crowd died down, Tazuna was finally able to speak over the low murmurs. I think that would be an excellent name, Inari. Not to mention I would probably be beaten to a pulp if I didn't name it that after all that boy has done for us. It is fitting though. A bridge that is powerful enough to be unstoppable, yet gentle enough to help anyone in need of it. Now, before we celebrate too much, we'll need something to celebrate with it. Getting confused looks from the villagers, he could only smile as he thought of the surprise they were all about to receive. Follow me and you'll soon find out just how much that young man has saved us. 15 minutes later, they all stood in front of Tazuna's house, or as close as they could get to it. There spread out before them were rows of packages, each with a name attached to it. Tazuna instructed everyone to stand in front of the package with their name on it. When everyone was organized, yet still confused, he instructed them to open their respective bundles. What they found was an accounting of every coin they had lost to Gato and his men. All of it was carefully tallied and accounted for. Along with that, those that had lost homes found the deeds to them amongst the logs. Aside from the money and deeds, there were various food items, more than most of the families had seen in years, and enough to last them until they could set their trade routes back up. Upon seeing the bounty, many collapsed in heaps with joyful tears leaking all over the ground. As the people looked over their regained property, Tazuna stood up on his porch and looked out over the gathering. He cleared his throat loudly, gaining the attention of those close. As people realized those nearest them had turned their attention elsewhere, they too turned their focus to the man. A wave of silence went through the crowd as each and every face was now focused on the bridge builder. A note was left along with this great gift. I would like to let you all hear it now. To the renewed country of Wave. Amongst these bundles you will find the wealth that you have lost over these past years under Gato's iron fist. The money is now returned to its rightful owners, and for those that were not able to come today, I ask you do what you can to get their portions to them. I was never given a chance to prove myself, and yours was forcefully taken away from you. From a person who knows what it's like to live in oppression, I give you back the life you should never have been denied. Know that no matter how bad of a disaster seems to happen in your life, there is always someone who has it worse, but there are also those who will strive to make it better. You have family here, friends. Whatever happens, do not abandon your dreams, and you will be rewarded in the end. Kanahagakur no Sato. P.S. Don't worry about the mission payment. P.P.S. In the clearing to the south is a large vegetable garden that should get some more food production started for those that know how to harvest them. We should all be humbled by this act of generosity, but more than that we should be grateful that we were given a chance to start over. Let none of us waste it. A final cheer went through the village as people gathered their reacquired possessions along with those of the people that were not able to make it to this grand event. The tales made up about the group of ninja and how they saved Wave would be told over and over to anyone visiting Wave for many years to come. Chapter 8. What matters most? Throughout their trip home, the silence was only broken by Kakashi as he gave the rare perverted giggle as he read his book. Kiba managed to release one as well when he was able to read a few lines over the Jonin's shoulder before he was told to pay attention to where he was going just in time to miss the tree he was headed for. Other than that, the only action that took place were the glares that Sakura and Sasuke sent between their sensei and the two at the rear of the group. It had only taken until the bridge was out of sight for Sasuke's smile to be wiped away, as he realized that both his sensei and his new rival had gotten more attention than him. Sakura just picked up on his mood and followed like an obedient puppy. Naruto and Haku paid no attention though as they sped through the trees in a straight line towards Konoha. They decided that the forest would be the best place to travel now that all of the genin knew how to stick to the trees. It was less of a risk that way than to be seen traveling the roads, and truth be told they had all had enough action for a while. When they were close enough to the village, they dropped down to the road before entering so as to not arouse suspicion. After all, any person seen coming or leaving via any means other than the main gate was to be treated as an enemy until proven otherwise. So unless someone had a great desire to meet the Konoha interrogation squad, it was advised that everyone use the main gate. Upon seeing the group entering, the two Chunin at the guard post waved them over. "Good afternoon, Kakashi-san. We would have let you pass freely, but there seems to be an unfamiliar face among your group. As visitors must sign in, we'll be forced to hold you here until she does." Meh, go ahead Kakashi-san. I'll make sure Haku-chan gets signed in. After all, she is under my protection. And since you aren't my sensei, you have no obligation to stay. I'll see you at the Hokage office for debriefing soon. Naruto motioned them to continue on, noticing Kakashi's forceful hand on Sasuke's shoulder as he led his team away. Turning back towards the two Chunin and Haku, he took her step by step through the sign-in process before making their way to the Hokage Tower. Little did they know that it was all the delay that Kiba would need to start the next small upset in Naruto's life. During their walk to the tower, Kakashi's team encountered one pale-eyed Hyuga heiress as she was walking towards the gate. Signaling that he needed a couple seconds, Kiba bounded over to her before anyone could object. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "You may want to greet your boyfriend and his new woman. I hear they even slept together during our mission. I know this probably hurts, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm always available." Grinning, he went back to his team and they continued to the tower, leaving a dumbstruck Hinata standing in the middle of the street not knowing what to do. "Kiba, what did you say to Hinata?" Kakashi fixed a glare on the boy, who shrunk back a bit but stood his ground. "Personal business, Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry about it." Though he knew it was nothing good, there was nothing Kakashi could do about it. Their mission was over and what was said couldn't be a threat to anything that happened already. Sighing, he continued on. Due to that small delay, they met up with Naruto and Haku as they were about to enter the tower. "Oi! I thought you would already be inside. What kept you?" Kibakuin had to stop and talk to Hinata about something that apparently couldn't wait. Kakashi again fixed the boy with a glare, followed by Naruto and Haku, but his own grin was mirrored on the faces of Sasuke and Sakura. Something is not going to end well soon. Before any fights could break out in the middle of the street, Kakashi ushered them all inside. As they made their way up the steps, Haku tried to comfort Naruto any way she could. "Since this is most likely about us, I'll go with you to help sort out whatever," he said to her. "Thank you, Haku-chan." He would have smiled if he didn't have such a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. That would have to wait until later though, as they knocked on the door to the Hokage's office before being allowed to enter. "So I take it the mission to Wave went all right, and I see there is a new face with you, Kakashi-kun. Care to explain?" Sarutobi rose an inquiring eyebrow at the man, urging him to spit out the results. "Hokage-sama, the mission was a success. The bridge builder Tazuna was escorted and kept safe until the completion of the bridge to Wave. On the way, we met up with the two missing nin called the Demon Brothers. Once they were taken care of, we found that Wave was currently being held under the watchful eye of the tyrannical shipping merchant Gato and mercenaries under his hire. After the encounter with the Demon Brothers, we were unfortunate enough to encounter the missing nin Zabuza, alias Demon of the Mist. During the fight, Naruto-san showed up and saved me from the Suiro no Jutsu I managed to get caught in. The fight ended in a draw as Zabuza escaped with the help of an assistant, though injured, and we were unable to pursue due to my chakra exhaustion. We were able to later neutralize Zabuza and his assistant along with Gato and the mercenaries he had brought with him. Afterward, a few of us were able to find an encampment of mercenaries that were prepaid to attack the village of Wave, and were able to neutralize them as well, thus completing the ongoing protection from Gato for the remainder of the mission. Kakashi bowed after his explanation, signaling his completion. The Hokage turned towards Naruto. "Do you have anything to add, Naruto-kun?" "Hi, however, there are too many ears at the moment for my report." Hiruzen rose an eyebrow at this, then the other when he saw Kakashi lower his head. "Okay then, does anyone else have anything to add before you are dismissed?" Sasuke stepped forward, earning a groan from a few of those gathered, which he ignored as he spoke. "Hokage-san, I would like to—" "Sasuke, you will address Hokage-sama as his title dictates." Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he spoke to the back of Sasuke's head. Sasuke just let out a sniff of dismissal before continuing. "As I was saying, I would like to bring to your attention that the backup you sent us was insufficient, unnecessary, and at least one point endangered the success of the mission at large. During a situation of heightened tension, Uzumaki Naruto made threatening advances on the sole survivor of a clan, namely myself. I demand that measures be taken to eliminate this action from happening again, including, but not limited to, detainment in a holding cell for an undetermined amount of time or removal from the shinobi ranks altogether." The killing intent in the room was beginning to raise and the majority was focused on the Uchiha. Though he was visibly sweating from it, he maintained his position and waited for a reply. After a moment of silence that was apparently too much for him to handle, he decided to pile more incriminating evidence against the blonde. Furthermore, because of his actions, both myself and one of my teammates were restrained for the remainder of the mission, causing one of the top clans in Konoha to be subjected to the humiliation of captivity by his own village. I demand that a similar treatment be sentenced upon those responsible for such action. Along with another long pause, Sasuke was quickly losing his temper. Answer me, damn it! Sasuke, you would dare speak to the Hokage like that? Remove yourself from this room before I remove you from it myself. Kakashi was in no mood to deal with this now. No, Sasuke-kun is right. Naruto Baka almost ruined everything, and because of him we were unreasonably restrained. He should be put away where he was always meant to be. By this point Naruto was starting to growl. The only thing keeping him from leaping at the two was Haku's hand on his shoulder. Before anyone could make the headache any bigger though, there was another person that a few of them forgot they were in the presence of. Silence! Everyone's head turned to the aged Hokage. He was old, yes, but the authority behind his voice was more than any of them could match. Uchiha Sasuke, if you ever address me with such a tone again, I will have you thrown in a cell for insubordination. That goes for your little outburst as well, Haruno Sakura. Kiba, Sasuke and Sakura, remove yourself from this office immediately. I have business that I need to finish with those remaining. Despite being yelled at by the most powerful ninja in the village, each of those were able to flash a grin to the blonde on their way out. Two of them knowing that by the end of the day, he could very well find himself chained to a wall for risking the safety of the last of the Uchiha, while the last knew he would be in dire straits with Hinata soon enough. As the door shut, everyone let out a few deep breaths in an attempt to get their tempers under control. Sarutobi motioned for them to sit in the chairs before him. As they sat, Sarutobi fixed each with a glare before settling on Kakashi. Explain. It was only one word, but the threat behind it was unmistakable. Hokage-sama. From the first moment that Naruto-san showed up on this mission, Sasuke seemed to want to smear his name into the ground. When Naruto was injured by a random mercenary's blind attack, I assigned my team to treat him while I went after the man. Upon returning, I found them not only not helping him, but also attempting to keep Tazuna and his family from aiding him as well. That night they had tried repeatedly to get to him while I was asleep for unknown actions, according to Tazuna himself, who offered to stand watch and alert me if the others tried anything while I was asleep. The next morning they again showed distaste towards Naruto, though they did not come out and voice it openly. That morning the bridge was attacked by Zabuza and Haku with Gato's mercenaries, and Gato himself making an appearance later. I sent Sasuke and Kiba after Haku while I myself took Zabuza and Sakura guarded Tazuna. I found out later that Sasuke had gotten into a bad situation and used Kawarimi with Kiba to get himself out of it, resulting in Kiba getting hit with the attack that was intended for the Uchiha. All three could see the anger forming on the old man's face as Kakashi's story unfolded. I will allow Naruto-san or Haku-san to fill in the gap there, as I was enshrouded in Zabuza's mist technique and wasn't able to see what was going on. He nodded to the two, signaling for them to take over. It was Haku who chose to speak first. Hokage-sama, I would first like to thank you for the excellence of some of your ninja, though certain others are not so worthy of praise. While I am none too taken with Kiba-san, at least he did not use his teammates to save his own skin. After the boy had been taken out by my first attack, the Uchiha spoke of it being an honor to be sacrificed for the sake of one of his breeding. I was disgusted, and for the first time in my life I felt that there was a person in front of me that was despicable enough to die by my hand. I used my strongest attack on him and wrought pain upon him using my Sanbon to strike his pressure points. It didn't seem enough to give him a quick death, but when I decided to go in for the kill, I was stopped by Naruto-kun. Haku nodded over to the blonde, signaling for him to continue with the story. Hokage-jiji, I first met Haku-chan in the forest near Wave prior to the bridge confrontation. During our confrontation, I was able to discover that she had a memory modification seal on her neck. Naruto dug in his pocket for a second before pulling out a sheet of paper detailing the seal and handed it to the old man. I let her go at that point with the promise that I would give her back her memories. The morning of that encounter, I woke up and soon found a disturbance in the house and found that some of Gato's lackeys were attempting to kidnap Tazuna-san's daughter and about to kill her son. After dealing with them, I made it to the bridge in time to stop Haku-chan's attack. After she agreed to it, I gave her a seal to null out the one on her neck. Again he pulled out a sheet of paper, this one with the temporary counterseal on it. I would have forced it on regardless, but she was trusting enough to apply it herself. He looked at Haku expecting her to want to continue, but by the look on her face she had no desire to relive that moment. She simply waved him to continue in her stead. To simplify it, Haku-chan found out Zabuza wasn't who she thought he was, and she ended up being the one to kill him. Once he was dead though, Gato showed up with his mercenaries. With Kakashi low on chakra, Kiba and Sasuke knocked out of commission, Sakura being… well, Sakura and Haku-chan still feeling the after effects of the temporary seal. I was the only one able to hold them off to any extent as I had been given a little reprieve between my battle at the house and my arrival at the bridge. Creating clones, I was able to take out or hold off the assault until Kakashi was well enough to join in. Shortly thereafter the villagers showed up to defend their homes and Gato decided to make his escape. Leaving Kakashi to defend the bridge, I went after Gato and relieved him of his need for breathing. When I returned to the bridge, there were no more mercenaries left standing and only a few villagers had suffered injuries. Kakashi-san and Haku-chan were attending to Kiba and Sasuke while Sakura stood by crying. Kakashi jumped in at that point and continued for them. Sakura was angry with Haku-san for hurting Sasuke, so she attempted to attack her. She failed of course, but then there was another short argument when Sasuke and Kiba woke. Again ending with no casualties save for me knocking Sasuke unconscious for his own safety. Kiba was rather angry for what happened, and with Sasuke egging him on it could have ended badly had I not acted. So why knock Sasuke out and not Kiba? Sarutobi knew why, but he was juggling between happiness and anger now. It would be fun to see the man squirm a bit. He was closer? Anyway, Naruto-san made some clones to clean up the bridge while we guarded Tazuna-san, and he took Haku-san to the house. Before leaving he told me he would need to talk to me privately. After that he left and we watched as his clones sifted through what they could find and sealed it away. At one point Sasuke attacked one of the clones and attempted to take the scroll it had been sealing items into before I caught him and told him that because of his actions earlier he would be entitled to none of the items found. Of course he huffed about it, but there was little he could do when I placed myself between him and the clones. Naruto-kun, what was it that you were gathering from those men? The Hokage inquired. Weapons mostly, some documents, money. Whatever they had that looked to be useful. Why take the time to seal all of that? Wouldn't it have been easier to dispose of it all instead of carrying it around? And just how good are you with seals? Whoa, one at a time here, Gigi. Let's see. For the first two, well, it's a habit I've grown into, I guess. I mean, we both know I'm not the richest of people or the most popular for that matter. I learned the hard way not to take anything for granted. As you should already know from before, I collect anything of use or value. As for the last part, I'm no master, but I'm probably better than most people. It wasn't the most detailed answer, but he really didn't have anything to gauge it on. Anyhow, when we got back to the house, I removed Haku-chan's memory seal permanently and let her rest while I took Kakashi-san aside. When I had killed Gato, he was making a statement that killing him wouldn't matter. He gave me the impression that there could be another attack ready to hit wave from somewhere. After letting Kakashi-san know, and figuring out how to divide into the most capable teams, which Naruto was able to make a better composition of those available than myself, if I might add. Kakashi couldn't help but smile at the boy who grinned, sheepishly, back remembering their small bonding experience. Thank you, Kakashi-san. When we were done we noticed that it was far too quiet in the dining room, where the rest were gathered when I had pulled Kakashi aside. Naruto's smile left him once again. We both raced upstairs and were just in time to catch the kunai that Sasuke and Sakura were about to thrust into Haku-chan as she slept. Kakashi-san kept the bubblegum princess at bay while I kept Sasuke team from her. He didn't get the picture though and continued to attempt to attack her, at least until Kiba knocked him out. Kakashi followed up on soon after with his captive. After rearranging the groups in 2 teams of 2, we tied up the Uchiha and Haruno and set about a patrol rotation for the next 4 days until one of my clones finally found the mercenary encampment that I had guessed Gato was talking about. The tale was once again handed over to Kakashi. When Naruto came back with the location of the camp, I left Kiba to guard the house, instructing him to let the other 2 loose in case he would need backup. Haku-san, Naruto-san and myself assaulted the camp that night, and with precision that I can honestly say I have never seen on most Chunin teams, We planned our attack and decimated the enemy with few injuries to ourselves. The pride at this point was rolling off of him in waves. It was clear to Hiruzen that Kakashi would have loved to have these two on his team, but it was too late for that unfortunately as the teams were already formed. It was obvious that something would have to be done about Team 7 though. Just like Naruto had done earlier, Kakashi's attitude turned sour in remembrance of the next part of their story. We were all tired from the battle, but we made our way back to the house, and that's when there was yet another turn from the perfect mission. With a small argument with the newly released duo, Sasuke once again attempted to attack Haku-san by rushing Naruto, then ducking behind him to try to stab her with a dinner knife. He was only slightly foiled by Naruto showing the true purpose of Kawarimi, as he used it on Haku and took the hit for her. Luckily, with their height difference, he got struck in a non-lethal area. Naruto-san proceeded to knock Sasuke out of the house as his tenant began to act up. Hiruzen's expression now mirrored that of his guests. The council would not like hearing of this, and he was sure that they would find out about it soon enough. I tried to stop him, but in the end it was Haku that got him to settle down. They looked at Haku, who blushed strongly, not wanting to reveal what she said that night. She shook her head, refusing to give them anything. Sarutobi smiled at her and waved her to him. She hesitated, but complied and was soon standing next to him. If you don't feel comfortable repeating it openly, you may whisper it to me, but I need to know what you did to calm him down. His tenant isn't the most agreeable of things. Anything that can settle it is a very valuable piece of information to us. So please, share it with me. Haku blushed again but leaned down and cupped her hands so the others wouldn't see or hear. All they saw was her closing her eyes in embarrassment as Sarutobi's smile got wider. Thank you, Haku-chan. You have no idea how glad I am to hear that from anyone. You may take your seat again. Once she was seated, Kakashi continued. After that, we tied up Sasuke and Sakura in separate rooms and posted a guard, so there was no chance of them getting loose. The rest of the mission was pretty easy, with the only other mission relative event happening when Naruto sent clones to clean up our last battle and search for anything of use. After that was celebrations, then the journey home. They all looked towards Naruto for anything he might want to fill in. Oh, well, first there are a few holes that I'll fill in with these few scrolls. These are the heads of Kafu Oba and Tamatsu Yusuji. The Hokage and Kakashi both rose an eyebrow at this, while Haku wore a grin of pride. Kafu was a missing nin of Kirigakure, Jonin rank and rather famous for the sword I now carry apparently. Kakashi-san, Zabuza and Tamatsu seemed impressed with it at least. I admit he was a lucky kill, as he never expected a genin to lure him into a trap. Just like I never expected a jonin to fall for it. Tamatsu, on the other hand, was easy for a chunin. He was with the lackeys that tried to kidnap Tsunami-san, but he tried to run when he saw the katana of his former comrade. He never really had a chance since the only jutsu he threw at me was easily avoided, and for a chunin-level ninja he was rather slow. As for the clone search parties, he looked through a storage scroll he had before picking another scroll out of one of the seals. Here are all of the documents that I believe could have interesting information regarding the safety of the village. If you would like, I can look into them along with that other project I have going on. Unless someone else is free to look through them now. He handed the scroll to the Hokage, who looked through it to find that, like the other scrolls he received from the boy, everything was categorized and organized. That is quite all right, Naruto-kun. I will find someone to look over this. We've finished our end of your other mission, so there are some people free to look at this now. Perhaps later they will go over your other findings as well. Oh, and that person has agreed to see you, so when you and they have time I will organize a meeting. Okay, Gigi-san. I'll make sure to contact you soon about that. Oh, Haku-chan, I almost forgot. I also have the Kubikiri Hocho here if you want it. Since you are the one who killed Zabuza, it's yours by rights. Haku cautiously took the scroll and stared at it for a few minutes before shaking her head and thrusting it back into Naruto's hands. No, I don't want anything to remind me of him. They could see the hurt in her eyes, so they didn't press the matter. Understanding her want for detachment from her former tormentor, he decided it would be best to find a way to dispose of the weapon despite his desire to keep it for its undoubted value. After pocketing the scroll, holding the cleaver once more, Naruto turned back to the Sandaime. Well, back to the mission. Though there is just one more thing to add to your attention. He brought out yet another scroll. I was able to find Gado's base of operations in Wave. This holds the documentation taken from that place. The food stores and money that was held there I split amongst the people of Wave, since it was mostly theirs anyway. Gato kept extensive logs of all his dealings. It seems he was a bit obsessive over where all his money came from and went to, so it was rather easy to get everyone their money back. At the bottom of the scroll you will find what they would have owed for an S-ranked mission. You may not have listed it as such, but there was more than enough money left to cover the cost. Other than that, you should find some interesting bits of information in there. I think that about sums it up, Gigi-san. All that is left is Haku-chan's status and what you plan on doing with her. Going through the new scroll, Sarutobi was very pleased with what he was seeing. It seemed Gato made dealings in many enemy countries, including IWA, Kumo, and the new village of Otogekure. There were also extensive notes about exactly what was being traded where and with whom. Some of it was unsettling, but it was better than being misinformed, or worse, not knowing at all. Setting that aside, he turned his attention to the only female in the room. Yes, Haku-chan. I will not be able to save you from some minor questioning, but due to you having had altered and recently released memories coupled with the fact that you assisted greatly on a mission against those that you were originally partnered with, it should be no more than we normally would do for someone who simply wishes to switch villages. I know you could technically be listed as a traitor, but with no village affiliation you are not a missing nin, nor can we justly label you as a traitor of a village that doesn't exist. However, to save you from being listed as a civilian traitor, I would like to enlist you as a kunoichi of Konoha if you would like to. Your skills are quite obviously higher than an academy student. As long as you can do the graduation test and agree to pledge loyalty to this village, I will instate you as a genin rank kunoichi and put you on the only team that has an available spot. He grinned and nodded to Naruto. Haku's eyes went wide as they started to moisten. Hi, Hokage-sama, I would be honored to be a ninja of Konohagakure. She bowed down before the man who was giving her a place to call home. She then turned to Naruto and bowed to him as well. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Without your help, I would have never known anything but a life on the run. I owe you more than you can imagine. She rushed over to him and hugged him tightly. Haku-chan, don't worry about it. To see someone saved from a living hell and be allowed happiness is more than enough of a reward for me. Now if you'll excuse me, Hokage-sama, Kakashi-san, Haku-chan. There are some things that I have missed immensely while I was gone, and I would like to attend to them now. With a nod from the old man, he bowed and left the office. Well, he never ceases to amaze, does he? The Hokage smiled as he watched the door close before making a small note on a scroll. Well, back to business. Kakashi, before you get too settled, please take Haku-chan to the interrogation department with this note. Make sure it's not Anko that gets this. I get enough sob stories from the prisoners about her, I don't need any from our allies. Chuckling, Kakashi led a suddenly nervous Haku out of the room and left Hiruzen to his thoughts. Never ceases to amaze indeed. Just how far can you go, Naruto? Shaking his head, he got back to the real issue that would be headed his way soon enough. When Kakashi's team sees Naruto walking around freely, someone was bound to show up, and more than likely that someone would be with a summons to a council meeting. With that in mind, he brought out a few fresh scrolls and began writing. If they were going to call him into a meeting over this, he was going to be prepared. Naruto rushed through the streets of Konoha intent on finding his target. Under a guise, he had visited the Hyuga and found out that Hinata was somewhere out in the village. He had spent almost an hour already trying to find her, but to no avail. Deciding that it might be a good idea to shower a bit before searching further, he made his way to his apartment only to find the one he was seeking crouched at his door with her head buried in her knees. Hinata-chan? He heard a sob before she rose her head to reveal a tear-streaked face. Hinata? What happened? Did someone hurt you? Tell me who and I'll make them apologize. She stood as he got closer. Hinata, please, tell me what's wrong. I want to help you. Please let me help you. He repeated almost frantically. Smack. He was stunned. Shy Hinata, his girlfriend, smacked him across the face and was now glaring at him. He took a half step back from surprise, but she closed the distance and got right into his face. You swine. Lowlife. Cheating baka. How could you? I thought you finally accepted me, and now I find out that you went running around with some hussy while you were away on a mission. Hinata-chan, it wasn't like that. I swear. Naruto tried to start an explanation, but she wasn't going to let him get that far. With his shock at her harsh words, he left too large of an opening for her to continue her assault. You slept with her. Oh, that's not good. You took a knife to the chest for her. Not good at all. I thought I knew you, but I was wrong. You are the most vile person ever. Naruto was now the one in tears as each word cut into him deeper than any knife. Hinata-chan. Don't you ever call me that again. You have no right to even think of my name. You are despicable scum. Don't even think you are worthy of... Smack. Neither of them had seen it coming. Now Hinata was the one who was stunned speechless as she slowly put her hand to her reddening cheek and looked into the eyes of her assaulter. Pale lavender eyes, still red from crying, met deep brown eyes that showed anger and pity. How dare you belittle him? If you think so little of him, it's you who aren't worthy. You! Hinata's eye turned from stunned to furious as she realized who this new person was. You! She repeated with more hatred behind it. You're the hussy that took Naruto-kun away from me. You slept with him and pranced around with him. Well, I hope you're happy knowing that he left one to be with another. I hope you can live knowing he could do it again with you as the victim. She turned to leave but was forced to turn back as a strong hand pulled her arm around. Let's get some things straight here, little girl. Yes, we slept in the same futon, but it was me that crawled in with him while he was asleep and we did nothing but sleep. As soon as he was awake, he freaked out and told me that he was with you. Like a gentleman, he stayed turned around until I got dressed. He took a knife for me because it was the right thing to do. He is kind enough to not let a comrade or a friend die in front of him if he can help it. Had you been the target, I know he would have done the same. He defended you against those other two boys on Kakashi's team numerous times, and no matter how many advances I made, he turned me down because he already had you. I bet it was that mutt that told you about it too. At Hinata's wince, it was obvious where her information came from. If you are that stupid to take the word of someone else over his, then maybe he is better off with me. At least I will trust him enough to not take the word of someone else without hearing his side too. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go. I think we've seen enough of this one's true colors. I swear with every new person I meet in this place, it tarnishes my view of a ninja or a human. She turned to leave, grabbing Naruto's arm as she passed while Hinata sank to her knees with new tears streaming down her face. He never abandoned me and I just tore out his heart. She's right. I don't deserve him. He's been hurt so much and I just added to it. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry. No. Haku jerked a bit as Naruto's unmoving body forced her to stop. Come on, Naruto-kun, you can show me around the village. No. He shook out of her grip and slowly made his way forward. Sinking to his knees, he gently took Hinata's head in his hands and rose her face to meet his eyes. I won't leave my Hinata-chan like this. I love her too much for it to end. With renewed hope, Hinata met his eyes just in time to see him get far too close for her to see him properly. She tried to move her head back to keep him in her vision, but was stopped from moving at all when she felt something touch her lips. It took her another moment to register what was happening, but she soon realized that it was his lips touching hers. He was kissing her, actually kissing her. Her heart fluttered as it beat faster as she held on to him, trying to get closer, as close as she possibly could. She was still in turmoil that she had said such mean things to him, but he was accepting her back even though she slapped him and yelled such deceitful things at him. Bringing up the memories of what she had just said made her falter and try to pull away, breaking the kiss as she turned her head in embarrassment and self-loathing. Naruto wouldn't have it though, as he wound his arms around her and pulled her tightly to him. Never scare me like that again, Hinata-chan. I would face down all of Konoha before I would want to hear such things come out of your mouth again. And Naruto-kun. Sniff, she was alright. I don't deserve you. Please and never leave me. I won't ever doubt you again. Hinata couldn't take it anymore as she buried her face in his chest and sobbed. They stayed like that in the middle of the hall for a few minutes until they were forced back to reality. Cough. If you two are finished, I would still like a tour of this village. Both teens blushed as they looked sheepishly at Haku before sighing. Naruto recalled why he was at his apartment in the first place. Well, I would like to take a shower first if you don't mind. We did just get back from a mission after all. Oh, by the way, Hinata, this is Haku-chan. Haku-chan, this is my girlfriend Hinata-chan. It's nice to finally meet you, Hinata-san, though I hope you're not always so quick to jump to conclusions. I would say I join you, Naruto-kun, but I don't think Hinata-san would like that very much. Haku grinned at the girl's attempt at an angry expression. Since she just finished crying and was still hugging onto Naruto tightly, it turned out as more of a possessive pout instead. I will show Haku-san around while you get cleaned up, Naruto-kun. Besides, I have some things I want to talk with her about. We'll come back later and maybe get something to eat together. Hinata's eyes never left Haku, causing Naruto to give a small nervous chuckle. Okay Hinata. I'll leave a clone here in case I need to go out. Try not to kill each other. Please. He slowly unlocked and backed into his apartment, keeping them both in his view until he had to shut the door. The entire time neither of them moved or even looked away from the other. Sighing, he settled for his fate of not knowing and just prayed that he wouldn't find weapons stuck through the wall when he reopened the door after he was done. He made his way to his bathroom, creating a clone on the way just in case it would need to hop out and stop any bloodshed. After so much mental stress in the past month, he really needed some time to clean off and meditate. Out in the hall, Haku and Hinata were still staring at each other until the latter suddenly bowed, surprising Haku. Thank you, Haku-san. I was blinded by my emotions at the possibility of losing the one I had sought after for so long and almost made the biggest mistake of my life. I was foolish to take Kiba-san's word at face value without conferring with Naruto-kun before I acted. But when I saw him, my emotions at the thought of being rejected took control. If you hadn't come, I would have lost the better part of my life, so thank you for setting things right. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe to you. You really do love him, don't you? Not that I can't see why. He really is a great guy, loyal to a fault and thinks of others over himself, even when those others are opposing him. I can easily say that my life would be much different had he not helped me. Your boyfriend there freed me from a life that was little more than servitude. Without his help, I would be either dead right now, or still not know the truth of my past. It's true that I tried to force myself on him, even after knowing he had you, but you can't really blame me for that. You would be hard-pressed to find someone so great. Haku turned silent and hung her head. There seemed to be no place for her here, even though she was finally free of her pseudo-past. He is my one and only. Even though I recently found out that I know nearly nothing about him at all, he was the one I got my strength from and my drive to get through my academy days. I would see him constantly striving to practice, and though I am sure that was all an act now, back then it was still an example of someone trying to overcome the fate they were given. When I finally got to know him after we graduated, he was a completely different person, but in a weird way he was still the same. He didn't strive for attention as much, but the same confidence was there. Stronger than ever. It was like his age doubled and he was suddenly overqualified for his rank, yet humble enough to stay on the level of the rest of us. He gives me more strength now than he ever gave me before, and I couldn't imagine being without him, even though I almost forced myself to do just that a few minutes ago. Both girls were slightly blushing at their memories of the blonde. Haku was the first to come out of her little trance and back to reality. Well, anyway, how about that tour? If I'm gonna live here, I'll need to know where to get food, clothes, gear, and I'll really need to find a place to stay. Hokage-sama said I can use a donated apartment for a couple months, but I'm gonna have to get a place for myself soon. Oh, you also might like to know that I'll be on a team with Naruto-kun, so I'll be sure to watch his back. That way you won't have to worry about him not coming home from a mission. Also, there are a few other things you might want to know about his strength. He took out 2 missing nin on that mission, one Jonin level and the other Chunin. He also has some weird fascination with collecting anything of use. You really need to see the katana he got off that Jonin though. He has it sealed away right now, but it's black with a red sheath. It's a bit long for him, but the sight of it is more than enough to give a good scare. He also seems to have some hideout in the village that no one but himself and the Hokage know about. Hinata was stunned. She knew Naruto was strong, but to take on a Jonin-level missing nin as a genin would be suicide. Naruto-kun, just how strong are you really? That aside, she was a bit let down that Haku got to be on his team, but as long as she didn't try to steal Naruto from her, it would be fine. Over the next couple hours, the two girls made their way around, stopping every now and then as Hinata pointed out the main areas of the village. She had never really gone into most of the places before getting together with Naruto. Being a main branch Hyuga meant that she never really had to do her own shopping. That was one of the things that she and Naruto did together now though, and she loved it. He even bought her some new clothes as a gift, though she couldn't wear them except for in the privacy of her own room. Even so, it was a nice gesture. The only place that she couldn't show Haku was where to find a place to live, as she had never had the need to do so. With little else to do, they had just mingled around for a bit, getting to know one another. Naruto aside, they found they had a few things in common themselves. Among them was their main focus of interest, healing, specifically herbal remedies and ointments. Trading ideas and self-taught remedies to each other, they slowly made their way back to Naruto's apartment. They soon found themselves outside of his room, knocking on his door, waiting for an answer. The door opened, revealing Naruto, which Hinata was about to embrace. But before she could, she saw his eyes widen as she heard a thud right before a cloth was set over her mouth and nose, making her lightheaded before darkness took her. After he was clean, Naruto decided to head to his hideout for a quick stop. It was getting towards dinner time, so no one would be around the entrance as they would be preparing meals or getting ready for a night out. He was proven correct as he easily slipped into his domain. Only a few clones were made this time, so he wouldn't defeat the purpose of his being here. As they got to work sorting through the paperwork he had laying around concerning the notes from Orochimaru's lair, he set himself on an oversized pillow and began his meditation. It wasn't until a couple of hours later that he was snapped out of his trance as a clone dispelled. It took a while to sift through all the information, but when he did, he was in a panic. Faster than ever, he bolted out into the waning light and towards his apartment. He didn't even stop to see if the door was locked as he slammed through it into the room. Inside, he found a bound and gagged Hinata and Haku. Both were unconscious but alive and looked unharmed. Quickly untying them, he tried shaking them awake. When that didn't work, he made a clone and hoisted them on his back before taking off to the hospital. The nurse at the lobby desk was jolted out of her nail filing when the loud crash of the front door slamming open signaled someone was in a hurry. When she looked up, her lips pursed in distaste. "And what do you want here?" She glared hard at the boy, not even seeming to notice his companions. "Shut the hell up and get me 2 beds. I found these 2 unconscious and tied up. Now get them some help before I do it myself, and I promise that I won't be nearly as careful about it as you would." She was about to retort when she noticed who it was he was carrying. "Just what did you do to them, you monster?" She hurried over and grabbed them, none too gently, off his backs to get them away from him as soon as possible. "Rest assured, I will let Hokage-sama know what you've done. Just shut up and get them some help." Naruto screamed at her before speeding out the door towards the Hokage building. He was coming up to the base of the tower as 4 ANBU-dressed ninja dropped around him. He scowled at them. "Get the hell out of my way. You are a tricky one, Uzumaki Naruto. You slipped away from us last time, but we won't fall for the same tricks twice," one of them stated. It was then that Naruto took in their attire. They looked just like the 4 that had tried to take him before his mission to Wave. "So, you're the dogs of that guy Danzo, huh? Sorry to disappoint you, but I have no plans on seeing any more of him than my clone already has." He readied himself for a fight, for possibly ANBU-ranked ninja against one of him. The odds weren't good, but he would give it his best shot, 'cause he'd be damned if he'd go quietly. Taking a kunai in each hand, he twirled one around before throwing it straight at one of the men. His target easily dodged and rushed in. Naruto ducked around the man, barely missing the grabbing hand that was aimed at him and rolling under the following chop to his neck. He was now facing the 4 ninja with his back to the building and all exits cut off. "Looks like you backed yourself into a corner. Not so hot when we know your tricks are you. And for the record, your aim is far under ninja standards." They would have laughed, but their strict training would not allow them such emotions. "Danzo-sama will have a word with you whether you want to or not, boy." A new voice joined the conversation along with the sound of numerous feet hitting the ground directly behind the 4 ninja. "No, I don't think Danzo will be getting his little conference today. And for the record, I would say his aim was dead on, root scum." The now identified root ninja turned to face those who now surrounded them. 8 real ANBU flanked one very pissed off Hokage as they took a step back. "For being involved with an unauthorized organization, you are all to be placed in the interrogation department cells until further notice. I'm sure Ibiki and Enko will be more than happy to accommodate you." As the ANBU stepped forward to take the root ninja into custody, they attempted to shunshin away only to find that they couldn't move. Thus, instead of going to a safe distance for retreat, they ended up cursing the Nara that they were now held in place by. One of them managed to have enough time to turn around and find their target standing there with a grin on his face. "I wouldn't look so smug, boy. He will get what he wants, and next time the Hokage won't be around to save you. You're just lucky that he happened to find out about your little distress in time." "Root-san, I am no more lucky at getting help as you were unlucky at getting caught. One genin against 4 highly trained ninja isn't that fair of a fight. I simply had to even the odds. Did you know that an attack, no matter how small, on the Hokage Tower sends an immediate alarm to the Hokage and the ANBU headquarters? By the way, Hokage-sama, I apologize for using the defenses for personal reasons, but I will let you know how valid they are when we are in a more suitable environment. I don't think you want half of Konoha knowing what is happening in its shadows." He gestured behind them, bringing into attention the crowd that had gathered and was now staring at them. Anything that brought a Kage to an encounter was bound to be important after all. "ANBU, show our guests to their accommodations. Naruto-kun, let's go." With the orders made, all parties disappeared as Naruto and Sarutobi made their way to the office yet again. Once in the safety of the room, Naruto was about to activate the security seals once again when the door burst open, throwing Naruto to the side. "Hokage-sama." The female made a quick bow before continuing. "I am sorry for the intrusion, but I felt it was important to notify you of a recent incident. I realize you must be busy with whatever event just happened, but that boy just barged into the hospital with 2 poison ladies, one of which was the Hyuga heiress Hyuga Hinata. Whatever he did to those 2, we are lucky we got to them when we did. They wouldn't have lasted much longer otherwise. Hokage-sama, something must be done about him. This has gone far past pranks." Taking a moment to breath, she was about to continue her rant when she was stopped by the risen hand of the Hiruzen. "Yashik-san, did you perchance inquire as to why said girls were brought there by the boy you claim assaulted them?" "Well, he brought them there and then ran off, so I hadn't gotten the chance to send him to the interrogation department. If we can find him, then it should take little effort to get him to confess." "Were there any other injuries aside from the poison?" "There were marks from ropes. He no doubt had them bound somewhere before he decided they suffered enough." Hokage-sa. Once again, a conversation was interrupted as an ANBU phased into the office and knelt before the desk. "Hokage-sama, your presence is requested in the council chamber, along with your guests." With a nod from his leader, the ANBU disappeared. The nurse, after taking in the ANBU's words, looked around to find a rather pissed-off genin resting against the wall in the corner nursing a growing bump on his head. She took a step back only to run into the hand of the Hokage. "Yashik-san, Naruto-kun, if you would both follow me, it would seem we have business that needs attending to." "Naruto-kun, prepare yourself and try to stay calm, please. I don't need a massacre to be added to the rest of my paperwork today." Said boy was currently taking deep breaths as he slowly stood and followed the 2 adults out the door and over to the council chambers. When the door was opened by the ANBU guard, a wall of noise burst forth, making at least 2 of the 3 wish they had just blown this summons off. Unfortunately, they all knew that the matter would not simply dissolve, since it involved the village pariah and the heiress of the current, strongest clan in Konoha. So they gritted their teeth and headed in. As soon as they were through the door, the noise level doubled as it seemed that everyone wanted a word with the Hokage. Nodding his 2 companions to either side of the room, he held his hands up to signal for silence, which was immediately obeyed, although begrudgingly by some. "Now, I already have an idea of what this is all about, so I will start with the current issue. The claim is that Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have captured and poisoned 2 young women, one being Hyuga Hinata and the other as of yet unknown. Have I guessed incorrectly thus far?" When no one spoke up, he nodded and continued. "Would anyone like to add anything before we hear what happened from both sides of the story?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was another chorus of noise before he had to again call for silence. "Since this most closely involves you, Hayashi being as one of those affected is your daughter, would you please add what you know of the situation?" "My daughter was apparently found inside the apartment of this boy. There were no signs of a struggle at that location that we could find, but there was evidence that they were poisoned outside the front door, then drugged through the room and tied up against a wall. From what we could see, it seemed that the owner of the apartment had knocked them out before taking them inside, tying them up and injecting a poison into their bodies. The always calm Hyuga clan head explained his entire view with a straight face, but his grip on the table edge and his whitening knuckles spoke volumes. So you broke into my apartment and had a good look around. Glad to see the almighty Hyuga are not above a little underhanded snooping where they don't belong. I wonder just how much you looked around before being satisfied. I hope you left my bed mostly intact. I could use a good night's sleep after all this crap. Naruto seethed at the obvious lack of respect and the Hyuga's blatant disregard for investigative procedure. Be quiet, boy. You have no right to speak to me as such. Know your place. And you had no right to go through my apartment without the written consent of the Hokage, Hyuga-san. Hayashi was going to give another retort, but was stopped by the Hokage. Naruto-kun is correct, Hayashi-san. You were not given consent and we will deal with that later. Now, does anyone else have something to add? Hayashi glared at the boy once more before settling back into his chair. This time it was Haruno Isako who stood. Yes, Isako-san? I would just like to say that I have seen the accused numerous times around town recently. He seemed to be trying to get close to the Hyuga heiress, possibly to lead her into a false sense of security. This afternoon Hyuga Hinata came into my store, showing another girl around it seemed. I would assume that was the second girl that is in the hospital. Haku, I believe was her name. Long brown hair, brown eyes. She looked towards the nurse to verify. Seeing a nod, she continued. They must have been seeking out an apartment for this girl, as she seemed rather new to the village. Naruto made to say another retort but stopped at a wave from Sarutobi. Okay, anyone else? Most people stayed seated as it seemed they were going to say a similar piece of information. Shikaku-san. All eyes turned towards the Nara clan head. If anyone could find reason in this mess, it would be a Nara. Hokage-sama. From what I have heard so far, the evidence does seem to incriminate Uzumaki-san. However, I would prefer to hear the story from those involved if we could. I am interested as to why, if he was the one to abduct and poison them, did Uzumaki-san take them to the hospital. Rather than listen to more one-sided commentary, let us hear from those most directly involved. Finally, someone who had the desire to listen to the other side of the story. Both Hiruzen and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto's life being as it was couldn't be that simple, of course. As the Hokage made ready to allow the Yashik to have her turn, the council chamber door opened, and a man they all knew walked in. Danzo. To what do we owe the pleasure? Inazuka-tsum said his name as though it was the worst-tasting food she ever ate. Many faces around the room were showing a similar expression, mainly those on the shinobi half. Ah, Hayashi-sama. I just wanted to let you and Yashik-san know that your daughter and her companion are stable now. Had I not been there when I had for my headache, I would have feared the worst. I apologize for interrupting any meeting taking place, but... He glanced towards Naruto and seemed somewhat surprised to see him there, but composed himself immediately. But I felt it appropriate that I let Hayashi-sama know the good news. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. I have some important appointments to attend to. Not waiting for a formal dismissal, Danzo quickly left the room. Opening the door to call him back in, Sarutobi found that he was already long gone. Well, at least I know that there will be no permanent damage. No thanks to you, boy. Hayashi glared at Naruto with pure hatred in his pupilless eyes. We were just lucky Danzo-sama showed up when he did. Without his help, we couldn't have counteracted the poison so quickly. Yashik said to no one in general. Anyhow, we are all happy that the girls will be safe. But let us continue, please. Yashik-san, if you would. Well, I was sitting at the front counter in the hospital lobby this afternoon when I heard the doors crash open. I looked up to yell at whoever would enter a hospital in such a manner. When I saw that boy walking up to the counter with two unconscious girls slung over him, I rushed over and grabbed them away as any sane person would do. With his reputation, there was no telling what he was going to do. And before I could find out anything about what happened, the boy was gone. I called in 2 beds, and after moving them to a room, the doctors examined them to find traces of poison in their system. It was then that Danzo-sama walked by and offered his assistance in neutralizing the poison. With the supplies he carries with him all the time for emergencies, he was able to cure the poison as we've just heard. I suggested he come tell Hayashi-sama that Hinata-sama was fine while I went to the Hokage to bring up the issue and a few other doctors went to gather the council. I suppose Danzo-sama heard about the meeting and decided this would be the best place to find Hayashi-sama. After being delayed outside the Hokage tower for a few minutes due to some disturbance, I was finally able to get in to see Hokage-sama and begin to explain my story before we were called to this meeting. Is that all, Yashik-san? The woman thought for a moment before nodding to Sarutobi. All right then now, unless anyone has any questions? I do, Hokage-sama. An elder woman called out from the other end of the table. It was Udatane Koharu, one of the advisors of the Hokage. Would you please elaborate on what you thought the boy might have had the intention of doing? Well, he yelled at me to get them some beds or he would do it himself, and he said he doubted he would do it as carefully as I would. I assumed he meant that he would cause them more harm if I didn't hurry up and take them from him. And why do you suppose he would have brought them to you and told you to take them from him if he did indeed have intentions to harm them further? Wouldn't it have been easier to not take them to a hospital at all? Sum was confused as to the logic of the statement. A momentary change of heart, I suppose. Perhaps he wanted to get rid of them before something else regained control. Anyone else? Silence reigned throughout the chamber, signifying that there were no further questions. Good. Then we will now listen to Naruto's. Why even bother to listen to the brat? I think we've heard enough already. Haruno-san, everyone is given the right to explain themselves, even those who speak out unjustly. Now, unless you have something to say in favor of, or against either party, then I would suggest you keep silent for the remainder of Naruto-kun's explanation. That goes for everyone here unless you want me to personally escort you away from this table. From the civilian half of the council, a few gulps were heard as certain people swallowed whatever was about to come out of their mouths. Of the shinobi half, there were only a couple of people chose to glare a little more than was necessary. Now then, the floor is yours, Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun? Faces shifted as the council looked over to find the blonde meditating in the corner. Cough, Naruto-kun. Huh? Oh, sorry, Hokage-sama. I was just trying to calm myself. So you thought you would sleep through important discussions. We should throw you out for your ignorance. Quicker than most could see, a seat was empty as they all heard the door to the room slam shut with a rather terse old man walking back to his seat. Few had even registered the Hokage move, but they could all see that he made good on his threat as there was now an empty seat at the table, and most likely a very distraught civilian council member trying to get past the guards and back to the meeting inside the room. Naruto-kun. It's your turn to give your side of the story. Oh, I know, Hokage-sama. I just wanted to see if any of them would be stupid enough to tempt fate. Showing off how white his teeth were drew a few giggles from the table as many were reminded of the former prankster, and that the mischief maker was still in there. Well then, if you are done, would you please indulge our fascination and tell us about your day? Sarutobi gave the boy a serious look to let him know there would be no more fooling around. He was only mildly surprised when the flashy grin turned deadly serious in an instant. Hi, Hokage-sama. I will begin with after our debriefing this afternoon. I had some personal matters that I attended to before I went into my apartment for a shower. I created a clone in case anyone stopped by, but it proved to be unnecessary. Afterward, I decided to work on some mental discipline at another location for a while. I left my previously made clone at the apartment, again in case anyone stopped by. A few hours later, I was brought out of my trance when my clone dispelled. After learning what it had encountered, I immediately rushed to my apartment, broke the door open and found Hyuga Hinata and Momochi Haku bound and unconscious inside. Creating another clone, I picked up both and rushed them to the hospital. You have already heard about that encounter, however, I would like to clarify one thing. When I said I would find them beds myself, and not as carefully, I meant that if I had to, I would go door to door through the hospital and break each one down until I found the empty beds I required. The reason I did not stick around was so that I could notify Hokage-sama about what had happened and discuss with him what my clone had discovered before he dispelled himself. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to as Yashik-san came bursting in when I was about to activate the security seals. After she gave a rushed account, we were again interrupted by an ANBU who told us we were summoned to the council chambers. That is all I wish to say in current company. He could see the looks of suspicion around the room, but met each with an unflinching eye. That is all you will say in front of us? We are the village council, boy. You will tell us what you know. Kate Fumihiko, a semi-wealthy cloth merchant, spoke with an authority belying his stature. Sir, no disrespect, but the rest of the matter is ninja business only, and as such is not meant to be heard by civilian ears. Though it could easily sway matters in my favor, I will not risk this village's safety in order to save myself. He smirked mentally as he knew all they could do was flap their gums at him. These were the laws they themselves agreed upon, and as such they were obliged to follow them. On the shinobi side, however, he was getting more than one appreciative gaze, as it would seem a lesser person would have caved to the demands of the council if it meant they would walk away freely. But hey, why not rub a little salt in the wound while it's open? Again, I mean no disrespect, but I was also wondering what reason the civilian portion of the council has to be in on this discussion. It is, after all, a matter in which all parties reside under the jurisdiction of the shinobi portion of the council. If the gazes were appreciative before, he wasn't sure what to make of it when their jaws hit the floor. The other girl, Haku, I believe her name was. She is new to the village and presumed to be a civilian. Thus she falls under our jurisdiction. Mitokado Hamura spoke with age and authority almost on the level with the Hokage. He was on the same team as Hiruzen and Koharu, so such a thing was understandable. Yet even with such a presence facing him, the boy didn't flinch. It wasn't Naruto that answered this time though, but Sarutobi who interjected. I should have probably announced this before we started, but Momochi Haku as of this afternoon has agreed to join our ninja ranks. Being already trained as a ninja, I have allowed her to enter right into the ranks at genin level, after the justification of the normal graduation test. She has also already been placed on a team and was going to begin missions as soon as the team saw fit to do so. Though she may be in the hospital for a while, due to this recent event, I'm sure her teammate won't mind doing more solo missions in the meantime. Will you, Naruto-kun? He smiled at the boy who once again gave a toothy grin back. So in lieu of such information, I ask that the civilian members of this council retire from the chambers. The rest of you may stay and we will continue discussions. His tone was sharp and direct, making no room for question. With only slight hesitation, the civilians shuffled out the door, pausing only slightly to glare or sneer at the boy that so easily dismissed their authority. Claps could be heard once the door shut as a few of those left applauded the boy for turning away the more annoying portion of the administration of the village with such ease. Naruto flourished a bow, much to the annoyance of the Hyuga head, and at least one other. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't like the whiskered blonde. He didn't really dislike him either. Being part of the interrogation squad, he instead tried to keep a neutral point of view on every aspect of any dispute. As his job kept him at his workplace most of the time, the only bit he knew about Naruto was what he had caught his daughter saying about the boy during their academy term. From what she said and what he had seen so far, the Naruto she knew and the one he now faced were two completely different beings, and so far he was impressed but still guarded on his opinion. Hope you don't mind, but I think I'll take a seat now. No one made an objection save for a huff from Hayashi as the boy hopped up into a chair and faced them. What was interesting was that he chose a seat that would allow him to see them all, and all of them to see him without needing to move an inch. It was a perfect strategy for taking in all actions that transpired, but also left one open to any and all attacks. Either the boy was very brave and this was an open challenge for any of them to prove him wrong, or he had no implications of what he had done and didn't really care one way or the other. So now that we are serious, I will discuss the missing sections of my story. First, I would like to mention that before I left on my mission to Wave, I was confronted by 4 ninja who were dressed similar to an ANBU member. These ninja mentioned that Danzo wanted an audience with me. Ears were now perked up and even Hayashi was leaning forward a bit. They all knew Danzo was hiding something, but to think that the person everyone loved to hate could be their proof was more than enough to put them on edge. Sarutobi himself was leaning forward as well since he hadn't been told about this encounter previously. I was able to get away that time with a smoke bomb and a kawarimi. They had obviously not expected such an action from an inexperienced genin. Naruto smirked a bit, remembering the encounter. So you expect us to believe you took on for older ninja and got away? Akimichi Chozo was skeptical that a boy the same age as his own son could even come close to tangling with a more experienced shinobi and come out unscathed. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. Quite honestly, I don't care if any of you believe me or not. I'm just saying what happened. Also, I didn't fight them, I just did my best to get away. I knew it was highly unlikely I was going to be able to take them all on. For on one is difficult enough with people your own skill level, let alone risking such a feat on people you don't know the skills of. Now, that was just so you know that I had already heard somewhat about Danzo. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who uses that much force for a genin is only either the Hokage, the council, or someone who can't risk such an event leaking into general knowledge. So, on to the main event. As I said, the time between my mission debriefing and my arrival at my apartment was personal, so you won't need to know about that. I will skip ahead to the information I gained from when my clone dispersed. Taking a moment, Naruto gathered his thoughts before leveling his gaze with his audience and beginning his story.